Reggie Jackson opts in his the second year of his 2-year contract, so will be back another year for the Nuggets. There's no question why Reggie would take it. Reggie is going to make over $5 million and get another year and another crack at potentially winning a championship. And I think we all, for the most part, love Reggie around here because Reggie's a local guy who is who played well at times last year, maybe inconsistent, but he was obviously, at least according to Michael Malone, in playing time, one of the more trustworthy players on that team. Now, here becomes a little bit of the issue with Reggie. I think in an ideal world, he's not your backup point guard. And if he's not your backup point guard, then that pushes him to like a third string role. And a guy making $5 million to do that is just too steep. They might not have any other options. It could just be that Reggie is going to be the backup point guard next year as well. I'm not sure that's what the Nuggets want. Again, ideally, I think they get somebody else in there to play that backup spot. And you use maybe $5 million that Reggie has right now on his contract for a trade for maybe a bigger piece. Now, the Nuggets in the past have been hesitant to trade people. Now, that was pre-Calvin Booth. Remember, Tim Connelly was somebody who didn't like trading all that much. He just wanted to build. The one big trade that he did make involving some big pieces and big fish was trading Gary Harris to Orlando for Aaron Gordon, and obviously that worked out really well. Now, with all that being said, Calvin Booth takes over. He makes the immediate trade in the offseason of his first full year in charge to send Monte Morris and Will Barton to Washington for KCP. That worked. I would like to see them get kind of aggressive with trades here this offseason. I mean, the NBA draft is right around the corner. And I think you have, as far as the limited stuff that we're talking about, you have a Zeke Naji who's going to make $8 million a year. You have Reggie Jackson who's going to make $5 million this upcoming season. That is basically outside of a giant move in which you're talking about trading a guy with a max contract like an MPJ or somebody like that. Those two guys seem to be the most ideal pieces to bulk together a lump of cash and get something in return that is somewhat sizable. It really feels like the only two. Anybody else is going to be tough. Like some of the younger guys on this team, if your whole draft and develop strategy, if you're going to stick to that, then they're already on cheap contracts, and why not just let them play out the life of it? Now, you might need to package one of them as an actual young piece that a team would want for down the road, but the three I'm really talking about, Christian Braun, who's making less than, well, he's going to be making just a shade over $3 million next year. Peyton Watson's going to be making 2.4. Julian Strother's going to be making 2.5. And then you have, your Jalen Pickett, Hunter Tyson guys that we didn't see a whole lot of. But again, I think if you went into this season thinking Reggie Jackson as the backup point guard is exactly okay with us, I think there's going to be at least a little bit of an issue with that. I would like to see you get better. We've talked a lot about backup bigs and how much you need somebody to help out Nikola Jokic and blah, blah, blah. Like, I understand all that. But I also think there's something else to the idea that backup guard was another thing you struggled with. And especially the unknown of a KCP. Let's say he opts out and he gets big money somewhere that you just don't want to match. and he leaves. Well, that thrusts now Christian Braun into the starting lineup. And now you need to find a backup guard that you seem to have some trust in. So I think for the moment, having Reggie Jackson as the safety net, the absolutely, fire extinguisher, break glass in case of emergency guy, I think that's fine, but not ideal is the way I would put it. But we're going to have a lot more answers here in the next couple of days about what their plan is moving forward and what they should be doing, because we've already seen some moves around the NBA. Alex Caruso gets traded to Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City is looking now to capitalize on their $18 million first-round picks that they have on top of a young roster with a really good team. It's a little bit of keeping up with the Joneses, but your way of doing that has to be on a budget. Like OKC can go shop at Louis Vuitton, and they can go to the Prada store, and they can go to all the high-end places on, what's that boulevard called in Hollywood, in LA? What's the nice one? Rodeo Drive. They can go shop there. We got to go to...
Well, Champs-Élysées, Paris. Also, same kind of thing. All the biggins are there. So, I go to Ross Dress for Less.
And that's where the Nuggets are going to be shopping.
That's mine's www.justssomecheapshoes.com.
Yeah, they're going to be holding hands with Moj, walking into Ross Dress for Less, being like, dude, that's a pretty nice shirt for only $25. It's a pretty nice
25 How about $19.99?
And then they're going to be walking into DSW with me, and I'm going to be saying, see, this one's 60% off. That's only going to be like $32, man. That's a nice pair of Nikes for $32. Like,
I really don't give a
That's what they're going to have to be doing. And that's going to have to be their offseason. But Reggie opting back in is something that was totally expected. Not a shock at all. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line if you guys want in on this. Texture says, can he be the DJ on the bench, a veteran leader? Again, he could be, but you want to know why DJ is totally fine in that role? To me, he makes the minimum. Like, you want to pay somebody the minimum to do that? That's fine. Reggie's making over $5 million. That's money that has to be spent in a way of a player that's making an impact for you. You are not allowed to have a $5 million player when you're this cap-strapped as somebody who is just like, oh, he's the veteran guy who calms people down on the bench. Can't have that. Speaking of DeAndre Jordan, he was on a podcast. He was talking about Jokic. He said, Jokic is my favorite teammate I've ever had. And I think that much is clear, but listen to him.
You know what's crazy? I saw him and Boban doing some kind of like triple kiss thing, and I'm like, okay, cool. I've seen that in
It's a big man thing.
Europe before. Like, look, I seen the 2, but never the 3. So I'm like, yo, what's the? Why you do 3 kisses with Bobby? And he's like, brother, it's Serbian thing. And I'm like, oh. He said, well, you're Black Serbian. I'm like, okay, cool, man. So one day we won, and he came up to me, and I'm like, oh, this is the day.
Is the day.
You know, like he's turning. I'm like, oh, this is it. I'm like, I can't it up, because if not, he's gonna be like, you're not Black Serbian. So like, I dapped him up, and then we did it, and he was like, good job. And then, and after that, it was just kind of like a thing, you know. And then that was it. So I guess they call me Jordanovich now. So.
Pretty good. And like, look, Joker obviously loves DJ. And DJ, I do think for his role, again, on a minimum contract, it's something that team needs. Like, if you ask the Nuggets who's the team leader, I think they would all tell you it's DJ. Like, he's the guy who keeps everybody even. He's the guy who knows exactly what to say, whether it's to get on somebody, to give some advice, whatever it is. I think he's an incredibly important player to their team. And it's one of those roles that has to be filled. You know, they had 2 of those the year that they won the championship. DJ was one and Ish Smith was the other. 2 guys who didn't really play all that much, but they were just sort of veteran leaders off the bench. You need those guys. You just don't need those guys making anything more than the vet minimum. That's it. Beyond that, totally cool. But if you're making upwards of $5 million, you have to be trusted that you are going to play a pretty prominent role within this team, given where they're at cap-wise. So 303-504-0925. Sean must have texted. I'm going to jump back into the Panthers getting that dub. Tough. I could not imagine the emotions going through that team when that game was about to start. Because it's either the brink of the best and highest elation you will ever feel in your sports life, or it will be the biggest embarrassment that they will ever feel in their professional careers. It's one of the two. And they were able to overcome all of that, reset and reframe their minds, and beat a very good Edmonton team. And then after that, it's like, well, now what does Edmonton do? They had a prime. They shouldn't have been in that position maybe in the first place after going down 3-0, but they found themselves in a pretty prime spot, and they let go of the rope. You can watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude.SR in the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast as well, and that's the Safeway Twitch feed. Mojo Lombardi and Kane next.
seconds left. 2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh my God.
The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history.
Yeah!
Start the celebration, South Florida. The Panthers have done it.
Stanley Cup champions!
The Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers are the 2024 Stanley Cup champions.
Oh, we crossed the finish line, buddy. We crossed it.
Cause a dog may be somebody's mother.
How about that, Moshe?
What's up?
I said, how about that, Moshe?
How about that? So that is
Stars and the Stripes. They pulled it off.
I like
it.
it.
Might have been nervous.
I
Might have been nervous time, but they pulled it off.
A little bit. I was the. Well, that was the color commentary. There was Bill Lindsay, the play-by-play Doug Plagans of the Panthers radio network. Lindsay's a former Panther, right?
Yep.
Been around a long time. Does some work for NHL television, that sort of thing. And they went crazy like they should. That's what should happen when you win a Stanley Cup. And it was right down to the very wire, man. It wasn't like, hey, you got yourselves a 4-1 lead. You're just waiting for the seconds to click down. You've got to play till the very end, and that's exactly what they did.
Pretty amazing game. I mean, you knew it was going to be low scoring. It was going to be physical. They're not a lot of whistles, especially towards the end of the game. But I couldn't believe, as we get the highlights on here, just a couple of these prime, wide-open opportunities where it would just be a Florida Panther flying out of nowhere to cover up the empty spot in the net.
You just saw it. You're talking about, Brett, every little thing can matter in the course of a game like that. You just saw that play, right? You saw Hyman theoretically jumping on a loose puck. He's going to backhand it in. We're going to have a tie game. Did you see the play that Montour made to deny his stick?
Yes.
And then it allowed Bobrovsky to get over late, obviously, because he was down on the ice, but he got over, and so the puck is cleared. You see what I'm saying? It's like that one little play, that one, just get on the guy's stick. Don't let him get that off. And that's why you win and that's why you lose. It's crazy.
There's nothing like the frenetic, anxious, just nerve-filling final moments of a championship hockey game where a team is trying to hold on to that 1-goal lead. The other team is desperately trying to stay alive. And you see just mass chaos on the ice. Bodies flying, sacrificing left and right. The crowd's on their feet. They don't know. I mean, we've seen it so many times with the Avs. Is there anything better than that? Is there anything more hurtful on the other end than that?
It's the Avs, as I said before, have never lost in a Stanley Cup championship. Every time they've been there, they've won. But obviously, they've lost a ton of series, including conference finals. And when you lose, no matter what, it sucks. It hurts. But when you lose in a Game 7 of a Stanley Cup final,
Holy moly.
and the physical sacrifice that has to go in to going all the way, I'm telling you, these guys are going to party for a couple days, and then about 5 guys are going to go under the knife.
Yep.
You know, casts are going on as we speak, I'm sure, that kind of thing, because nobody comes out of this thing unscathed on either side.
The rest of them are going to sleep for a week after they party for a couple days. Paul Maurice, that guy's funny. It's funny. You know, we spoke about this yesterday. We said, how will this feel for Florida after nearly gasping, nearly giving away a Stanley Cup championship? How will it feel if they win Game 7? Will it feel the same? The answer is yes.
Yep.
The answer is yes.
Sure looked like it.
It doesn't change anything. You celebrate, you respond the same way you would have had you won Game 5, right? Had they won Game 5, it's almost as if winning Game 7 the way they did adds another layer to it. Almost makes it better.
Kind of. You know, in that place, you could feel the nervous energy at least early, especially when Edmonton came back, tied it up 1-1, and you're like, all right. And really, Moj, I know that they made up for a couple of mistakes later. You know, some of those little things that you're talking about that they did to cover up maybe some empty spots in the net. But the real one mistake they truly made, the breakaway from early in the game, it looked a lot more like Florida's defense from earlier in this series.
Sure. Oh,
A lot
outside.
more.
You mean outside
Outside of the breakaway.
Janmark getting behind
Yes.
Ekblad when you cannot allow a guy to get behind in that situation.
Outside
Can't
of
do
that, it looked a lot more like them earlier in the series and really all postseason.
What are your thoughts, guys, on a player from the losing team winning the Conn Smythe?
I don't like it. Don't like it at all.
We'll talk more about that. It's happened before.
I know it has, but I mean,
Shigeru
I'm just
won it.
curious what you guys think about it because, listen, we all saw McDavid at the end of the game, forlorn, sitting there with his head down, going, "Oh my God!" And we know how good he is. We know what he means to the game. But I'm with you. You win the series, you deserve all the honors. You deserve all of it. You deserve it. Your team was better,
NHL writers sometimes are too clever even for their own selves.
but they're too proud.
Yeah, I suppose that's what it is.
You know, and I think that goes for every.
Although
media
McDavid
factor.
McDavid did things this postseason that have only been done by Gretzky and Lemieux. It's amazing the kind of postseason that he had. But a lot of that was not goal scoring. A lot of that was actually assisting
Assists.
on goals, which
Yeah.
is great, which is fine. But I would have given it to Bobrovsky and had these guys right off into the sunset.
That's the thing. You know, I was talking about this in the appetizer. The exception I would make for stuff like this is if somebody on the losing side was historically incredible and impactful, and there really wasn't a standout player on the winning team of a
Right.
close series. You know, what I thought about Vic was, remember I think it was the first finals matchup between the Cavs and the Warriors where Iguodala was the winner of the NBA Finals MVP. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And LeBron on the other side is his second best player because of injuries was like Dellavedova that entire series, and he had to carry them the entire way. I was like, in a circumstance like that, maybe. But you can't tell me you couldn't just given that to Bobrovsky and moved on.
You could. You
Leo-
could have, and you probably should have, to be honest with you. Bob was great, you know, and so many things are put to bed with a win like that. Bobrovsky's making $10 million a year. Oh my
Yep,
God!
now
he's
it's
killing you.
justified for life.
Well, absolutely. He won you a Stanley Cup championship. Vic, one of my favorite lines from Paul Maurice last night, you know what it was? It was this. He's been a coach in this league for a long time. I mean, a long time. And he's been a number of different places. He's never won a Stanley Cup championship until last night.
Did you hear what he said?
Yeah, he said, you know, I'm glad we won. He said, listen, I feel like people have had to cover for me for the last 30 years. Like, you know, make excuse. My family, my
I got
friends.
the audio for
Oh,
you right
please,
here.
let's
yeah.
do it. Yeah,
my
I'm sorry.
favorite thing. Let's hear what he said because there was one element to what he said that got me. Let's go ahead and play Paul Maurice
It's
last
just brilliant, right? It's I've never hugged so many sweaty men in my entire life. I'm not sure I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it tonight. So, you know what? It's not what I thought it would be. It's so much better, but it's the hugs, man. I saw Sam Bennett smile today, first time in 2 years. It's brilliant. You know, it's for my mom and dad in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. My brothers Mike and Shane in Sault Ste. Marie and Waterloo. The whole Langlois clan in LaSalle, Ontario. All of the people that suffered through 30 years of me losing, making excuses. Mom and dad especially. Hey, Dad, your name's going up with your heroes. Belleville, Richard, Howe, Lindsay, Maurice.
Last one for you. After your time in Winnipeg, you were prepared for a career in fishing, but I wonder if there is a better catch than Lord Stanley.
Well, I was just lucky. You know what? It was. So if I could have one thing more, it'd be for the Winnipeg Jets to win the next Stanley Cup.
There it is. There it is. That last line, you talk about a man who is bigger than the moment, understands that it's not about him. Hell, it's not even about his team. It's about the sport. He spent all those years in Winnipeg, and he grew loyalty in Winnipeg. And he's not holding it against Winnipeg. He's not like some people in this room when a guy leaves, all bets are off. You cut all ties. He understands what it means for Winnipeg. Here's the coach of the Florida Panthers. His last comments were, I would love nothing more for Winnipeg to win it next year. That was so cool. I've never heard that before.
That was about as perfect of a 71 seconds of a
so cool.
Like, that was such a great post
I got
game
chills.
in the moment. Yeah.
I got you.
Totally.
When he finished with that line, how many people say that, right? How many coaches say that? Have you ever heard anybody say that before? I've never heard that before.
Hey, guess what? I wouldn't.
Well, put it this way:
I wouldn't.
if Benz had come on out and said all this stuff, yeah, I hope that the Jets can get it.
But
I'd be Benz. What are you talking about?
But he didn't coach there.
No, he did not. No.
His prior
but
coaching
you
was
notice how he didn't say Carolina. I mean, Carolina's already won one.
understood.
But he coached Hartford/Carolina for 8 years and then had a second stint for another 3.5 years. He was there a long time, too.
You never, I mean, again, the game was the game. If you look shots on goal, 24-21, it was like, okay. They were really playing it close to the vest, and I know you had a couple breakaways, but shots on goal tell you what kind of game it was. The game was the game. You knew it was going to be intense. It was a Game 7. The post-game never fails to entertain. It never fails to elicit emotion. The final game where you get a winner in the Stanley Cup final and that winner trots around the ice and celebrates, that is the best part of that sport.
Yep.
Number one part of that sport, my favorite part of the sport.
It's funny. I went back. I still have some interviews from the ice for Game 6 back in 2022. And I went back and listened to a little bit of it last night after everything was off. I'm like, let me go back to relive our emotions a little bit, too, because it's so special. And I had the EJ one. He's like, I came out. Yeah, it's unbelievable. You know, it's the best day of my life. You know, I'm not married, I don't have kids, but it may change. But for right now, this is the best day of my life. I mean, it's that kind of thing. And when I think it was Barkov came over, Maurice is doing the interview on ice with Emily Kaplan. He says, hang on, we got a visitor. And that's when he hands Maurice the cup, right? Just good stuff, man. Vic, you're right. The pomp and circumstance and the emotions surrounding it and everybody getting a chance to raise it above their head, really cool.
You know,
really cool.
I didn't know Paul Maurice that well. I mean, you know, you don't get to know these coaches from the opposing teams as well as you want to. But that interview alone, that emotion after
Made
that
you a
game,
fan?
I'm a fan of Paul Maurice no
Me
matter
too.
what happens with him.
Me too.
So if I could have one thing more, it would be for the Winnipeg Jets to win the next Stanley Cup.
Just perfect.
It is like, as cool as that is, Moj is right. If Betsy was like the former coach of, I don't know.
Yeah, but he didn't coach an NHL team before he got to the Avs. So he couldn't give props
I
to anyone.
I know, but I'm just like, what if he did? What if Betsy was coaching the Buffalo Sabres or something like that? And he goes, oh, and by the way, now that we've won, I hope they win next year. And you're like, but I want to win next year too.
Get the hell out of here. What are you talking about, Beds?
You can say eventually. I hope eventually they win. Next year I want to win too, though. Yeah, it was great. That entire the only thing that sucked was what we mentioned earlier. And the winner of the Conn Smythe is a guy who will not go on to the ice to accept the award. I'm like, well, lame.
I'm with you, man. Just
blame it on the writers, man. That's all a hockey writers thing.
So is this true that they have to write that in 10 minutes before the game gets
Pretty
done?
much, yeah. Pretty much.
Why not just wait an extra,
I don't know.
It's not going to be that hard to
know.
tally up the votes, man.
Your
Dude, I
boy,
don't know.
somebody mentioned this on the text line, and I'm looking at the final stat sheet. Your boy Leon Draisaitl was terrible.
Hey, my boy.
I'm going to give him your boy props. There was no support. Leon Draisaitl dropped the ball in this series.
They were the best players for Edmonton were not. They didn't do it last night.
Last night he was a -1 on 2 shots.
Dude, they
didn't put the puck.
-1 on 0 shots.
0 shots on goal.
0 shots on goal.
0 shots on goal.
Listen to me. Brett, look at me.
Yeah.
Leon Draisaitl had 0 shots on
One of
goal.
the best.
in
One of the
Game
best
7.
scores in the league.
Yeah. This is Game 7. This is a guy who's always at the top of the stat sheet. You look
Yep.
up during an NHL regular season,
Yep.
Draisaitl's name is up there.
McDavid only had 2 in the entire game.
0 shots on goal, a -1 in Game 7.
What? You know what really kind of blew me away, Moj, was end of the game. You're down 1. It's go time. You got to figure out a way pucks on net. They couldn't even get possession.
Correct. Part of that. Now, this is where it's different last night. Part of that is Florida got back to being Florida on the defensive side of things.
Suffocating.
Yeah, you talked about that. Outside the Yanmark breakaway, they were pretty damn good, especially in their own zone. And I kept waiting for, again, you get down to, 3 minutes to go. I'm like, okay, I'm going to keep an eye on old Skinner. When's he off and running, right? And they couldn't get the puck in the zone to get him off the ice. Once they got, typically you get it in, right?
And then
he'll
take
off. Finally, the Oilers
they
got
pulled
possession.
him in their own zone.
Right, he behind their own net, and he took off. He's like, I'm out. I'm gone. And people are saying that second one that he gave up was a softie. Yeah, probably a little bit. But you know what? You got to have some goal support, man. You got to have two of the best goal scorers or scorers, period, on the planet have more than combined 2 shots on goal in a game.
We'll talk more about this because I got a stat that I think is going to blow some people away. 303-504-0925 are broadcasting live from the Backus and Schenker studios. Their passion is justice. Back after this.
At some point in your life, you're probably, and I say most likely, going to need to hire a lawyer. And who you hire as a lawyer, that says a lot about you. You should be proud of the attorney you choose for whatever case it may be. Dan Kaplis is a record-setting injury lawyer with a long history of community service. Dan is believed to be the only lawyer in Colorado history to win 5 straight multi-million-dollar jury verdicts in Colorado crash cases. Dan won the largest verdict in a Colorado truck crash case. In his last 16 trials, he's won an average of over 10 times more than what the insurance companies have offered. In the community front, among many other Dan awards, he's been honored as Humanitarian of the Year and the Pro Vida Award from the Archdiocese of Denver. Dan Kaplis Law, the one and only official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. A serious firm for serious cases. If you need Dan's help today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up at dankapleslaw.com. Remember, you hire a lawyer, you should hire one you're proud of.
So just quickly here, I got a stat that I think is going to blow you away. I actually saw it from Kreckman. So this was before the game started yesterday, before Game 7.
You ripped off Kreckman?
Yeah, Krecker. Did you know that Conn Smythe winner, Connor McDavid, not only entered that game, but ended that game
Krecker.
with less goals in the Stanley Cup playoffs than Val Nichushkin?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So wait a minute. Val Nichushkin only played one series in 2 games, correct? One series in 2 games. How
That's
many
correct.
games did he play in then? 8?
Total,
7?
yeah. I guess so, yeah.
So
7 or 8.
give me that stat again.
Val Nichushkin finished the Stanley Cup playoffs with more goals than Conn Smythe winner, who went to Game 7 of the Stanley Cup final, Connor McDavid.
Have you guys ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
That blows me away.
Yeah. Isn't that nuts? Told you. Told you blow you away.
Val's good.
Val is good.
Val's good.
So is McDavid, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, listen, McDavid did other things with the assists and his presence on the ice to even set up goals. You sort of undervalue what he means when you throw stats at us like that, but we know what he does to the game.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the object is to put the puck in the net. And Val scored more times than your Conn Smythe winner?
Yeah. Yes, he did.
Crazy.
Something
So
else.
how many did he score?
What did Val have? 5, I think? Right? 5 in 7 games?
I've blocked it out.
It's fair. I'll get it to you in a second.
I got
I
it.
want to know how many he scored if that's the case. You're going to give me that stat, you got to support it. Support your stat. Because Connor McDavid had 42 points in the postseason.
Yeah, he had... Wait, 5. That's not right at all.
Val had 9 total goals in
9.
8 games.
McDavid had 8.
Hold on. Let me process this a second. You mean to tell me that Val Nichushkin averaged more than a goal a game?
Yeah. He was really good.
All right, let me
Vic,
take...
what do you, listen to me. He had, by the way, in the cup run, Val had 9 goals in 4 series. He had 15 points overall. Could have been the Conn Smythe winner, in my opinion.
You know what this
if
does?
Kale didn't have such a great postseason.
You know what this does?
It hurts.
This makes me even more angry.
Yeah, more pissed. Understood.
This
Yeah,
makes me...
I know.
Brett,
I
this
know.
makes me more angry. You mean to tell me that this man had 9 goals in 8 games? He averaged more than a goal a game. And that kind of production was just boom, gone?
He had a goal in every single game except for the last one that he played in the playoffs.
Oh,
He-
yeah.
And a hat trick in one game.
That just infuriates me now.
Yeah.
That infuriates me. Now it's just like, oh, my God.
I didn't
Okay.
mean to make you angry, but it's
You
pretty
know-
wild.
All right, this doesn't infuriate me. I don't want to get, dog lovers all riled up because I know you guys are dog lovers. Why was there a dog at the game last night?
I know. I don't get it either. Not
Listen,
just a dog
listen,
there, Vic.
listen.
Not just a dog. Front row up against the glass.
Listen,
there was a dog.
Front row sitting in a dude's lap. Dog. I don't know.
It's a professional sporting event. It's indoors. It's a game 7. It's loud. It's loud.
Mhm.
It's you've sat front row. You've sat on the glass.
The dog had earmuffs. by the way.
I don't care what. They got dog ears. They can hear everything. Times 10. Okay, dog ears.
Mhm.
People are banging against the glass. What? Leave your dog at home. Maybe there's a justifiable reason, and I'm going to sound like an ass.
Like maybe a service dog. I don't know. Like maybe the person's deaf.
What do you mean? What was
What
it
are you
servicing?
serving?
I don't know. I generally agree with you. But I'm going to leave a little bit of leeway in case there's some ailment that the dog was necessary that I'm going to sound like a jerk if I don't at least put a qualifier on it.
I thought it was a woman with a lot of hair when I first saw it.
I thought it was somebody dressed up as a dog, like one of those furries. That's what I thought it was. But I'm with you. I don't understand why you would bring a dog to a game. I mean, look, that's not just a dog, by the way. That's a huge dog.
I've never seen that before in my
Ever.
career. Mosier, have you ever seen anything like? I have never in my life seen a dog front row at a sporting event. Ever.
No,
Now they have dog night, dog at the park night at
bark,
Coors Field.
bark at the park.
Whatever
yeah.
the hell they call that. But
Park,
that's,
yeah.
I've never seen what I just witnessed. Florida's weird, dude.
So he's a Labradoodle. His name's Brody. His owner, Cliff, of Fort Lauderdale, kept his pet fully immersed in the action. He lifted Brody up to the glass every time the puck came near. He's gained his fair share of popularity now. The friggin' dog has 1.2 million Instagram followers.
Why was the dog at the game?
I don't know. He says, quote, "He goes everywhere with me," Brush said. He sat courtside at a Lakers game. We do everything together.
What?
Wait.
Really?
This is borderline. This is concerning now. This is concerning.
He takes the dog everywhere.
See, I'm the wrong person to be involved in this conversation.
Vic, I love dogs. You got to leave the dog at home.
I'm going to be cast as one of those grumpy old man, and I'm not. I don't want to be. I'm going to step away from this debate and let you guys, dog lovers, bona fide like dog lovers, you guys lick each other's. You lick the dog's mouth.
The problem is the dog was too big. Moj, if
It was a huge dog.
you know, like,
I don't care if it was a poodle.
You know, my little Josie. Is it different if little Josie was sitting on his lap?
I think so. It's a little because that's a little tiny yapper dog.
Yeah, it's not bothering
Somebody
anybody.
said it on Twitch. This is just to service his pocketbook for IG and his followers.
Correct. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
my question to you is how and why do they let the dog in the building?
Well, that's on Florida. That's on the Panthers. I'm going to say something.
Oh, there he is at
how cute. It's
courtside
cute.
for the Lakers
It's
game.
cute. You know, it's nice. It's hanging out. He's got a Lakers jersey on. That makes it even worse. He's wearing a Lakers jersey.
So wait,
And this guy's a Lakers fan.
This guy is a Florida Panthers and LA Lakers fan, or is he?
No, I think he just goes to games nationwide.
I don't know, dude.
If I'm the guy sitting next to him,
Oh my God!
if I'm the guy to the right, we're showing a video of him puppeteering his dog. I don't know what the hell he's doing.
The guy sitting to his right at the Lakers game is hovering over to his right to get
As
away from the
far as
dog.
he can.
Think about how much money he paid for a courtside seat at the
front row.
Lakers.
Here it is.
Courtside.
Here it is. Brody is a service dog
For what service?
that helps mitigate symptoms of Brush's autoimmune disease. He said he's willing to spend the extra money to bring Brody up close at games.
I call BS.
He's my best friend. We do everything
I
together,
call
as you can
BS.
see.
I call BS.
I
Not
don't
on
leave the
service
house
thing.
without him.
I call BS.
Well, what does a dog do to mitigate symptoms of an
I'm
autoimmune disease?
I'm going to go ahead and say it right now, and I'm going to get people texting. I know this is going to happen. I call BS. Leave the dog at home.
I
Leave your
agree.
dogs at home.
I agree with you.
Leave your damn dogs at home. Your dogs don't have to go everywhere with you. I know everybody loves their animals. Leave your damn animals at home. I don't want to sit next to your dog.
Texture says, if you guys are upset about the dog sitting on the glass, you're going to be furious about a little movie called Air Bud. No, Air Bud could actually play. That's the difference. He was a baller.
Air Bud could score.
Let me tell you something. If that dog was out there on skates, Moj, and he was putting in more goals than McDavid last night, I think we'd all be cool with it.
We probably would be. This is where we get into trouble, Brett, because I don't want to make fun or question anyone's
I
quote.
swear to God, I'm bringing my service rattlesnake to the next game. Two of them. I'm bringing 2 service rattlesnakes. I'm going to put them at my side, wearing armor, of course. I'm going to wear body armor. And I'm going to say, enjoy the game, everybody.
No, you know what, Vic? Just go full spectacle and do a suit of armor. A suit of armor with 2 rattlesnakes.
2 rattlesnakes on my side. And if anybody says a damn thing, they help me. They help my nose.
Colorblind. They see colors better than you.
Allergies.
I don't want to make fun of anybody's situation, but how does the dog help his autoimmune disease?
HIPAA, sucker.
Good
so
point, Nelly.
You can just have a dog and say, man, he helps me with this and that.
Well,
Here's a note from my doctor. I'm allowed to take my dog everywhere.
This is the problem, though, Moj. This is the problem. The fact that you ask that is now open the door for whatever the guy says helps him. You have no response to it. That's the problem.
No.
And nobody wants to get involved with a lawsuit of...
Well, can you question people saying, I've got autoimmune and this dog cured me?
0949, I'm glad I'm hearing from you because I don't want to be the bad guy here. I really don't. I
don't either.
I don't take any pride in being the bad guy when it comes to the anti-dog front row at sporting events, especially at Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final. But this guy writes in 0949, I love dogs, and I agree with Vic 100%, bunch of entitled blankers. And you're right. Let me ask you something. You're on a flight.
Mm.
You're on a flight.
No.
Person next to you has a dog.
No.
Thoughts? Moj, you're on a flight.
Typically, it's a little tiny one or a cat. But I'm
Whatever.
allergic to cats. I'm
Whatever it may be.
like, man, can I be
Dog
away
or
from the cat?
Thoughts?
I'm okay if I've had this before. The person next to me, he was actually moving to the Philippines, so he was on a connecting flight wherever I was going. I forget where. Connecting flight, and he had his dog that he was taking with him. The dog though was in the crate, not in his lap. It was in the crate in the aisleway that he would have to move occasionally when.
Well,
the
you used to be
stewardess
able
came
to.
up.
You used to be able to ship a dog in the belly of the plane.
Nick writes in, I have an autoimmune disease, and I have every right to say that's absolute bull poop. His excuse. Then you get this, and I knew this was coming. Again, you get the good and bad, and people don't hear what I say. They just assume. I have no issues with service dogs. None. I think they serve a great purpose.
Especially for those
A great purpose.
I
None.
mean, for those who are for people who
Yes.
are physically challenged.
Yes.
Yeah.
And or they
I think this guy is BSing you.
They have
I think this guy's
strokes and-
yes.
Yeah.
This guy's taking it too far, and he's using that prop to prop his dog for whatever. It's almost cursed.
No, that's what it is, though. That guy is co-opting the actual service animal usages for his own personal gain of Instagram followers in notoriety and cash.
Yeah, for people who are disabled or they need help, it's unbelievable. Or people who again have epilepsy.
Those dogs are important.
Serious things.
So-
veterans, PTSD veterans,
Totally.
100%.
real things.
I've seen it work.
Now, if you got, hey man, I got allergies, and this dog mitigates my
Yeah,
symptoms.
you know what's ironic is
I-
I'm actually allergic to dogs.
Yeah, I'm not.
I'm a serious story. If I have front row at the game and I'm allergic to a dog or I'm afraid of a dog,
Yeah.
what happens to me?
Dude, this dog is. I mean,
You
look at
gotta
this.
eat it.
Dude, this dog ain't a Doberman. Look at it. It looks like a giant Muppet.
I get it.
He ain't gonna bite anybody. He's
Okay.
got a ponytail, for God's
we
sake.
just showed the video of the guy next to him who was doing this, like trying to stay as far away as possible.
Well, the dog's got a ponytail and was sleeping during the game.
No, but Vic's right. If I'm paying, look, dude.
So let me
I
defend the dog a little bit. That dog hasn't bitten anything in its life.
You know what? I agree with you here. Texter 5266. Sometimes you just can't do everything. You're a basketball fan. You can't sit front row.
Yeah,
You're a
I
hockey
agree.
fan. Game 7. Sorry. Listen, you might have an autoimmune. There's a lot of things I can't do because of my ailments. I can't do it.
Yeah.
Mike, you want me to go get a dog and
You
just
mean like-
sort of force my way in?
You mean like dunk?
Yeah. I need my dunk dog.
I would love to have a dog.
I want a dog I can jump off of. What's wrong with that? You know what I'm saying?
I was born too short. I can't dunk. I need a dunk dog.
It's just so.
There's some roller coasters Vic can't ride, and there's some games that this guy should not be able to bring his dog
This
to.
guy bothers me. I'm sorry, guy. This photo, it bothers me. It bothers me.
By the way, this guy looks like a bodybuilder. I don't know what an autoimmune disease does, but I wouldn't have guessed that guy's autoimmunized.
I don't want to make fun of it. I don't know. It sounds
It says
fishy.
here, you three are all talking out of your blank. You have no idea what his condition is and have no room to speculate as to whether
Okay,
or not
but-
this
but the
person
point
needs a
is,
service.
you
We
know
never
what?
said he doesn't need a service dog. We said he can have all the service dogs he wants. How about not show up front row with your dog?
That's the thing. That's it. It's like, I'm sorry you got this ailment, but you can't sit courtside at a basketball game with a giant dog there.
Eddie says, I don't want to sit next to people's kids. What's the difference? A kid's a human being! You freaks! What the hell's wrong with you? A kid is a human! A dog is not human!
People treat their dogs like humans.
God! What is wrong with us?
Nichelle says we have terrible takes on this. Look, this is. I don't have any idea what his condition is. He looks to me like a stud. Like you said, he's a big old stud, and his dog now has 1.2 million Instagram followers. He plays with the dog. It's not like the dog is there, I don't know, autoimmuning him or whatever. He has it on his lap, and he's flapping his little paws around and playing patty cake during the freaking game.
I swear to God, I'm bringing a bag of scorpions to the next game, and I'm going to say,
bag?
have at it.
A whole
Eddie,
bag?
Eddie, who wrote in, you don't like sitting next to kids? Come have a seat down low. I got my scorpions with me. Come on down.
this was America. Huh? Isn't this America?
Oh, speaking of, This was a whole thing yesterday during the appetizer. We're out at Sanctuary, and I got this, what I thought was a bee, turns out is a wasp that's buzzing around me.
I saw it.
And I said,
in the window. I saw it on the window all show long.
And I said, Cole, you have to protect me from this thing because I'm on the air and I can't focus on.
It was behind you on the window the entire show.
So made this whole bit about it. Cole, make sure I'm not stung, blah, blah, blah. Show ends. We got to rush out to the car to get our clubs. I put my backpack on. I get a double tap immediately in the back. And that M was waiting for its opportunity.
That was a wasp. I saw the picture of it. That was not a bumblebee.
Okay, so
it wasn't a honeybee. I know honeybees.
Yeah.
It wasn't a honeybee. It wasn't a bee.
That was
it
a
was
service
wasp.
It was a service wasp.
Correct.
And it gave a great
thing
service.
about wasps, they can sting multiple times.
Yeah, I know it did. It got me twice.
I
Two
saw
times. Bam, bam.
I lifted your shirt and saw it. How's it today?
It's fine.
Can I see?
I looked last night. Nothing's there.
Okay.
It's gone already.
My brother just texted in. He was at Home Depot the other day. Lady walked 4 large dogs. 4. Walking 4 dogs. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4. Walking 4 dogs down the aisle and gave him a dirty look because he wouldn't get out of the way. Thoughts?
I've taken my
Too many
dog.
dogs.
I've taken my dog to Home Depot before.
Okay.
And not 4, only 1, not 4.
I think it's preposterous.
Too
but
many
that's fine.
dogs.
You're right. You're right.
I've taken my dog
But why?
Yeah.
What's the purpose of
why are
taking
you taking your dog to a public store?
because I can.
But why?
Dude was with me. I'm out running errands. Dude's with me. I'm like, oh, the dog. They allow dogs in the store. I got to go get me a new. What do you think? I got the drain on the tub. I got to take the old one out and put a new one in with the stopper.
Yeah.
Had to go pick up one of those. Dude came with me.
I'm going to
And
bring
I
my
didn't leave him in the
I'll
car.
bring my skunk. I'll bring my skunk to Home Depot. I got 3 of them.
303-504-0925. By the way,
Emotional
you guys
support
are laughing.
armadillo. Emotional support
When
armadillo.
did we jump off the deep end here? When did this happen? This is unbelievable. And I am cast as the hater here. I'm not a hater. I own 2 dogs.
Vic. Well, you don't like your dogs the
wife
same way
does.
that other people like their dogs.
Yeah, you're
I
right.
love my dogs. I'm actually with Vic on this. Like, enough. I'm cool. Like, I go to a brewery. You want to take the dog outside on the patio, have a couple beers. Like, that's totally fine with me. Totally fine.
Last night, I went to go buy something from a dude. Went to his yard. My brother was with me. What's so funny?
Just the statement, I went to go buy something from a dude.
Okay, I bought a sauna.
Yep.
Went to his place. My brother was with me. His dog's big teeth just in the. He goes, "It's okay, just pet him. He'll be all right." I put my hand on. I'm not going to pet him.
Wait, way to bury the lead, by the way. You went to some dude's house to buy a sauna?
Yeah,
I have
selling.
way more questions about that than the
Whatever.
dog.
But the just, hey, don't worry about it. He's showing his teeth, baring his teeth, barking at you. Just put your hand down there and pet him. I ain't doing that.
I don't blame you.
I ain't doing that, pal.
303-504-0925. So a lot I want to get to. So Reggie Jackson jumps, he opts back into the second year of his contract. So he'll be back on the Nuggets, at least for now. And I wonder what the Nuggets plan is going to be with him moving forward. We'll get to that in a second. If you guys didn't hear JJ Redick's opening press conference for the Lakers, it sounded like he was doing a podcast. And he is very, very good behind a microphone, but he had some things that were planned and some things that I think were outright lies. We'll get to all of that in just a second. Stick around.
Read it. I want to get off the subject because I don't want to be the bad guy here. So read it.
Texture. Emily here. I work in a hospital.
This is a hospital.
The amount of people who are FOS,
What does that mean?
full of,
Okay.
when it comes to their service animals is preposterous. We are not allowed to ask for their proof of their service. That includes dogs, cats, and miniature horses.
Hold on.
I'm not kidding.
Did she just say miniature horse?
Yes. Unless you're blind, have diabetes, epilepsy, PTSD, that's enough. That's what she said.
So someone went to a hospital with a miniature horse.
Or they went to a hospital to ask permission to have the service papers for a miniature horse. You don't have to bring your animal in there, I don't think.
Let's get out the subject. Hey, we had a great time yesterday at Sanctuary raising money for National Jewish Hospital and the Mortgage Academy. Great time. It was wonderful. We do a lot of these tournaments. By the way, you talk about a 2-day golf bender. Sanctuary yesterday, Castle Pines Golf Club today for the media day for the BMW Championship. Powder, you've never experienced a 2-day golf bender like this.
I have not.
Can you tell Powder what he's up to see today?
One of the finest courses in North America,
And let me tell you
man.
something. You better wear a belt, brother.
Okay.
Yes.
I'll wear a
Do
belt
not
today.
show up today without a belt and your shirt tucked in.
But yesterday, we see these tournaments, these charity tournaments, all the time where you get to a par 3 and you have a chance to win a car. And everybody flails away. Little bro almost won one yesterday.
He did.
An inch
Got
away.
close.
Turns out, a little after our group went through, a gentleman by the name of Josh Weintraub, Josh Weintraub, number 14 at Sanctuary, with an electric Lexus on the line.
Parked on the hill.
Parked right there, waiting for you to take home. Josh Weintraub, in our tournament at Sanctuary, 173-yard pitching wedge.
Mm-hmm.
Bounced twice in the hole. Lexus home. Enjoy. He aced it for a Lexus.
That's crazy.
What's
crazy?
That's a good story and all.
What's crazy? Pitching wedge from 173. What did you hit on that hole?
I hit a 9, and I hit it over the green.
I also hit a 9, and I hit it stiff and made the putt. Rudy watched it.
I hit an 8 over the green. He hit a pitching wedge.
Yeah.
Well, he's like 6'3", 2 bills. I mean, you act like he's some sort of superhuman freak. He's
Understood.
big.
Congratulations.
It's still
Shane.
crazy, though. I mean, and
Well,
it's
as crazy
his
as
first
that is,
hole
though-
in one.
Josh, let me call you out a little bit, by the way, because I interviewed him after the tournament. I need a little more emotion out of you if you win a car.
That's the thing. Like, I've never had a hole in one
Here,
before.
I'll be Josh.
Yeah,
I'll be
hey,
Josh.
Josh, how many holes in one have you had?
This is my first.
What was your reaction?
It was pretty exciting.
Josh.
I wasn't sure it
Josh,
went in.
I want to see your reaction once we take the car away from you.
Okay. He was very calm about it. I mean, as good as that was and as amazing as that was, you know what's even more amazing? Is that Dillwagon won the long putt. That's what's amazing.
Yeah,
He was a
even said
monster, though.
Kaner said it. We got to 18, and he was short on his chip shot. He was about, 45 feet away?
Yes,
Maybe
it's probably
more.
close to 50.
Yeah, 50 feet away with a big bender, by the way, Moj, big bender. And he was putting great all day, and he said, I'm going to have to make this for longest putt. And he did.
Yeah, I called it.
Dude, we played great. We played, I thought, pretty, not great, but okay.
Yeah,
And we
pretty good.
finished way back.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on. I call BS.
What was the winner? Was like
121.
121.
Mojo, what'd you guys finish? As long as we beat you, I'm happy.
Yeah, we finished like 7 under or something like that.
What did we finish?
We were like 67 into 70.
So
or
we were
something?
7 under.
Yeah.
That's something like that. Right around there.
Anyway, did you guys happen to hear podcaster JJ Redick accepting his his job as the Lakers head coach?
I certainly did.
Because I got a couple I want to play for you. Here's how it started.
And I take this very seriously. I have never coached in the NBA before. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
See, it's what's weird though about him. And look, Moshe, he's good behind a microphone because
course
he's
he
been
is.
good on TV. He's been good on his podcast. He's good at that part of it. He took exception to people saying that about him, and I'm like, it doesn't feel like that's a weird thing to say that the Lakers hired somebody who's never been a coach before. That doesn't seem all that odd. But he was talking about proving all these doubters wrong. Listen to this.
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a like, honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Okay.
You're
Listen,
not doing your podcast there, buddy.
I have no problem. Like we curse all the time, but is that necessary? That
It felt
sounded very
forced.
very gratuitous. Like, watch me. Well,
It felt
you know what this
forced
was?
and rehearsed.
You know what it was? Watch this. I'm going to be a tough guy.
Exactly.
Don't ask me those kind of questions. I'm going to throw 2 F-bombs during it was a live press conference.
Yep.
Live. I don't get it.
Well, it's what you just said. That was a rehearsed answer because he knew he was going to get the question. He's like, watch what I'm going to do here. Like, that's what it was. The other thing that, if you can go back, Nelly, can you get that clip with about 10 seconds?
Let me
Hang on,
show
hang on.
you how blank and serious I am.
With about 10 seconds left in the clip, whenever you have a coaching hire that like gets people, at least media members, a little bit excited because maybe it's a little bit different, the introductory ones are the ones where you always hear them in the background. Can I hear the last 10 seconds of this again, please?
I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Okay, maybe it's a little earlier than that, but there's somebody in the background that goes, I love that. You can hear him say, I love that. And I think it's him just saying the F-bomb at a press conference. And it's maybe the same guy who did this when J.J. Redick was asked about, did he speak to LeBron about the job?
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers' job until Thursday afternoon. About 30 minutes after I was offered the job. He didn't provide any advice.
Did he just say into an open mic that he didn't speak to LeBron about the job at all until... Yeah. Are we supposed to believe that?
That's what he said.
I need a lie detector test. Live. Not that I care. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Why don't you just lean into it and say, LeBron's a friend? Everybody knows the value of LeBron with this franchise, the value of LeBron in this league. He's one of the best to ever play it. I'd be dumb not to advise LeBron. I'd be dumb not to seek counsel from LeBron. I'd be dumb that I wasn't talking to him on a daily basis about this job. Why not lean into it?
Well, I mean, Vic, look at ESPN right now. Headline, LeBron James and Obi Toppin have dunk contest post-workout. That's what they're discussing right now.
So you mean to tell me that this guy, the new coach of the Lakers, tells the world that he did not speak to LeBron James until a day before he took the job? He did not seek advice from LeBron, a man he shared a podcast with for months.
Well, let's hear it one more time.
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers' job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes after I was offered the job. And that was very intentional on both our parts. I knew I had an understanding that he did not want to be involved in this. And for me, I didn't want to go down the path of hypotheticals with someone that I consider a friend and someone that I have a great amount of respect for. So for us, it just came down to literally Thursday afternoon. And I talked to him for about 15, 20 minutes and got off the phone. That was it.
Let me make this very easy for you, J.J. Redick. There were 6 opportunities to become a head coach in the league. So far, 6. Not a single one of those other teams even gave you an interview, even sniffed at you, even considered you. Only one team did. and that's because LeBron James and you shared a podcast.
Yeah.
That doesn't take a freaking scientist, a forensic specialist to figure this out. You were not considered for any other job.
I have a question. And maybe because we are. But why do people think we're so stupid?
I don't know.
Why do people think we're dumb?
You know what? Let me tell you exactly what happened here. LeBron told him, I'm going to tell you what happened. LeBron loves to play in this game. Like my fingerprints.
I'm washing my hands of this, right?
Yeah, you make sure when you take this job, even though I got you the job, even though I personally called
you tell him you did it on your own.
Even though I pretty much got you the job, make sure we had nothing to do with it because I don't want this out there. LeBron thinks we're dumb.
Fine.
LeBron thinks we're dumb.
Well, then Reddick follows along and does what he, quote, says. Let's assuming that you're correct. Joe Williams, the hitman, radio icon of this town, always would say, don't whiz in my boots and tell me it's raining.
Yep.
And that's exactly what and in the long run, Vic, it doesn't really matter. We all know anyway that he's got the job. He's going to be their coach. But why play this game?
Let's do this
and
for a second.
Why play this tough guy game with the F this and the F that and look how tough I am taking this job?
Can I play JJ Reddick?
Please.
Opening press conference.
Please.
Hey, guys, everybody, thank you very much. Listen, I had some tough days at Duke. Nobody liked me. I got into media. After my playing career, 22 seasons since I started my career at Duke, and I've loved every minute of it. This job came up. As you all know, Bron and I are friends. We did a podcast. We chatted about it off camera. When the job came up, I said, hey, what do you think? What if I threw my name in the hat? He said, great. And from there, I did due diligence. I did the interviews, but I wouldn't be in this position if I didn't know LeBron the way I do. I wouldn't be in this position if I don't know the people in this game. I've never been a head coach. I'm confident I'll become a good one. And LeBron's confident that this relationship is going to work. What's so hard about saying that?
Do you guys think you'll win the championship next year?
I really don't give a
But what's so hard about being truthful?
I don't know.
In your
Like
response?
what I said, Vic, it's like if you just said, you know what, I'm done with the media stuff. I'm going to retire. I'm done with this. And the next day, Moj, my best friend is now our co-host.
Right.
And you ask me, you're like, well, Brett, did you talk to him about it? And I was like, no, we actually never did.
No, we never even discussed
Not
it.
once.
Not one time.
Not one time.
Nope.
I wanted that process to take its place naturally.
Moj, when Powder was brought in to work with us, how many years ago was this now?
5.
5. Did we have any impact in his hiring?
Yeah.
Did we talk to our boss at the time?
Absolutely we did.
So do you think people, especially when you're dealing with teams, do you think they talk?
Of course they do.
Discussions?
Yes, of course.
So this guy's going to go up there and tell the world that he never spoke to LeBron about that he was.
I actually think it would be idiotic for a prospective head coach not to speak to LeBron in that context.
He's a liar.
Yeah.
Here's our new co-host, Nolan Kane.
until Thursday afternoon.
Never talked to my brother once about that
Not
job,
at
actually.
all, huh?
No, it just
No.
kind of happened. I didn't want to interfere in the process.
Right.
So,
I want to, just
303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to. Stick around.
I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I love that.
A lot of screaming going on. You just want to sit here and listen to the Chili Peppers all day?
Yes,
Is that what you want to do?
that's what I want.
That ain't happening.
You also said you were going to talk about something, so I was waiting.
Yeah, hey, here's what I want to talk about, Vic. Whether or not you're a hockey fan or even a diehard or whatever, you have to agree with this, right? That when a guy lifts the Stanley Cup over his head, that's better than any Super Bowl trophy, any Larry O'Brien trophy, any World Series trophy, anything, right? Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would agree.
And even if you're not like a super diehard NHL fan, Vic, like you are not, I know you're a fan, but not a super diehard, why is it that when you get a guy lifting it over his head in that iconic moment that it's so much more special than a guy with a Super Bowl? Like when John Elway lifted the Super Bowl trophy after the win against the Packers, it was pretty bitchin'. And Bowling goes, this one's for John. That was pretty awesome. But it's still, the Stanley Cup is still better.
I'll say this. I usually don't make a point to tune in to the post-game festivities after championships, unless your team's directly involved. But I don't watch really the Super Bowl post-game stuff, at the podium, whether it's Bradshaw or Dan Patrick or Nance or whoever's interviewing the coach and the MVP. Don't really care. Same thing in baseball. Same thing in basketball. But I watch hockey. I watch to see kind of what the order of who gets to hold the cup next goes. Like Bob was second last night, wasn't he? I do watch that stuff. I don't know. I think it's really cool.
Yeah, Barkov to Bob. It was pretty cool. It was awesome. Great night. Great stuff. But I'm thinking, is it just the history of the Stanley Cup?
Yeah.
Is it the age of the trophy? Is it the
just think it's
the nature that you don't get a Stanley Cup?
You know what it is?
It passes from person to person forever.
Hear me out on this. It's the very reason why I've become somewhat disenfranchised with college football. Listen to this. It's tradition. It's tradition. It's what you're used to seeing. It's the fact that this has gone on for years and it's passed on for years, and every year you see a different team do it. And in hockey, it still tears you up a little bit when you watch it, correct? Well, look what's happening to college football. The tradition of college football is all but gone. Would you agree?
It feels like it is, yeah.
The rivalries that we became so used to that
None of that matters. It's about the bread.
It's all about the money now. It's all about the tournament at the end of the year. It's a complete remake of what you grew up watching.
Correct.
Now, I'm not saying that at the end of the day, it's not all for the better, Brett. It's not all for the better.
Yeah.
But that shakeup is hard to watch.
Well, you're right. I also think that just the lifting the Stanley Cup above your head is amazing cinema. Like it's just a nonstop tracking shot where
it's two hands.
It's the camera's always moving because the guy's skating around the ice. It's not just you're standing on a podium going like this. It's like camera's moving, pass to the next guy, coming back this way. I just think it looks really cool.
You know what else makes it cool is that they're pretty much on the ice by themselves.
Yeah.
When you're at an NBA game, all of a sudden the floor is full of people.
Yep.
Media people, they just envelop the floor, and it's like you can't even tell, where is everybody? Football game, what happens? Everybody runs onto the field.
Right.
Hockey, ain't people running onto the ice.
Used to could, but not anymore. Now they keep it all at bay.
That's the way it should be.
And I love what Barkov said. He goes, it's heavier than I thought. Because imagine that. None of those guys had ever touched it before in their lives. They may have seen it, but the old superstition, right? You don't touch the Stanley Cup until you win the Stanley Cup. None of those guys has ever lifted it above his head. And again, because I've done it, but it's awkward. It's
nostalgia, tradition. These are things that have taken place over the years. By the way, how about Evan Rodriguez becoming the first Evan with that name etched on a cup? There's no Evans before this year.
He had a great run, by the way.
He did, and he's a great dude. I'm happy for him and his family.
Give me a name that you're certain is not etched on the Stanley Cup. First name.
Victorio?
Vic. Is there a Vic that's ever won the Stanley Cup?
How about Merlin?
Back in the 40s, Merlin was a pretty popular name.
I don't. It wasn't like Jeff. I mean, we're just 80 million Merlins.
It doesn't surprise you in the least that Evan has never won a Stanley Cup?
That's a little bit surprising. Well, I was thinking back to, okay, it's the tradition, it's the age of the damn thing. It's been around a long time. But you realize it's only the 10th oldest trophy in sports?
Okay, let's see. Let me think. What are the oldest? Number one.
You'll never get
in
it.
all of sports?
All of sports, you'll never get
the
it.
America's Cup is in there.
It's in there, but
Yeah.
it ain't close.
Okay, the World Cup is in there.
No, it's not.
Really?
No.
So what?
The oldest sports trophy that's still around.
Is there a derby, a horse racing?
Close. It's called the Carlisle Bells. They date back to the late 16th century. The bells are given to the winner of the Carlisle Bell horse race in Carlisle, Cumbria, England.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Well, the
We're talking
Queen,
about stuff
the
that
Queen.
matters.
Okay.
I really don't give a
Let's talk about. Come on, there's little games, little awards that are given all over the world.
And actually, the Stanley Cup may be a great trophy, but did you see ESPN miss the shot of Barkov lifting it up over his head? Did you see that?
Yes, I did.
Were they planted on the dog?
No, he got it from Bettman. And he skated out of frame, lifted it, and then pulled it back down.
How
And
do you miss
I don't,
that?
dude, I don't know. America's Cup, by the way, Vic, 1848 created, awarded in 1851. It's still going
Brett,
around.
do you know what the America's Cup is?
Isn't that the sailboat racing
sailboat.
thing?
Correct.
Yeah.
Sailboat. Get your
Right.
sailboat. Sail around.
The regatta? Somebody said a name that's never been on the cup, Austin, spelled Auston.
Well, Matthews has never been.
Yeah.
on the
Probably
Cup.
won't be.
Yeah, but has there been an
How about
Austin?
Jesus? Has there been a Jesus on
That's
the
a
cup?
good one.
I don't think so.
Jesus.
Uh-uh.
Jorge? Has he ever been on the Cup?
George? I don't know.
Did I ever tell you guys the story when
How about Mott's?
Well, you got to have a guy on a team that is going to be on the cup. So this is the first guy. There weren't any Jorges on the Florida Panthers.
you guys know George Sedano of ESPN?
Yeah.
So the first time I talked to him, I was producing like early in my career, and I knew him, but I just knew him as Sedano.
Yeah.
So I called him, and he always say, "Hey, is this your first name?" And I got stuck between a Jorge and a George.
You gave him a Jorge, didn't you?
I gave him a Jorge.
He spells it Jorge, pronounces it George.
I gave him a Jorge, and he goes, "That's actually the right way to say my name, but I just say George, so you can just say George." I was like, "All right, cool," but I was super nervous
So he
for a
lets
minute.
you off the hook.
But he said that is
Yeah.
how you say his name. He
Right.
just changed it to George to make it easier for other people.
Absolutely. Fifth oldest trophy in sports, the Claret Jug. How about that? 1872.
Wow. Didn't realize that one.
No. Then there's like a bunch of stuff. Scottish Cup trophy, the Wimbledon trophies. 1877. How about that? And there's another sailing with the elephant on it. And then there's Ashes urn, cricket.
I was going to say a cricket one's got to be on there somewhere.
It's an urn that you would put human ashes in, okay?
Huh?
And then number 10 is the Stanley Cup.
Whose ashes are in there?
1892. I don't know whose ashes are in it, man. Some guy who won a lot of tennis matches.
But the question
Cricket
you
matches.
asked,
I don't know.
The question you asked.
Next question, man.
Somebody just coming back with the dogs again. Vic hating on those dogs.
Forget
I'm
the
not
dogs.
hating
Forget
on
the dogs, Vic.
Stay off
Forget
the dogs. Anyway, it's just when you see somebody.
What about that sled race?
Iditarod?
Yeah, what do you win for that?
A ham sandwich? I don't. Kibble? I don't know, man.
How do you spell Iditarod? Oh,
Come on, dude.
Okay, yeah.
Iditarod.
Yeah, I got it.
The point is, watching guys raise the Stanley Cup over their head, and it's awkward too because
Has anyone ever fallen?
It's wide.
Has anyone ever fallen like backwards on the ice? I know that our
I
boy dented it, but he didn't fall.
No, he was bringing it to the photo and it dented.
And it gets heavier every 10 years, right? They have to add. They remove. That's right. They remove.
They take one band off and put another one.
How much
on.
money do you think you win for winning the Iditarod race?
I bet it's
100
probably
grand.
it's not even that. No, it's probably like
$20K.
$10,000.
$574,000.
Wait, $574?
Yeah, $574,000.
For the dog sled race?
Yeah.
$500,000, dude.
When did it go up?
It said it has increased over the
See,
years.
now them are some service dogs.
Yeah, they are.
Dude, we Brett, look at me. We have to get him off the dogs, please. Please.
Okay. Let's talk cats.
We're not doing any of that crap. No, but honestly, it's just I don't know, Vicky. I think you said it best. It's just special to watch.
Oh, can I say one thing?
The ceremony for the Stanley Cup is special to watch.
You're absolutely right. Here's the other thing. How about getting the pull on Alanis Morissette to do the anthems yesterday, huh? Haven't seen her in a minute.
I know. I didn't realize that it's been so long.
She's also Canadian. What was with her doing the game in Florida?
It's a ballsy move.
She has dual citizenship. She's Canadian and American like Riker is.
Does Riker consider himself Canadian or American first?
Oh, you know what?
What is first?
He's a slippery slope, that Riker.
So it's U.S. versus Canada in the World Championship.
He's Canada all the way. I know. He's an absolute
Fake
Benedict
American.
I know, fake American.
You're fake American,
But hold
Riker.
on a second. So we're at the All-Star game in St. Louis in 2019 before the world shut down. And for all the people attending the All-Star game, all the media and all this time, they have a private concert, right? Little shuttle bus take you to the private concert from your hotel. Who's the concert?
Alanis Morissette?
I want you to know that I'm happy for you. That's pretty good, right?
I would have never guessed who that was by your rendition, but that's fine.
I wish nothing but the best. Keep going.
I don't know this one.
All
right.
Thank you, buddy.
Hey,
So the deal is, she killed it.
She did. No, she sounded great.
No, but in this concert. And I'm like, well,
Oh.
she's like married with a couple of kids now, and not that matters or anything, but I figured she wouldn't care about, keeping playing music, and so I don't know. She absolutely slayed her concert. She was great. I couldn't believe it.
So they kept flashing this photo last night, and we knew about the story, but they made it really pronounced last night because they put a microphone on Matthew Tkachuk. And the photo of Matthew Tkachuk and Jason Tatum as childhood buddies on a bus, maybe to school apparently, when they grew up together in St. Louis. Did you see that photo?
Yeah, that's
How cool is that?
So
He wins an NBA title, and Tkachuk wins the cup in the same year.
Has that ever happened in the same calendar year where high school buddies photographed together at the same? I think it's high school.
It was before that. I mean, they
Was
they
it
grew up
middle
together.
school?
Yeah.
Okay. Grow up to win respective championships the same year?
It's pretty cool, man. And
No, I think it did with Stafford and Clayton Kershaw. Because remember, every time that they were like, once Stafford got to the Rams, they were like high school teammates on the same baseball team. Stafford was his catcher. I think he won the Super Bowl the year after the Dodgers won the World Series. Is that right?
That makes sense. I think I remember something similar to that. That's an amazing story. You grew up with somebody like that, and you chase your dreams in different sports and hit the mountaintop at the same
Wild.
time.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really cool. How about last thing on that? All the Tkachuk family was there. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Keith, big old Walt was there, and their mom. And do you see who was right there in the mix?
Oh, sure.
Brady's there.
Yep.
Why wouldn't he be?
Well, I know, but he's a National Hockey League player too.
So why wouldn't he be there to support his brother?
He would be, and he was over the moon. Like, I mean,
Justin Holiday went out to support Drew Holiday when Boston won. Did you see Justin Holiday there at the ceremony?
Yeah, I did. Yes, and that's, by the way,
Does
that's
opposing
really
team-
cool. It's really cool.
Opposing team brother, is he allowed in the locker room for the celebration or not? Or does he stay away from that? Because he hasn't earned it. If you're
Well, he's
just
not going to touch it. You don't go touching that cup if you haven't won it. You don't even go touching.
Can you drink beer out of it?
Now Keith can, Walt can, big old Walt can, because
But I'm saying if
he's
Brady was
retired.
in the locker room with him, can he drink beer out the cup like they're all drinking beer?
I wouldn't do it.
Drinking beer.
Yeah, but he's not in the National Hockey League.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't tempt the hockey gods, tempt the fates like that. I wouldn't.
Well, it doesn't seem like he's very close to getting one right now anyway. Maybe that's the closest he gets. You never know.
Well, if he gets out of Ottawa, you never know.
303-504-0925. So when we return, move yesterday. You know, we talked about the first domino kind of falling for the Avs offseason. You know, Cogliano retiring after 17 years, so that's one. And it feels like a minor piece, but it's a piece of that story, the offseason story. The Nuggets got their first real one, too, when Reggie Jackson opted back into his second year of his 2-year contract, where is it $5.25, Vic? Is that what he's making next season, Reggie?
Yes, 5.5, I think. Something in
5.5.
in that range.
So the big question is this. This was a no-brainer for Reggie. He's going to get, $5 million, and he's going to have a chance to play on a team that's going to compete for a championship next year and blah, blah, blah. The question now is, I wonder how the Nuggets organization feels about it. He played a lot last year. He was one of your mainstays in that rotation off the bench. He played a lot in the postseason. Mm-hmm. Do they view him again in the same role, or do they want something different out of that spot? Because this is where he gets a little bit murky. We'll discuss it next. See, this is indulging Mosier. This is what we're doing here. We can't do it.
Mosher, who? I'm indulging myself, man. It's good advice.
Wow,
Nice job,
look at
Nelly.
that harmony.
Nice.
Here's what you'll find out, though, Nelly. Because we can't run these on Altitude Television, they just heard you going the alto there.
Perfectly in tune is what you heard, Altitude TV. You're welcome.
That was actually very much in tune. I would agree with you.
No, I do love, by the way, when we have some banger and we're all jamming and dancing, and then on Altitude TV, they just see a silent disco. All they just see is...
And they hear just breathing. That's all it is. Anyway, Reggie Jackson opts into the second year of his player option. And again, for him, that's an obvious move. He makes a shade over $5 million. He gets a chance to stay on a championship team. And for him, it makes all the sense in the world. But does it make sense for the Nuggets? That's the question.
What is going on over there?
Moshe is dying of allergies.
I walked in today. Everything was fine for about the first 20 minutes, and then my face started falling off. Hang on.
Every night before I go bed.
Yeah.
Before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
I take the D.
No, you can't take the D.
How about that D, baby?
I take it every
You
single
can't.
night.
Well, then your body is predisposed to being fine with the D. Mine's not.
I get a body.
My body rejects the D,
I-
and I have crazy dreams, and I'm up all night. I can't do that, buddy.
Listen,
That's great.
the D at work.
Quick sharing the story. Sorry, Brad. We'll get to Reggie Jackson momentarily.
Yeah, can we please?
Yeah. But I actually called my lovely bride about 25 minutes ago and said, I can't believe I'm going to ask you this, but I think I'm going to need you to bring me a Zyrtec D.
And
1,000, 2 1,000, 3 1,000.
she's not interested in an assistant.
I said, actually, let me try to get through the next segment, okay? Okay, there's probably going to be a hell to pay if she's got to get in the car and drive over here
You got
and
an
give me
hour
a
and a
pill
half.
because I forgot it.
You got an hour and a half, and you want your wife to drive like 20 minutes
I
over here to
know.
give you a pill?
Well, she also has a free golf bag for you if you want it.
For me?
Yeah, or
I just got a free golf bag.
your golf
Or not free, but new.
Your golf bag is stupid, and I think we can agree on that. The coloring on that is awful.
It wasn't the color that I was planning on. It looked different on the internet. I will say that. Doesn't matter.
Brett, you got to give Moj lessons, though, because you were struggling hard during the 6 a.m. hour, but you weren't coughing and sneezing and wheezing.
Correct.
You were suffering in silence. You need to give Moj lessons in that
I
regard.
suffer in
Probably
silence
right.
mode.
Okay, I'll suffer in silence the rest of the way, but yes, it does make a lot of sense for Reggie to opt in. Why wouldn't he?
But that's the
Would
question.
Reggie Jackson get $5 million a year on the open market right now? I don't think that he would. So obviously, at 5.25, he wants to re-up at the age of 34. Great, but doesn't make sense for Denver.
That's what I'm wondering. Like, are they okay? Because, Vic, we talk about all the time, they need a backup big. Like, I wouldn't mind upgrading a backup guard either, and especially somebody that can handle the basketball. Reggie was good in spurts last year, and he was really inconsistent in other spurts.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't know if that's something the Nuggets wanted to, I guess, run back with Reggie.
Well, let me query here. The biggest issue, according to a lot of folks, for the Nuggets is they ran out of gas. How do you not run out of gas? You play your backups more, right? Play your backups more during the regular season, correct?
Yes.
I don't know if there's a backup that played more than Reggie Jackson did.
Maybe Christian.
I think he played too much. I think Reggie Jackson played too much. I don't think he was designed to play the minutes that he played.
Well, you don't want a guy in his mid-30s playing a ton, do you?
Well, that therein lies the problem here.
Well, then what's the right amount to play him?
I mean, take a look at the minutes.
He did average 22 minutes a game last year.
Yeah, and where did Christian? I think he had the second most minutes of the team.
In the postseason,
in
he
the
averaged
substitutes.
Yeah, but in the postseason, he averaged 9.8.
I know, but
regular season, he averaged
he just said 22.
22.2, correct.
So Christian averaged last year 3, 2, 1, 20. So yeah, Reggie averaged more.
Reggie Jackson had the second most or the most minutes of any reserve on the team. So if you're
now, he did have to step in when Jamal was hurt at times and play starter minutes
that's
too.
my point. If your solution for the Nuggets next year. If your solution is stand pat, they're fine, they have a championship roster, they'll be fine, just play your backups more, let the starters rest. If that's a solution, well, you can't ask more of Reggie Jackson because he did exactly that.
Yeah.
You can't.
And it
can't
did
say
look like
play
it burned
more.
him out at the end of the year.
Exactly did.
Yeah.
So therein lies the dilemma.
I don't know who would take this. Maybe it's a team that's not competing, that is willing to acquire money for draft capital.
Are you looking at what you're looking at?
You trying to
Reggie's
get rid
trade,
of him?
Trade capital. He could be a chip in a trade.
What I'm saying is, like, if you do a Zeke and Reggie thing, that's $13 million that you could throw in a trade package. You attach a draft pick on top of it. Like, maybe some team is willing to do that for acquiring draft capital. Maybe.
Well, I don't have to keep you up on current events, but we're coming down to the wire here. Today is June 25th.
Tomorrow night is the NBA draft.
Yeah, this is.
I'm not saying necessarily for this draft coming up, but maybe somewhere down the line.
By the way, I am told, and I don't know if this is breaking news, the KCP stuff is heating up something fierce.
What do you mean by that?
Wait, in a good way or a bad way?
I don't know. I know that there's
Oh.
a lot of activity right now for KCP, and we will know something very, very soon.
Activity via other teams or via our team?
Both.
Okay, so basically we're in the whirlwind right now, and it's gonna and the house the house is gonna land out of the tornado soon.
And you may hear something today, even though he doesn't have to opt out until the end of the month. Was it June 29th?
It's the last day of the month, I think.
It's the 29th.
Something can happen sooner than later on KCP. I did ask this question because, once you pull that lever, then all the levers go. Right? That's the big one. The Reggie Jackson one's not a lever. We all knew he was going to re-up.
Right.
That's not, like yesterday's news, that's not a big deal. That didn't surprise anyone. Vlatko, thanks to Jake Coyne who came in, that's not a big deal in terms of surprise. Nobody's surprised by those moves. Once the first surprise move happens is when things get crazy. I asked the question on Twitter before the show today. I said, the NBA draft on the docket tomorrow night, free agency right around the corner. Next 7 days for the Nuggets will be huge. It's the most important week of the offseason. I say be bold. What say you? And I left a poll. Do you stand pat? 6.5% said stand pat. You conservative? Maybe a couple changes. Make a draft pick, and that's it. 11.6% say be conservative. And then there's be bold. And be bold can mean whatever you want it to mean. It can mean
very vague.
It's a very vague term.
And Vic, that's when I've had my discussions
You'll know what
with you.
bold is when you see it.
Okay,
you'll know what bold is.
But when I've had my discussions with you about bold, Brett's perfect. Like, you're vague about it.
Okay.
What about this guy?
Bold,
well, maybe. What about that? Well, that's bold. What about this? What about that?
Bold can mean a lot of things. But anyway, 82% of you want them to be bold. And you're right down my alley here because the rest of the division is improving. We saw what OKC did. I think you have to be better. You have to. And bold can mean a lot of things. Some people may interpret bold as, well, does that mean you want to trade one of the max players? Could be. Or it could be you take the number 28 overall pick, you package that with one of your players you have that perhaps doesn't have a future here. You move up in the draft. You go get a veteran. Who knows? Bold could mean a lot of things. Be conservative means you just stand pat with your draft pick. You go get somebody that was going to play right away. Stand pat, which is, I think, the worst thing you can do, is not change a thing.
Well, I don't think anybody would want that. Like, they got to make some sort of changes. And even, you know what? If they won the championship last year, I even think you need to try to improve and do something in the offseason.
Well, I don't know. Boston, I don't know what Boston's going to do. Boston's probably going to stand pat. Why wouldn't they?
Well, how about this? Would you consider bold giving KCP a 4-year deal at like 18, 19 million per? Is that bold? Because it is standing pat, but that's a pretty bold way to stand pat.
So a 4-year deal at how much?
Like 18 to 19 per.
That's a great question you ask. I would consider that more of, that's the second route, be conservative. He's expected. You resign him. You resign him at a number that you think is doable.
The interesting thing about all of this is
Just so it's not just me, right?
I mean, I've been trying to ignore it, but it's been like every 3 seconds. Is it? It's that
Is
bad?
it that bad?
It's that bad.
Go take a timeout. Go ice yourself. Go take a timeout.
Go take a flush.
Seriously, go take a timeout.
Flush it out.
Get out.
Whatever you got to do, because I can't have that every 2 seconds.
Get out of here. Get out.
Don't you
I
dare.
swear to God, if you touch me with that napkin.
Take a lap.
Anywho.
We had to kick.
Terrible. Take a lap.
I mean, we literally had to kick Moser out
Had to
because
kick
of
one
his
of our
nose.
co-hosts out because his nose just is not cooperating.
I mean, it's wild, and I apologize for everybody listening.
It's
because
every 5 seconds.
at minimum. The thing is with them in this offseason, when you're, and here's my definition of bold. Bold would be like you break up something in the starting five intentionally. KCP might do that, but it wouldn't be intentional. The Nuggets want to bring KCP back.
Would they rather have or lose KCP? Of course they'd rather have
Yes.
KCP.
But I'm saying if he were to leave, that's not the Nuggets saying goodbye. We don't
That's
want
just
you.
because it doesn't fit financially with what they think is the best makeup of the team.
Bold would be like, hey, Michael Porter Jr., we're packaging a trade to make up some cap space and bring in a couple more pieces. That would be bold.
That would be extreme bold.
But that's where I think it would be really easy to get worse than to get better. And
Yeah.
maybe you could get better, but you would be risking a ton in the middle of that.
You're exactly right. But let me say something because I'm going to speak of two teams. One team was bold twice, two bold decisions, and it netted them an NBA championship. They were bold in the Drew Holiday deal. They were bold in the Porzingis deal. They got very bold.
Yep.
One team got bold, the Milwaukee Bucks, and it gave them nothing. They got worse. So you're right. It's a slippery slope. Milwaukee went after Damian Lillard, and they said when that trade happened or when that deal happened, what did we say? Whoa! Giannis and Damian Lillard? Whoa!
You know, it's also the Porzingis and Holiday deals. So you go back and look at what those deals were. It's not like they gave up Jaylen Brown for those.
No,
It was role players.
They gave up bit pieces, but the one part of their team that they did not want to give up, and they finally did, Marcus Smart. Remember, because he was sort of like the heart and soul of their defense, right? And they finally came to the conclusion, we need more offense. We need something better than Marcus Smart. And the combination of Derek White and Drew Holiday, outstanding.
Well, and that's for all these guys on the team. What would be the trade? Like the Celtics decided we need more offense, and we'll sacrifice defense for that. What do the Nuggets need?
So what do you think in terms of offense, defense? Do you think they need more O or D?
The Nuggets?
Yeah.
I'm not sure they need either of them. And I know this sounds like a lame thing to say, but I'm like, they didn't lose in the postseason because their defense was bad. You know, they didn't lose to Minnesota because they were playing poor defense.
So you just answered your own question.
But that was the only series in which the offense didn't show up.
Yeah.
Because their offense was totally fine.
I think they need more offense. And I think it's abundantly clear.
Off the bench?
Somewhere
Or in the starting five?
Somewhere. You can't just go into these lulls. They had a 20-point lead. They had a 20-point lead at home, and the offense, the faucet just shut off. Can't happen.
I don't know what you replace.
Yeah. Somewhere, somehow, you need more offense. It's become an offensive league. You need more offense.
The one thing is clear. They didn't have enough offense off the bench. That was totally obvious.
Well, then
last
that's
year.
where you put it.
Yeah.
See, I'm not asking you to put it in the starting five.
No, I got you.
You got to put it somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
You can't go 5-minute stretches and not score.
Give me a bench player that you were confident was going to give you 10 points a night off the bench. No, there didn't exist.
See, Peyton Watson, you saw that stat. He led all forwards with shots blocked at the rim.
Mm-hmm.
But the offense just wasn't there when you needed it most.
Yeah.
So where's the trade-off then, Vic? Help me out here.
I don't know.
Because the kid, he, as you indicated, was the number one rim protecting
Forward.
in the postseason.
No doubt. In the season.
In the season. So if that's the case, how do you find him minutes? Somebody's got to be able to shoot the ball, right?
Somebody.
I mean, somebody's got to be able to shoot.
And it's more
get better shooting. In fact, the fact that Michael Malone said, "Listen, if Christian Brown's going to play more minutes, if there's any thought at a starting 2 at all, he's got to be able to make shots.
Has to.
Period. End of story.
Has to.
You got to be able to put the ball in the hoop in addition to what else you do.
Offense. The answer is offense. What do the Nuggets need more of? Offense.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. You can also get in touch with us. Courtesy the voice of the people on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Fricky Law Firm. There in your corner. So still a lot to get to. I want to jump back to the NHL Game 7 last night. Florida doing it for America, making sure that Canada continues to stay boxed out of the Stanley Cup. Get to all that in just a second. Stick around. Circus Sports available in Colorado right now. That brand new Circus Sports app. And with the NHL playoffs done, the NBA playoffs done, we got baseball in full swing. But how about this? Don't you love these? Season ends and you get the odds immediately for next year who's going to win the Stanley Cup. The Avs sit currently at 4th on the Circus Sportsbook at plus 1,000 to win the Stanley Cup next year. You can check that out and so much more in the Circus Sports app. Also, don't forget that Circa Million and Circa Survivor contest coming up for the upcoming football season. Get registered in Vegas at the Circus Sportsbook before September 7th, and you have a chance to win millions. So keep all that in mind. Download the app or go to circasports.com.
dream 30 years in the making is a reality. The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup.
Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh my God!
The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history.
Yeah!
Start the celebration, South Florida. The Panthers have done it.
Stanley Cup champions!
The Florida Panthers. The Florida Panthers are the 2024 Stanley Cup champions.
Oh, we crossed the finish line, buddy.
Look out, right?
We crossed it.
What happened?
That one dude, who was that?
Bill Lindsay, analyst for the Panthers and former Panthers player. Played a couple different places, but
He was pretty psyched.
well, yeah, dude, they never won before. I mean, in 30-year history of the franchise, they've never won. They've lost 2. But when he said, "Yeah, Stanley's coming home," I'm like, well, Stanley's never lived there. So, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's semantics. I would be doing the same thing. It's a wonderful, wonderful moment. Incidentally, Nelly, this is my last day of Florida Man. Since we're talking about the Cup today, Brett's people, we play the American music because you were just against Canada for God knows what reason.
We all agree now. I think Brett's on my side. This little game, it's been an outright disaster the last few takes.
This one's fun.
Brett, do you agree?
This one is short and sweet. Nelly, can we get some crime music,
It's a very
please?
low hit rate.
Yeah.
Dateline, June 25th. A man in Central Florida was arrested by police after running through a Walmart parking lot naked. According to Florida Today, police responded to reports of a disturbance at the Titusville Walmart late Monday afternoon. Officers had trouble initially identifying the man due to his lack of identification. They did not release any other information regarding why he was naked. Per the report, police also investigated possible shots fired in relation to the incident. Like, if you're in a Walmart parking lot and you see a dude running naked through the lot, you whip out your 9mm and try to take him down. Bam, 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 bam.
In Lakewood, that's known as Tuesday.
It is true.
Anyway, that's your Florida hit for June 25th, and that'll be the last one, okay?
Now
you can say that. Say it.
Who hasn't?
Who hasn't? Right? There you go.
The Florida Panthers.
So
that was the part. What was?
I don't know.
Here's the thing. There's a lot that we can discuss from that game last night. I will tell you, and I've already had hardcore hockey fan tell me I'm wrong on this. I don't care. I have an issue with giving away essentially the MVP of the postseason to a guy who didn't win. I have a problem with it.
Well, especially when the guy who didn't win wouldn't come out to receive.
And he shouldn't have. Like, that's the right call.
Yeah,
you don't want to go out there while they're celebrating.
I know that is. I don't blame him. It's just a awkward.
J.S. Jaguar did it. He actually went out.
I wouldn't.
And
could you guys do that when another team's celebrating on the ice? You're like, excuse me.
If you see the look on his face when he's presented the Conn Smythe and takes a photo with it, he's totally devastated.
Who are these writers that vote for this? Who are they exactly? Who are the hockey writers?
Them.
Every hockey writer? Like if I write something today,
I don't think it's every. I'm not really sure how it kind of works, but
you don't.
They all get it in.
I'm not trying to be a jerk about this.
I don't blame you.
I understand what they're doing. You have to be true to what you see, and if you see him as the best player, it's fine. But I think you also have to understand the moment. We're in an entertainment business.
Correct.
This is not, this isn't brain surgery. And I think too many people in our business, most of them are sports writers, not to knock sports writers, but you take this job so seriously, so surgically, like it's the end of the world, like there's world peace at stake here for what you do. It's entertainment. We're in the entertainment business. So when you're voting on stuff like this, consider the moment. Consider what we're watching. Nobody wants to see Connor McDavid say, no, I'm not coming out for rightful reasons. Consider what it is.
Well, part of the problem is, too, and if I were to try and defend them, they have to get their votes in 10 minutes before the game ends.
Correct.
Wait, hold on a second. What now?
Yeah. So let's say that Edmonton comes back and wins.
It's
then
at
it
the
makes total
conclusion of the
sense.
final game of the Cup, but it's like the last 10 minutes. You got to get it in. Yeah.
Hold on a second. What if it's 1-1? And the Conn Smythe is on the line. Whoever scores the next one.
Well, it essentially was, Vic. Like, it was anybody's game. I know it was 2-1, but you're telling me there was no shot that Edmonton just could score a goal, put it like they could have. And that's where I'll defend them a little bit, because if they voted for, let's say, Bobrovsky because Florida was ahead and then Edmonton comes back to win on a McDavid game winner, then you'd look just as stupid the other way, right?
What kind of stinks is that the Conn Smythe Trophy, it's been around, God, I want to say it's been around for 60 years, something like that. You know, something of that nature. And there's a lot of history that's involved in this thing. I mean, it's made out of wood, right? Has the little brass plaques on it, or whatever they are. And, you know, the names are inscribed in it, the year and all that kind of thing. It's really pretty cool. It's fun to be at a Stanley Cup party and mess around with the Conn Smythe a little bit, because it's far less interesting to people than the Stanley Cup is. Well, now if you're the Florida Panthers, the Conn Smythe Trophy ain't even yours.
Right.
It's not going to be anywhere, right? It was fun for me I would sit down. I did it on 2 occasions. Sat down at a table with the Conn Smythe and just hung out with it, man. I'm thinking, think of all the unbelievably awesome players who have held this, touched it, played with it. Well, you know, whatever they did with it.
Yeah.
But you know what I mean? But it's made out of wood.
You know,
there's just splinters out of it. It's really pretty cool.
Those player awards amid the chaos of winning a championship, those are always awkward. When Boston won it and Jason Tatum won, what do they call it? Most valuable player? What do they call it?
Finals MVP.
Finals MVP. You could sense a little tension there, couldn't you? A little bit.
Yeah.
Between Brown and Tatum?
Yeah. Just not that between the two of them, just sort of like, it just didn't feel right.
Well, and that one, again, that was a little bit, I guess, weird, because nobody really had a super standout, oh my God type of performance during the finals. Guys played well, but like Jokic was obvious. Jokic was like 33 points a game, 12
Well,
boards.
he was obvious in that series, but I would say the MVP of the Lakers series may have been Jamal. So
he may have been.
True.
Yeah, he may have been.
Yeah. There's something that doesn't sit right giving a guy who lost an MVP for a playoff run when you didn't have the ultimate trophy.
The one thing I don't know about it is you've got to get your votes in. You have a ton. It's the pro hockey writers is who it is. Now, how many? Because I'm sure, and I know this for a fact, not all members of the Pro Hockey Writers Association are at the Stanley Cup. So can you do it electronically? Do you have to be on the premises and be a member of the PHW? I don't know how that works. I really don't know. I'm sorry, Vic. I wish I knew more information. I have nothing to do with it. It absolutely has zero bearing on my life in terms of voting or anything of that nature. So I don't get into the fine details of it.
303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to here, and I want to bring back some of this audio if you guys missed it. JJ Redick was almost playing tough guy at his introductory press conference. Throwing out a couple F-bombs. I don't know how many guys have done that in their opening introductory press conferences before. 2 of them back-to-back. It felt very forced and calculated, so we'll get there in a minute. You guys can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app that is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So some of that audio coming back. And by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this. Peyton Manning was a happy man yesterday.
I saw that. I saw how happy he was.
Celebrated another championship. We'll get to that next as well.
and I take this very seriously. I have never coached in the NBA before. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
It feels like the very first time. And it feels like the first time. It feels like the very first time.
So again, JJ Redick introductory press conference yesterday. Some of them felt rehearsed, some of these answers.
I get that he's a confident guy. I get that.
That's obvious.
And he has been in the span of his media career, and I'm sure his basketball career as well. Good, fine. But to act like the lack of coaching experience is some sort of off-limits discussion, or it's ridiculous to even ponder if this is going to work because he's never coached in the league is dumb. And the fact that he has so much bravado about it, and he opens it up, I don't know if you guys have heard, but I've never coached in the NBA. Yeah, well, no guff, Chet. And listen, until you prove that you can do it, it's perfectly fair to be a storyline. It's perfectly fair for it to be a question mark.
Hey, listen, I like JJ Redick, but he's not going to have like the benefit of the doubt here because we all kind of feel the same thing. He got the job because he was LeBron's podcasting buddy and they talked hoops, and LeBron thought, oh, that's a pretty good mind. How about we throw him into the mix? And that's why a couple of these clips come in. I'll play the first one about his communication with LeBron during this. You tell me, truth or outright lie?
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes after I was offered the job. And that was very intentional on both our parts. I knew I had an understanding that he did not want to be involved in this. And for me, I didn't want to go down the path of hypotheticals with someone that I consider a friend and someone that I have a great amount of respect for. So for us, it just came down to literally Thursday afternoon. And I talked to him for about 15, 20 minutes and got off the phone. That was it.
Don't insult me, man. Don't insult me. Don't do that. Don't. You can. I mean, you could say a lot of things. Don't insult an NBA fan's. Humans.
The lie detector determined that was a lie.
Breaking news. I got some breaking news from the Raj.
Raj just came to our studio and put some up on the screen.
Yeah, the Avs have come to a new agreement on a 3-year contract with Casey Middlestat. So the restricted free agent has re-signed with the Colorado Avalanche.
Great.
Terms of the deal not disclosed, but that's big.
Well, I would love to know those terms.
First domino right there, Vic. First domino.
I'd love to know those terms because those terms will impact what they have left over.
Casey Middlestat was making, what the heck was he making? He was making No. The total set. What was he making? Help me out, Brett.
Okay, well, you talk about the signing.
I think he was making 2.5. He was making 2.5. He was making 2.5. Okay,
3 years, $7.5 million deal. So yeah, 2.5.
He was making 2.5. So he's going to get a pay raise. There's no doubt about it. But I mean, think about how good he's going to be in the future as well. Now that he's part of this franchise, right?
Well, everybody has been pining for a true second-line center, and you found that at the trade deadline last year. Now you have somebody who's solidified for 3 more years.
The question is how much you had about with Cogliano retiring. You had about $16 million in cap space, I want to say, somewhere right around there. But you had to get guys under contract, including Casey Middlestat and RFA, and I'm glad they got it worked out. And you're trying to do Jonathan Drouin, who's a UFA, right? And you're trying to do a Sean Walker, who's a UFA. You can't get everybody in. Plus, Duhaime is UFA. Kiviranta's UFA. Trennan, UFA. Caleb Jones, Jack Johnson, UFA.
Stop. Sorry.
UFA.
UFAs. How many of those UFAs can they actually fit?
I don't know.
That's the thing. That's why I'm curious
don't
to know what is Middlestad's deal. What's his contract?
He's getting a raise, so and this will take him theoretically to UFA status. But you play that game. You have to play that game.
Who's the Middlestad? I think there's a Middlestad that plays for Team Germany. One of those European teams right now in the Euro Cup.
Are you asking if they're related?
Could be.
Gross.
Listen, for him to get that deal done, and look, we knew that he was, as good a news as this is, Moj, it's not like we were scared he was ever going to leave. He was an RFA. They were going to find a way to bring him back.
Yeah, because the Avs have the leverage. He doesn't have the leverage in that regard.
And so the term, I think, is going to matter on this because this is now fitting the puzzle pieces together.
Well, I mean,
Can you fit Druin?
The term is a 3-year contract, but it's
the cash.
The value, correct.
The cash per year is what's going to matter here because you're still trying to fit Jonathan Druin in because you don't want to lose him. But I think this is just my take on this. I'm kind of willing to sacrifice maybe a little bit of depth to make sure that those top-end pieces are there, especially with the unknown of Al.
Well, how long have we said the Avs need a competent 2C, right? How long have we been saying that? Since Kadri left, right? So they got their 2C, and they love him. Teammates love him. They got him. Your top two lines look good still. They look good.
But think about it now. Here's the story. He's back.
Yep.
But when you activate Landeskog, assuming that you're going to, and you activate Val, assuming that you're going to, and oh, by the way, Logan O'Connor is coming back.
Yeah, Logan's a big one.
That's all your money right there.
And by the way, Vic, you were looking for Maximilian Mittelstadt, who plays for the German national team and VfB Stuttgart.
See what I'm saying? See? Look at the brain go work. Look at that brain.
Did you say, look, the brains that are working? It didn't sound like it was working too well, buddy.
I played with Vic and his two brothers yesterday in the foursome at Sanctuary. And we were on, I think it was our 17th hole, I think it was number 8, lining up for like a 100-yard shot onto the green. And Adelio gets up and yells, probably more than the kid who actually hit the hole-in-one and won the car.
Through my phone.
I was actually scared. I was like, I don't know what's going on. It came out of nowhere because it was quiet.
Loud, hard. You know why he yelled?
Yeah, because Italy tied the game in the 98th minute to advance into the knockout round of the Euro Cup 24.
These guys, by the way...
Where was he born?
Who?
Where was your brother born?
Here.
By here. Describe here.
Denver, Colorado, United States of America.
United States of America.
Huh?
Did he have the same reaction when they put 2 on Bolivia the other night? Because I'm about to question Adelio's
Did he
loyalty
react
to
the
this
same
country.
way?
That's a good point. That's it. We should question him for that.
Yeah, let me tell you what my experience was yesterday during that, by the way. It was them in silence for about 12 holes, looking at their phones in between every shot and taking 3 minutes in between because they wouldn't leave the cart to go hit the ball. They'd just be sitting in there watching the game.
Watching Italy. And by the way, they're
and
playing
then moaning
Croatia.
the whole time.
Yeah.
Oh, God, you missed your header. How do you miss that header? That was the entire conversation.
Well, in their defense, and you're talking about during Euro Cup, we're talking about Casey Middlestad and what's this guy's name?
Maximilian Mittelstadt with the umlauts over the A in Mittelstadt.
Of course he does. Fancy pants. All this stuff going on, right? Italy sucked at soccer lately. They've not been good at soccer. They're missing World Cups. Their team got old. They got a bunch of young guys who don't know what the heck they're doing. So the fact that they earned a draw against Croatia, that's now the biggest thing on the planet for you, for your family, Vic?
Well, I also want to know this. There's this story that came out after the game, Vic, of the Italian manager. I don't know his name. But he was, is it Spalletti? Is that his name?
I don't know.
Here's a portion of this article. A man known for wearing his heart on his sleeve and unable to hold his tongue when he feels he has been betrayed has accusations of a mole in the squad.
What?
He hit back at the journalist. There is obviously someone in the team who is passing on information that person is damaging the team. You've been told that. You haven't interpreted that. Don't claim this is poetic license. That's what he said. He's very mad about how do you have a mole on a soccer team? What does that mean?
Was Andre Iguodala play for the Italian national team?
Yeah, like what exactly is happening here?
I don't know what that means. I have no idea. It's all soap operatic over there. It's a different level.
To go back to Middlestat, though, Moj, obviously this was something that we knew was going to get done. We still don't know the actual cash, the AAV on this deal, but I think you need all the help you can get. Like in an ideal world, and maybe you're going to be forced into this anyway. Let's say that Gabe comes back, okay? Which is the hope. If he doesn't come back this year, then we have major questions about is he ever going to play again?
Well, no, I would say this, and I think that Gabe would probably tell you this. If he can't play this coming year,
he's done.
Then I think the retirement is going to be the next option, and
you
I think
can't
everybody
go 3 years off.
Correct. I think everybody realizes that. If this doesn't, well, and let's put it this way: if this doesn't work, there are no other alternatives.
Right.
This is a radical surgery. This is a big-time radical surgery. And if it doesn't work, you don't have other options at all.
So, Gabe coming back, I think that Val's going to have to come back because I don't know what your other option is. But let's just say that Val comes back and he's same old Val and he's great. And now you have Middlestat coming back on a contract. If you sign Drew into a contract, on top of getting LOC back, like, Moj, that's pretty damn formidable forward group.
It's pretty good, but you look at the back end, they only have 4 guys under contract in that regard.
All right, so we're getting some numbers creeping in here. According to Jesse Montano, he's got 3 years and AAV of $5.75 million for Middlestat.
That's pretty good bread, but that's about what's in line for a guy that is his stature now. He's still a young player, and he's your number 2 center.
I mean, think about how good Val was and what he was playing at. It's just a little less than what Val was making. Think about that. What was Val at? 6.2?
Yeah, something like that.
Is at. That contract is through 2030. Is at.
Well, they want it to be was at.
Was at.
They want it to be was at.
Okay,
you
fine.
could say
fine.
is at.
Fine. That's fine, and it would allow them more flexibility to do things. But again, Val's a good player. I don't know how. Humanistically, I don't know how you welcome him back into that room. But
that's
realistically, there's nothing you can do about the contract.
That's what's crazy about these contracts. Like, these are similar contracts. All right, Casey Middlestat, Val Nichushkin.
Well, Val got a long deal.
All right, but they're similar in number. AAV. They're similar in number, right?
They're off by what's his 5.75?
Yeah,
they're about $300,000 apart.
Okay.
$400,000 apart.
And no disrespect to Casey Middlestat. None. Val Nichushkin is twice the player.
Well, he does a lot more.
I mean, come on. He's twice. Come on. You know what I'm saying?
Understood, but also the length of Val's contract. It's way more total dollars, Vic. Way more total. And so you stretch it out over the course of a contract. That's why you take a lesser AAV for a longer-term deal, right, Cater? Yeah. This is a shorter deal, a 3-year contract at reportedly, according to Jesse, 5.75.
What was Miles Wood's deal? He's only getting like 2.5 a year, but he signed for a long time.
Yeah, it's like I think he signed a 6-year deal, something like that. 6?
Okay,
I'd have to look it up.
Again, can I live in make-believe world for a second? And just
Miles
pretend,
Wood won't be a free agent until 2029.
Can you guys join me in the utopia for a minute?
Sure.
Okay. Landy, McKinnon, Miko. Val, Middlestat, Leckie. Druin, Miles Wood, and then who?
He's a winger. I think you're looking at Logan O'Connor in the middle.
Logan?
LOC. Well, I mean, it's Ross Colton.
Ross Colton.
But if you're talking up the middle, it's Nate, Middlestat, Colton, LOC. Well, it may not necessarily, but LOC specifically,
but what I'm saying is,
because he's a winger. But I mean, you could maybe put him there.
You could ideally put Drew in if everybody's healthy and all that, everybody's back and everybody's fine.
It was Trennan in the postseason, so
understood. But you could ideally put Drew in third line with Ross Colton and Miles Wood.
He can play anywhere.
And then it's like you got LOC on the fourth. Like, Moj.
You're looking pretty good. And then you have some kids.
You have a Kovalenko maybe.
That is correct. Exactly right. And on the back end, you've got 4 guys right now. You've got McCarr, Taves, Girard, and Manson, right?
Mm-hmm.
And by the way, you got those guys not only this coming year, but the following year as well. They're all under contract for the next 2 years. But then you have other spots to fill out. I mean, that's only 4D. You need 7D. So if you're thinking, is Malinsky ready to make that jump? Again, that's cost effectiveness, but can he play minutes? And who's going to, if Jack Johnson.
Malinsky played well.
Yeah, okay, but he's not, if Jack Johnson is not coming back, and he's 37, so he probably won't, who's going to be that other, perhaps stay-at-home physical D guy?
Yeah. And again, Texture says there's no way the team is okay with Val walking back into that locker room. Like, you have to think practically, okay? They might have to be okay with it. You know what I mean? Because what the hell else are you going to do?
You know what? I don't think that Texter is going to be okay with the cop pulling him over for doing 55 and how about this? 59 and a 55.
Yeah.
But there ain't nothing you're going to do about it, right? I mean,
right.
Okay, Texter, you may be right about that. Guess what? You likely don't have a choice.
That's it.
What do you mean?
You can't get out from underneath the contract.
Sure you have a choice. You don't have to play him. You can't. You might have to owe him, but you don't have to play him. You don't have to trust him. You don't have to put him in that position.
But Vic, and he's under contract till 2030. So what are you going to do about that money for the next 6 years?
I'm going to look at you in the face, and I want you to answer.
Look at me in the
honestly.
face.
Do you think Nathan McKinnon wants Val Nichushkin back?
I would doubt that.
Do you think he trusts Val Nichushkin?
I don't know why anybody would.
If your best player doesn't want you back, do you think the rest of the room wants him back?
Your best player is also smart enough to realize what that does to your franchise contract-wise and the hamstring situation.
Figure it out.
Okay, well, here's the thing.
Figure it out, man.
If he's back, well, let me explain this. If he's back and he minds his P's and Q's, I think, and it has to be for a while.
I don't care if he's Mother Teresa.
But then he's entirely tradable.
I don't care if he's Mother Teresa. Come April 20th, when the playoffs start, you're going to be sitting there worried like a wart.
Yes, I will be.
And they all will.
I'm sure. What choice do you have, Vic?
Not that choice.
Because you're tied up?
Not that choice.
Okay. Well, he's owed almost $40 million coming up.
Not that choice. Do you want that choice?
But Vic, I'm with Moj. It's like the number one goal for Nathan McKinnon is to win a cup. As much as he might have to grit his teeth, if the only options are Val's getting paid no matter what, he either plays or he doesn't, it's a lot better chances to win a Stanley Cup if he plays than he doesn't. It just is.
And by the way, he's supposed to be in the player program, right?
Correct.
Why is he playing summer league hockey in Russia?
I don't know, Vic.
I mean,
the players are
just a complete hypocrisy.
Players are allowed to do their program wherever they choose.
Do you see the hypocrisy here? Is it just me? Why are we letting this guy skate?
Who's we letting who do what? I don't look at me. I'd rather actually have him, assuming he's going to be back on the roster at some point, I'd rather have him keeping his head in hockey than, you know what I mean, Brett? Come on.
Yeah, I get it.
I understand your frustration, Vic, but what I think is you're using, this is all emotion. You're not using enough logic in talking about the situation.
By the way,
no, I think the only logic is you're going to do whatever you can as a franchise to appeal to the NHL that this is not like other cases that have transpired, and we have to have a way out.
Agree.
Or you're going to hogtie you're going to set a precedent here that could hogtie a lot of franchises and handcuff them.
By the way, before we get to break, Chris McFarland on Casey Middlestad's 3-year extension. Casey was a great fit for our lineup, a big contributor to the team down the stretch and in the playoffs. His game has improved every season, and he took yet another big jump this past year. We believe he has an even higher level to reach, and it was important to get him signed for several years. Casey is an exciting playmaking center with good vision and hands, and at just 25 years old is going to be a big part of our team moving forward.
He absolutely is going to be a big part of the team moving forward. Absolutely. I mean, this is Again, you got cost effectiveness when you first got him, right? But a guy that you needed in that spot. So I think it's great. I think everything that Chris McFarland said there is perfectly right on the money.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Yes, Moshe.
And the last thing, too, I mean, you think about his season overall. He had 57 points, career high 18 goals. Would it shock you if next year Casey Middlestat scores 20 goals and has 70 points? Would that blow your mind?
Nope.
No, it wouldn't blow my mind either. And for that player at 5.75, that is right on the ballpark, in the ballpark, right on the money.
I got to answer one more text, 5188. Why can he skate? I'm talking Val. Dude's upset about what? That you want to take away someone's ability to make a living? I'm not saying that.
No, he's not.
I'm not saying I'm questioning the player rehab program, whatever the hell it's called.
It's a drop-in game. He's not getting paid money.
That's all I'm saying is I'm questioning what is the program when you're allowed to just go around the world and what is this? What is it? Hey, guys, go get better. You got 6 months to get better. Is that what it is?
Yeah.
That doesn't seem very effective to me.
And by the way, I love Italy as much as the next guy. But I've got a real problem with you Italians, and I'm going to tell you what it is.
They know what this could mean. Calafiori here, though, making a run forward. Sakanye! Oh! That is sensational! Has he rescued them right there?
I'm going to be on record as saying I love Italy. I love Italians. I love the country itself more than you can possibly imagine. Changed my life, Vic. In fact, there are many Mosers in Italy. I was asked if I was Italian,
Okay. Yeah.
as you know.
Okay. Yeah.
Quit JJ Redicking this thing. Don't lie to us. Don't lie to my face. Slap you across the face with it.
I really don't give a
Here's the Italian soccer roster.
Why? Why are you going
Well,
through it?
I'm going to give you an example. Gianluigi Donnarumma, he's a goalkeeper.
Great goalie.
Giovanni Di Lorenzo plays defense. Federico DiMarco. D'Annunzio Fonzarelli.
Oh, D'Annunzio's a great first name.
I'm teasing.
Vic said he's a great goalie, and I told Moj, I go, make up a name. Let's see if Vic actually knows this.
Arthur Fonzarelli. Gianculo Mancini. Okay, this is okay.
What's your point?
Thank you.
The team Italy baseball roster.
I know, it's a difference. They don't play baseball there.
David
Why is
Fletcher.
this-
Hold on a second. Dave Fletcher. Dominic Fletcher. Nicky Lopez.
Great.
That sounds
great
pretty Italian right
Nicky
there.
Lopez.
Brett. This is the World Baseball Classic, right?
Hey, Slicky
Team Italy.
Nicky, forget about it. Hey.
Brian Sullivan.
Bro.
What?
Bro, let me defend.
Stephen Woods.
What's the point?
What's the point? We get it.
Matt Festa.
What's the point?
Well, clearly Italians don't play baseball.
Yes. You know what? I can make the case for a lot of other teams. You know that Team Italy is the only team in the Euro Cup. Every single player is homegrown.
Really?
Every single player.
Really?
These other countries have guys who hop around.
This is an Italian happy hour.
I know. He brought it up. Spain's got a left forward who's playing. Spain's forward is named Williams.
So let me ask you again, Moj. What's
Williams
the
Jr.
point?
Well, the point is that I question Mario and Adelio Lombardi's loyalty to this country. When they're going crazy,
I actually do too.
when they're going crazy and throwing phones across the fairway because Italy, quote, tied a game, big deal.
I do want to know, Vic, if we were on that same golf course, playing the exact same thing, U.S. down 1-0, they need one in extra time to go through. Is Adelio taking off on a 30-yard sprint after the U.S. ties it up? Is he doing that?
Probably not.
Where do the loyalties lie here?
Call the FBI.
But if
these
Italy,
are, they're like you talk about moles, these are plants.
But I could say this with all honesty: if Italy were playing the U.S. in a soccer game of any consequence, and we've seen it before, all three of us are rooting for the U.S. Hands down. It's not even
I
close.
saw that reaction from
Hands
Adelio.
down. No, this is a tournament in the other part of the world taking on other countries. If it's Italy versus U.S. and we've seen it, Italy played the U.S., we are rooting for the U.S.
So
We're not
if the
hypocritical.
U.S. was, who are they playing? Croatia, right?
No, the USA played Bolivia.
No.
Oh, Italy played Croatia, yeah.
So U.S. is down 1-0 to Italy.
Yeah.
98th minute.
Yeah.
U.S. hits the exact same shot. I'm getting a sprint from Adelio on the golf course.
Probably not the same reaction because it's a different emotion. Now you're dealing with two teams who you have some affinity for, right? There's no affinity for Croatia.
I'll tell you
But that would have eliminated Italy and advanced the U.S.
I'm just telling you how patriotic.
Well, let me say how this goes too. If you and I don't know that you're going to do DNA tests, but if you did DNA tests of the Italian players and the Croatian players, there's no doubt in my mind they share like they are all related to each other. Even though they're from Croatia and they have like Croatian names, and Italy is right across the Adriatic Sea from Croatia.
Yeah, it's right there.
And there's a lot of getting it on, having gone on, I'm sure.
Did you know
over the years between Venice, you could swim to Croatia from Venice.
Did you know I just took a DNA test? Turns out I'm 100% that B.
Oh my God.
Hey,
I did not high five on that. I did not expect that.
Yeah.
Okay? Good job. I did not expect that.
I'm going to give Powder a lot of credit here because golf is a game of focus, right? So yesterday, he's playing with me and my bros, and on the first tee, the one where you bomb the drive, that guy got longest drive.
Right.
It takes amazing focus because that's a tough drive. It's
It
gotta be
is
straight.
really tough.
Of course, we use my drive on that hole. But anyway, it's a tough drive. And he's up there. His driver was off yesterday. Not near where we needed it to be.
Terrible.
But as he's about to hit the ball, we're playing music.
They're gyrating.
And tell him what we're doing.
They're gyrating behind.
We got a little dancing.
What do you mean?
going.
Like how gyrating?
Like
But
we're in
Like
unison.
Shakira, like
In
Shakira,
unison.
the
Yeah,
hips
we're-
for life type of
We're
stuff?
moving our hips like Shakira.
Oh, gosh.
Hoping to motivate him.
and as you're looking over the ball, all I see is a shadow. Like
hoping.
this in the background.
I'm not sure that Vic moving his hips in his shadow over my ball is going to motivate
Also,
me.
on that hole, Dahlia went to go find his ball in the woods and came out with 14 golf balls.
That's another thing, by the way. We're waiting to hit the ball.
14.
The green's open. And Vic and Adelio have been in the woods for 10 minutes. And all I hear is Vic doing this. Oh, dude, there's another one. Go get another one. No, there's one right there. Go get it.
Easter egg hunting, baby.
Moving my hips like, yeah.
Tell me
I
you've
don't
never
know how we got there, but
Tell me
anyway,
you've never done that. When you're hunting for a ball and you see one, you got to have it,
100%.
right? It's
Yeah,
the
and
way it works.
it usually ends up being like a noodle,
Right,
some
right.
crap ball.
This is Sanctuary. There's all Pro V1s, baby. That's why you're hunting.
I found a crappy Dunlap
probably
and a
Brett's.
strudel yesterday.
Probably Brett's.
Probably.
What are you playing? You're playing like $12 for 2 dozen?
No, I actually used those points for the TP5s, and I lost almost all of them yesterday.
Jeez.
The amount of times I said, Vic, drive down there. Let's see if I get, and I would just put it
Let's
way
see if I
out.
got.
Yeah.
Let's see if I got lucky.
No.
Yeah. Back to it real quick though. I'm paying attention to the Euro Cup. I'm excited about it. When's Team USA play again on our side?
Well, they played
Thursday, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's Thursday.
Okay.
You know, I think the difference is that cup, that tournament, is not nearly as exciting or as close as the Euro Cup in terms of world levels. It's
absolutely.
So that's one of the reasons why one's always dominated by the Argentines.
When did the Copa America come into being? Do you recall?
I don't know.
Because
I don't know.
what's the one that just northern?
There's that CONCACAF.
CONCACAF is all around
yeah.
there, but then you get the South American teams in, and we always get waxed by Brazil and Argentina and everybody.
Mhm.
It's just the way it is. Venezuela takes us down. Panama gives the U.S. a bunch of crud all the time.
As long as we're on the soccer talk, can we give Chris Armas a kudos for what he's done with the Rapids
Yeah,
this
they're
year?
crushing it.
Are you kidding me? The run that they're on, the
playing
run that
great.
the Colorado Rapids are on offensively, dude, they score goals, bro. Bro, they score.
And that's been
38.
That's been their problem in recent
They
years.
score
They
goals.
couldn't put the ball in the net.
And
They're fourth in the West right now, dude.
did you see how dynamic Dix was the other night?
Yeah.
Did you see how loud and we got to get to?
We
a
gotta-
game
we
again.
gotta get out
We got
there.
to get out there again.
Brett-
We do that every year.
We do it every year. We got to get out there again.
So they're sitting there in fourth place in the Western Conference right now. I was looking to see if they're near the top in goals scored this year. They got 38. The most in the West is Real Salt Lake. They have 40. Inter Miami leads the way with 46. And I guess when you have Messi on there, that's going to help you a little bit. But they're having a great start to the year. Great.
See, we got people chiming in here. Golfers, we're all alike. We're all alike. When I go play golf, and if I see an available golf ball in the weeds, not one in the fairway. I know people that actually take them when other people are playing, but it's in the weeds. I'm going to get it no matter what it is because that's just the way I am. This guy says, I once played a par 3 and found over 30 golf balls in one section. What's the most ball? We played around once, and my son filled his entire golf bag to the point where we couldn't lift the golf bag.
Why?
That seems a little much, man.
Because they're there. There's no rhyme or reason.
You ask Kawhi, and his answer is
Because.
But, I mean, think
Always
about it.
love that
Think about
answer.
it. You're out there in the wilderness playing golf.
Mm-hmm.
There's a golf ball nearby. How do you not pick it up?
I do pick it up. I do.
He doesn't.
I do.
He He hit a couple that barely trickled in, and you know what his reaction was? Oh well.
Oh well.
Not me.
I got him for free.
Dude,
Might
I
as well
chased
leave
that.
him.
Dude, I go
Here's the
head
thing,
first
though.
in there.
When it's like, it was like 98 degrees yesterday. It was hot.
It's going to
and
be
I'm
hot
like,
today.
It's rattlesnake times. I'm not going in the middle of tall
give me a
weeds. I'm not doing it. I'm
But
not.
in all honesty, I've seen a gigantic rattlesnake at
You didn't
Sanctuary.
fall for the rattlesnake yesterday.
You guys have tried that the last 2 times. Doesn't work on me. The
Well,
most
you're
you
afraid
get.
of them.
I am afraid of them. But usually they aren't curled up in a ball right next to my end of the cart going, doing that face. Usually that doesn't happen.
Graham says, Vic is the guy taking a fistful of free mints. Yeah, I am. I am that guy. I am. Yeah, I take after my grandpa. You go to the bank, you know how they have the lollipops and suckers?
Yep.
I got them. I ain't leaving without those.
Riker's Liquor Store.
Yep.
You know they got free lollipops.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
How do you resist? How do you resist taking that stuff?
Because I don't need it.
Yeah, because
I don't
it's
eat
not
lollipops.
necessary.
I don't need to eat 87 mints and have my mouth full like a chipmunk. I don't need to do that.
Hey, just wait till today. When we play Castle Pines,
Mm-hmm.
they have these little stations where they have gum, candy, all this stuff. Oh boy,
Great.
go to work.
Okay.
Dude,
I
you don't need
won't.
to, you don't need to do that.
Oh, Castle Pines? Is that the place with gum and candy? Yeah.
And see, I'm not alone. Ant says it right here. I'll get all the balls out of the water when I see them with my scooper. It doesn't matter how many there are. I'll get them all out of the water.
You gotta
Now,
keep
if
the
you're-
pace
if
of
you're-
play
you
up.
gotta
Let's
keep the
go.
pace of
Come
play.
on,
You gotta,
man.
That's why we're
You
in a
guys-
hurry.
you
We're in
guys
a hurry.
didn't,
Let's go.
though.
Let's go.
You didn't.
Let's get him. Let's get him.
There's no doubt in my mind the Lombardis have like a side hustle with like a golf ball website like wefindyourballs.com.
Yeah. Hold on. Do you think I can get away with doing that?
Phrasing. Try it.
Wefindyourballs.com.
You know what I
I'd
really
leave it off
enjoy
the
doing?
Why do you
screen.
guys always have to do
Let me
that?
tell you what I enjoy doing.
You're
Have you ever
bad
been-
people.
This
Hey,
site cannot be reached.
Moshe,
It is not secure.
Moshe, tell me you've been on a course where the scuba diver shows up
Yes.
to go to the bottom of the pond to find all the
Yes.
golf balls. Is that not the most exciting moment? of the
Dude,
day?
I've often
It's exciting.
I've often wanted to be the scuba guy.
It's exciting.
I will do it for free. I will go scoop as long as if you give me half, and I'll give you half. Side hustle. I will learn. I'll go to Chatfield and learn to scuba, and then I will become that guy.
And then you can go to wefindyourballs.com for a great deal.
Great deal.
303-504-09.
TP5s.
Texture says, how about
Bridgestone.
we'll grab your we'll snag your, whatever you want. 303-504-0925 back after this.
It is summertime. It's hot outside. Going to be hot again today, but it also means road trip time. And it also means awesome, awesome deals at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Get to that next barbecue in style with that brand new ride. Get to the kids' games, wherever you're going, grandma's house. Do it in a brand new rig from Silterhar. And get this right now at Silterhar Motors in Broomfield. Financing as low as 2.9% on all certified pre-owns. That's crazy right now. Ask for the Moser Special by name. $1,000 in free accessories or free 3-year maintenance or an extra $1,000 in trade allowance. You ask for it, they are going to deliver it. So get to Highway 36 and Wadsworth to see their awesome selection or go right online at sthmotors.com. That's sthmotors.com. Silterhar.
The Pro V1s, I think.
Absolutely. I like the you know me. I'm a Bridgestone guy. The yellow tour, the BXS tour.
I would
ball.
have no idea.
Yeah, well, you've played with me a million times.
I don't.
You don't
especially
pay attention to the balls I hit?
What do you think I hit?
Junk. You hit range ball. Whatever you can find is what you play.
It's not true. I just hit whatever ball I can find within reason.
Anyway, exactly. Vic's on his way down to go talk to Wyndham Clark, whom we had in studio. What about a month and a half ago?
Yep.
Denver's own Wyndham Clark to talk about the upcoming BMW Championship. It's going to be absolutely awesome. And the news broke during our show here today. The Avs have re-signed Casey Middlestat to a brand new 3-year contract. And again, it's something that had to get done, and you knew it was going to get done. And I think, look, when you're talking about a career-high 57 points and 18 goals, and at the age of 25, it wouldn't surprise me next year at all if he gets to 20 and 50 and gets to 70 points. I mean, I think the uptick for this guy with this particular franchise is going to be big. I don't know what happened in Buffalo. It's none of my business. That organization doesn't develop guys the way they should. I mean, look at Reinhart doing what he's doing, winning the Stanley Cup last night, right?
Right.
So I don't know what they are or are not doing there, but I know what this franchise is about. I know what I think his career path is going to be, and I think it's going to be very, very good.
It's a totally necessary piece, and that's what I liked about that move at the deadline last year. That wasn't just a short-term, hey, let's make a quick burst to try and win a cup sort of thing. That was, okay, this is going to help us definitely in the short term, but also this guy in his mid-20s.
Correct.
Who can be here for a few more years at a very, very critical position that mattered in winning a championship just a couple of years ago with Naz Kadri in the middle. Like, you notice the difference when he was there and when he's not. And you can't find the production that Kadri had. Like, that's not, I guess, the bar that I'm setting for Middlestat. But having somebody who actually makes an impact, I think, does matter. And now it's a question of, we know the AAV on this, which is 5.75 over 3 years.
The cap, by the way, Cap Friendly is still active. I know the Washington Capitals bought it, and they're going to shut it down, I think, in a week.
Okay.
But it's still active, and they've already updated the Middlestat contract. So right now, the Avs have projected cap space of 10.466.
The question is, do you think this matters because they do need more pieces, Moj? You said this, like they got to figure out, another 3 guys on the blue line that they need to trust going into this season. They obviously have a couple more forwards they got to get to.
Duhaime, Trennan, Kiviranta, these guys could all be gone.
But
all
what I'm saying is with Drouin, could this be one of those? And I don't know what the price on Drouin would be. He had a really good year. Could somebody be willing to overpay? Perhaps. But
would you feel that his AAV should be where Middlestat is? He's only, 29 years? 29? Help me.
I would say
30?
less than Middlestat, right?
Theoretically, yeah.
For a 29-year-old, I mean, who, let's be honest, had a good year this year, but it was in the course of his career. This is probably the outlier, how well he played.
He made 5.5 with the Habs. Signed for the minimum 8.25 this year. Is he back to being a 5.5 player? I mean, these are all
if
things.
If he is, then can the Avs even afford it? Like, did they do the
right.
We are signing Val instead of Naz thing? Is that what they did with Middlestat and Drouin?
Well, we'll see. The Val thing. Here's the thing.
No. Forget about right now. I'm saying when they made the decision, though, the Avs had the choice between signing Kadri or signing Val, and they chose Val over Kadri.
That is correct.
Knowing they couldn't afford it. Could they have done the same thing with Middlestat over Drouin is what I'm asking.
They could have.
Yeah.
We won't know yet, right? As far as Gabe is concerned, listen, you'll be able to, if he can't play, you'll be able to use his money. If he can play, and by the way, when Gabe comes back to play, he wants to be a complete player like he was before.
Mm-hmm.
He said a couple years to get wear and tear off that body, right?
Yeah.
Having Gabe Landeskog as your captain on the ice again, that's what you want. So you're not going to complain and moan about that. You want him, okay? The Val thing. This is so unprecedented that when I'm talking to Vic about it, I completely agree with what he says. I don't think anybody wants him back. You can't, if you can't trust a player, why do you want to play with that player? I completely get that. That being said, it's such unprecedented territory. I don't know that the league would even remotely think about giving them any sort of relief. And I don't know the mechanism in place in the CBA or battling with the Players Association that would allow you to do that. And even if the league said, okay, you know what, Avalanche, you're going to get relief from this. We're going to get you out from underneath this contract. The stink, I'm sure, that the NHLPA would put up, it would be a long, drawn out. I think it probably would be. I don't know. But the NFL, there's so many.
The NFLPA is also representing the players, and when they ask the players, "What do you guys think about this situation?" They're like, "Well, I mean,
it's always
3 strikes."
It's always blown my mind how the NHLPA will go to bat for a single player, like a guy who hurts fellow players in the National Hockey League repeatedly.
Yeah.
Yet they fight fines and suspensions, and they if they feel they're too egregious,
right?
They really fight it. They're there for everybody. So you can't negate a contract because you can't trust a guy, right?
Correct. Well,
and it stinks because
but
there should be a pathway. There should be a pathway to.
Here's the beef that I have though, Moj. You said you can't do that because you can't trust a guy. I don't think that's the argument you should make.
What should it be?
The argument from the Avs side should be, it's not that we don't trust him. It's that he broke the trust multiple times already.
Right.
I'm not predicting the future. We're talking about past instances.
Correct.
That's the argument.
Yes.
It's not that, if he comes back, I have no idea if I can trust him. Sure, that's a part of it. But he's already broken the trust. At some point, the responsibility has to be a personal responsibility.
Absolutely. And the mechanism in place to get you out from underneath that contract has not yet been, it's not been triggered yet.
Right.
That's 4. I mean, 4 is the indefinite trigger.
But can it be like a conduct detrimental thing?
It's not. They treat it like an injury. They treat whatever he is going through like he's got a bad ankle. And you can't just get out from under a bad ankle contract.
If I take a butcher's knife to my Achilles tendon on purpose to not play hockey, just hypothetically, would you still owe me the money, or would you say you kind of did that yourself? Like it's an injury.
I don't know that any player has ever cut his own wrist and not play in a game.
But you know what I'm saying? Like there's clauses all over contracts saying if you get in a motorcycle accident and you get hurt, like it's an injury.
Or if you get arrested,
that's why we don't
want
you riding motorcycles.
A number of different crimes, yes.
Yeah.
But they treat this issue like a health issue.
That seems weird.
Well, I'm just telling you it may seem weird to you, but that's the way it is. And the thing is, again, what's so bad about this is that when he's a player and he's playing, he's incredibly valuable. And I don't think he's to me, he's never been a bad person.
No, I don't think so. I don't think that's the case at all.
But what he's repeatedly done to his team is unacceptable.
Yeah. Can I say something else? How about on the brighter side of things? You know the third baseman on the Rockies, what's his name, Moj?
Ryan McMahon.
This was a tweet from yesterday from the Rockies account. Entering today, among all National League third basemen, Ryan McMahon ranks first in OPS, first in total bases, first in home runs, second in hits, second in average, second in on-base percentage, second in slugging percentage, and he is one of 3 major leaguers with at least 5 home runs of 440 or more feet, the other 2 being Aaron Judge and Shohei Ohtani.
Oh, my goodness. I didn't realize that part.
And he's still home.
That's your all-star.
Should be. I'll say this about Rymack. Rymack, I've always considered a really good piece to this team. He's becoming more than that. Like, he's becoming a star player. They've already said as much, by the way, if you're thinking, oh, well, now you can flip him at the deadline. They said they aren't trading him. And I don't blame him at all.
Can you imagine Nolan Arenado getting in before this guy? It won't happen, right? It can't happen.
Well, it could. It's a fan vote.
It's not going to happen.
But Rymack...
A guy hitting 257 with 6 dongs against what you just explained? Mm-hmm. Come on, man.
Rymack has, remarkably replaced what is going to be a Hall of Famer in Nolan Arenado. As much as you might hate it, he's a Hall of Famer. He will be. But
He's not playing great baseball right now.
Not just at the plate, but in the field, too. He's a Gold Glover as well.
Who are you talking about?
Rymack.
Well, so's
both
Arenado.
of them.
Yeah.
Both of them. But I'm saying the fact that Rymack took over that spot and plays this well, and you can kind of play him all over the diamond. Played first, second, third. God, he's a good player. And
He's
so much better
He's a big
than I
guy,
thought he'd be.
too. He's a bigger. I mean, he's
still in his 20s.
Yeah. Well, he's 29. Yeah. He's almost 30,
Still in his 20s.
but he can continue to rake for a long time. I have no problem. I completely agree with what you're saying. I want to get him in. I don't want to see a guy hitting 257 get in front of him.
And I did
just
see
because
this.
it's a popularity contest, and Cardinals fans are so sophisticated.
I did see this. He's
crowd.
got his own little he had his own little JJ Redick moment where he cursed in one of the post games where he said Tovar's the best player on the team. And he's probably right about that too. And maybe he's talking.
Well, we love Tovar too, dude.
Tovar, a couple of years down the line, really, really could be not just the best player on the team, but one of the best players, I think, in the National League. One of the best shortstops in baseball.
Agreed.
That's what I think the Rockies are having a nice little build towards, at least hopefully. Between Rymack, Tovar, Brendan Rodgers, you got Amador that's in the pipeline. Tolia's playing a little bit more first base. They got some things happening in that infield.
Yeah, now they're going to Houston.
Well, there you go. You get more hatred you can release now. How's that feel?
It's a quick 2-game set. Houston's not very good this year. Then they go to the White Sox and they stink.
Before we get out of here, Nelly, you got a fact checker for us?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Yeah, earlier in the show, Brett, you illuminated your makeup. You told us a little bit about your DNA, your physical makeup.
I don't remember this.
Yeah, you said you just had a DNA test.
Oh, yeah, it turns out I'm 100% that B. Did you know I just took a DNA test? Turns out I'm 100% that B. Yeah.
I'm going to need to see the 23andMe on that one, Brett. I'm not sure about that one.
I'll show it to you later. It is true, though. It is 100% true.
That's awesome.
I mean, look, I don't want to get out the DNA. I don't feel like I have to show them to you. This is my thing, and I think I've earned the trust on this show where I can say something like that, and you just take my word for it.
I mean, over the years, I'm Swiss, right? Mosier's Swiss, but there's Mosier's in Italy, Germany. Apparently, right there at Switzerland, where all those kind of countries come together.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't tell me that over the years that people aren't crossing the border and getting it on, right?
I'm sure they have. So what are you saying? You're everything? Do you get to claim every country?
And I need to play for Team Italy in something now.
All right.
What could it be?
You can't do anything for any team.
Wiffle ball, golf, me and Molinari.
How about you do the breakdancing competition? How about you try out for one of those? iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moja Lombardi, and Kane is where you can find the podcast. And again, listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. So a new champion crowned in the NHL. First time ever, the Florida Panthers can hoist the Stanley Cup and call it their own. And they did that after trying to blow a historic lead. So I'm happy that America took that crown back.
Your people running through Walmart.
My people.
No clothes on.
You guys all have a wonderful Tuesday. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Love you all. Goodbye.
Game 7 came, it went. And Connor McDavid winning a Conn Smythe and not coming out to accept the award. And after all that, Connor McDavid won't walk out. The guy that I championed all week wins a Conn Smythe. Sure, his team loses. They come back from down 0-3. They force a Game 7. He wins it because of the best adjusted points performance in the modern history of the NHL. He's the face of the league. And he can't come out and accept the trophy because he's too sad.
I wouldn't either. I would not either.
After a phenomenal game, a great series, Florida's going nuts. Panthers fans haven't filled that arena in 2.5 decades. And they did last night. It was funny. They were actually getting out-chanted by Edmonton fans during the Alanis Morissette anthems. I thought it was hilarious. The audio issues on ESPN were a nightmare. But that's one thing. I'm going to defend Connor McDavid's Conn Smythe today. All day long. He should have won it. But the one thing I can't do is look at that guy who is tasked with leading this league as the face of the franchise, a generational player when it's all said and done, assuming he wins a cup before he hangs him up. You can't come out and accept that trophy with the commissioner? You can't do that? How soft are you? How soft are you, Connor McDavid, that you can't come out and face the music and take that Conn Smythe trophy? You don't have to stay. Shake the commissioner's hand, walk off the ice.
Yeah, I wouldn't have come out either. It means
Jean-Sebastien Giguère did it.
You just lost in Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final.
You have a duty.
You have a duty to your team and to your city. And he kept that duty. And look, I mean, was that 0 points for him in the final 2 games of this series? So, it goes beyond the fact that they did not win a Stanley Cup final in which they put themselves in prime position to be able to do so. But then he was removed from Game 7 by the Florida Panthers defense. And I can't fault the guy for being really, really upset, probably with himself, probably with the loss, probably with the opportunity, because you know that these things are not given to you. They are not promised to you. And just a tough way for him to go. I mean, what it's only been 6 players in the history of right? Is that what it is?
6 players in the history of the game have won the Conn Smythe after losing the final. Well, so again, the last time that it happened in 2003 with Jean-Sebastien Giguère, who played a couple of years here in Colorado at the end of his career, he did it too.
Yeah, he won it over mail me the Conn Smythe.
He won it despite losing in 7 games to the New Jersey Devils and Martin Brodeur that year. And he got on the ice and accepted the award and then walked off. He was pissed off. He wasn't thrilled about it. He didn't want the award. Neither does Connor McDavid. He doesn't want the Conn Smythe this year. No hockey player wants the Conn Smythe when you lose. But it happens when there are generational performances that it just goes to a losing player, right? This is the first time in 50 years that a skater has won that award despite losing in the Cup final. It's the first time in 21 years that a player in general, both skaters and goaltenders, have won that award despite losing in the Cup final, right? It doesn't happen all the time. It happens once every half century or quarter century, and that's okay, right? So the people out there are like, oh, the Conn Smythe should go to a winning team. Screw it. Shut up. It doesn't happen all that time or all that often. This was a generational performance. This is the most points adjusted per era in the modern history of the league. He did things that only Gretzky or Lemieux have done. When you do that, you deserve the trophy regardless if you win or if you don't.
I agree
It is
with
a playoff run performance award from start to finish. Not just the cup final. If it was the cup final, Bobrovsky or Barkov probably walk away with it. I've seen the voting. Barkov finished second. It was a near unanimous Conn Smythe. 15 first place votes and 1 second place vote. And the only other first place vote went to Bobrovsky, and that was the only one he got. So McDavid deserved it.
Yeah, no,
but
I agree.
swallow your pride and walk out and take the award. You're not the issue with me and McDavid is that you are not just some guy. You're not just a dude. You're not last year's Jonathan Marchessault. That's not who you are. You are the most important player in the league. Swallow your pride, stop being a wuss, go accept the award, and then go cry back in the locker room.
Or don't come out, have them walk that bad boy back to you, maybe just leave it in the locker room anyway because you don't want that. What you really want it was a Stanley Cup, and do it that way. I just don't have an issue with it because we want it both ways in sports, right? We want the players to care so much. They want them to care as much as we care. We care so much. These players don't care as much as I do. I watch them. And then when they do, then we kill them on the backside for that. And so he cared. He cared. And they gave that award out so fast after the end of that game.
Well, they do it. That hasn't changed. That's how they
totally
do it
fine.
every year.
That's totally fine. But it also leaves you open to a player that he's not cooled down by the time Gary Bettman is standing up there talking about him winning the Conn Smythe. And so I just think, Raj, in this one case, in these cases, I will give him a little grace here because I know how I would feel in that situation, especially when I felt like I didn't come through at the way my team needed me to come through in that Game 7. And so there's just a lot of emotions running through you, none the least of which is just complete anger and frustration at losing in the Stanley Cup final. So give him a break, Raj.
He's different. He's different. He's
break.
not just some guy. He's the face of the league.
He'll still be the face of the league.
If he wins a cup, he will go down as a top 3 player. You will talk about Gretzky, Lemieux, and McDavid.
It's not the worst thing.
And I'm getting ripped on the text thread. And Connor McGahey called me last night, and Connor crying about how you shouldn't give it to a losing player. No, you give it to the player who had the best playoff performance. Win or lose, best playoff performance. And if it just so happens that every half century it goes to a skater, again, every half century, that's okay. If it happened every couple of years, I think I'd be upset.
Yeah.
But it doesn't. These are reserved for anomalies. And just because and listen, the Game 7 performance was not good. I think he looked gassed, especially at the end of the third period, right? He plays like 11 minutes in the third. He plays 3 minutes and 30 seconds out of the final 4 minutes and 10, which is nuts. Like if you've ever played the game of hockey, if you've ever played a sport with an ounce of endurance in it, playing that much and having anything left to give it's almost an impossibility. I think Draisaitl is probably playing hurt a little bit. I don't know if they're going to come out with an injury in the next couple of days, but Draisaitl is way more of a no-show than McDavid was because games 3, 4, and 5, as well as game 6, even though he does not record a shot on goal in game 6, he possessed the puck out of any player on the Oilers in game 6. McDavid had the puck on his stick more often than anyone else. So for you to tell me that he didn't have an impact in game 6, you're just not watching the game. Right?
Because he didn't have points.
Just didn't have points. And that happened.
But he's the star.
Game 7, he didn't stand up. He got shut down by a good defensive team that found their groove again. And I think to take that moment and say you are no longer deserving of this trophy it's ridiculous.
Yeah,
because without him, they don't sniff a 7th game. Without him, they don't get to a cup final. Dallas gets through. Without him, they're not there. And when you talk about, he didn't have any points in game 6 and game 7, so tell me about the other 42. right? Tell me about the historic performance that he put on the ice for the previous 24 games that got his team into that position.
Raj,
he deserves the trophy, but again, he is not immune from me telling you that it was soft of him not to come out, shake Bettman's hand, and then get off the ice.
Yeah, both these things can be true. One, he most certainly deserved the Conn Smythe. I am not arguing that. I think he did deserve the Conn Smythe. But he scored 0 points in Game 6 and Game 7. And regardless of what gravity he was creating and they didn't do, like, when you have the reason why we praised him as they were rallying in this series is because when it was time to really affect the bottom line of winning, he put points on the board because you have to do that as one of the great players that we have ever seen in this sport. We're not letting you get away with 0. We can't. Otherwise, how great we can't put you in the same category with the truly great players. And so it's frustrating for him, yes, because he got taken out from a scoring sense from in this series in the last 2 games. And look, they won Game 6 or whatever. But in Game 7, when they needed you, Florida took you out. And it's okay. Doesn't mean that you shouldn't have won the Conn Smythe, but it also does mean that maybe you're just a little frustrated. You're not going to come out and wave to the crowd and accept the trophy because I don't think he should have.
No, I don't want him. I didn't want him to wave to the crowd. I don't think he should come out and accept that trophy and be excited about it. But again, he's not just another guy. He's more important.
I don't think it matters at all.
Whether you want to admit it or not, he's not
matter.
just. What do you mean?
Doesn't matter.
What, dude? That is insane.
Let me just.
Insane.
Let me just.
It doesn't matter.
And it didn't. It wouldn't have mattered for me in any sport. If Luka Doncic would have won the Finals MVP in this year, and he didn't come out to get that, I don't care. You lost, bro. And it's okay if you're mad about it and you don't want to accept it.
The NBA doesn't sit on this precipice of like being relevant or not being relevant. And this Game 7 was one of the most pivotal games in the history of the NHL.
It was a fun watch.
It was a really fun watch. It was a great game, and you were the only thing on. The men's college World Series was on last night, and I watched it during intermissions.
Copa America, you didn't watch that?
Copa America, that's sweet. Yeah, that matters a whole lot right now.
It does.
When you're sitting on the precipice of like relevance and irrelevance from the casual sports fan, everything has to be done well. Everything matters. The NBA doesn't sit on that precipice.
I know, but
Luka
Raj,
not coming out for an award, or LeBron not coming out for an award right now. It's not an apples to apples conversation, Chris.
Yeah,
because it doesn't matter for the NBA. It wouldn't matter in the NFL. It does matter in the NHL because you don't have the casual sports fan that tunes into those games.
It's not, but it's Raj. But it's not hinging upon whether a person comes out and accepts a trophy.
I just think it's a bad look. I think it's a bad look.
The thing that's going to bring casual fans back, and I would be one of those, is just exactly how that game went down, which was amazing to watch. It was amazing to watch. And yeah, those players were gassed in the third period because they had to play because they had no other choice but to keep McDavid and Draisaitl and all those guys on the ice to be able to give themselves a chance to tie it up and send this thing to overtime. And the energy and the effort that was put out on the ice by both of those squads was, you could feel it through the TV screen. And that is what's going to bring casual fans back. You're going to play high-level hockey like that? Sign me up for that all the time. And at the end of that, cool. You know, I mean, I promise you the quality of the product that was played is worth eons more than him coming out and accepting a trophy, especially to casual fans who might now come back to that sport. I bet they got a lot of fans that will definitely come back next season. I promise you that, because that game was awesome and that series was awesome.
The series was great.
Just the drama in the series, right? I mean, Florida wins 3, then they lose 3. And now it's a super dramatic Game 7, and you didn't get a blowout. You got a great game all the way down to the final, all the way to the buzzer.
The 940 doesn't believe that McDavid deserves that Conn Smythe. He goes, how many of those 42 points are from a secondary assist? McDavid led the NHL in primary assists this postseason with 24. The next closest was his teammate Leon Draisaitl at 15. After that, it's Mika Zibanejad with 13. He only had 10 secondary assists this postseason, which is third behind his teammates Ryan Nugent-Hopkins and Evan Bouchard. So miss me with the primary assist thing.
Yeah, I just think that I think that we're missing. A lot of people are just kind of missing the point because, like in the NBA, it's just the finals, right? So you're the finals MVP versus what you have done the balance of the entire playoffs, and sometimes that's just not going to match up with who actually wins. And look, if Edmonton gets a late tally and sends this thing to overtime and then wins somehow in OT, then we're not even talking about this at all. It's and if that's the case, then that can also be the case when they have lost.
Don't get me wrong. It was an amazing hockey game. There were crazy plays at the end there, like that 7-minute run in the third period where they go back-to-back one-timers from Bouchard. And then McDavid gets the puck in the middle. He goes backhand, forehand. Hyman has a chance on his backhand to push one through. Bobrovsky swings back with his right hand, his catching glove hand. Was it his blocker hand? Oh no, it was his left hand, but he like scorpioned over his body to make that save on Hyman. That was their best chance. Florida just looked like they found their game again. They found their legs after that first period. To be tied at 1 was everything for them. What'd I tell you? Right?
Well, they took the 1-0 lead right off the top.
Take the 1-0 lead, and a low-scoring game was going to behoove them. And that's exactly what it was. You don't get a lot of goals in Game 7s. What I tell you, the last 10 Game 7s have been 5 goals or fewer. You get 3 in that one. It was everything that I thought the NHL needed in terms of like on-ice performance outside of that thing going overtime.
Yeah, and I was impressed with Florida. I mean, it's from that first period, I mean, they looked by far the better team, by far the more dialed-in team, just in pretty much every area. And the fact that they got scored on right after they scored, I thought was a bit, I was a bit harsh because I thought they were outplaying Edmonton by a pretty good bit there in that first period. But I think for them, it was impressive to see them kind of shake off what had happened because they were collapsing like a house of cards. And to get yourself back together, to understand what the energy and effort and physicality level that it's going to be able to take to win that game, I was impressed. And I mean, they deserved to win that game. They did, and they had to hold on to be able to do it. But it was the foundation of that was certainly set in that first period with that physical tone that they came out with.
Whole bunch more to get into today. We've got Dempsey who's going to take you around the NBA coming up at 10:45. We've got the draft that starts tomorrow. We have free agency that's here. What's going to happen with Kentavious Caldwell-Pope? Reggie Jackson signs his player option this year, so he's back in the fold for the Nuggets. More signing news with the Avalanche. Casey Middlestat signs a 3-year deal, $5.75 million on an average annual basis. We'll talk about what that means for the Avs next. Also, a stat that Nate Kreckman, hockey guy, had last night before the game. We'll tell you what it was about Val Nichushkin on the other side. He's Dempsey. I'm Raj. It's a 2K Tuesday on Altitude.
You always will have a place in South Florida.
Dempsey and Company, 2K Tuesday, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You can text us at 303-504-0925 on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person in 1 hour. Get those 90s and 2000s song requests into KJ. He'll play them throughout the show. I've been losing my mind over the fact that Connor McDavid didn't come out and accept a trophy because his feelings were hurt after losing a Game 7, which understandable. I get that, but get out there, shake a guy's hand, and then go back to your teammates. We'll get back into that a little bit later. We had some breaking news this morning, like 20 minutes to go in Mosier, Lombardi, and Kane. Casey Middlestat, 25-year-old pending restricted free agent with the Avs, who was brought over in the Bowen Byram trade deadline deal, has signed a 3-year, $5.75 million average annual basis deal with the Avs. So that keeps him in. It's a bridge deal, gets him to free agency at age 28. Comes right under market value, like maybe $500,000 under market value per year. So solid for the Avs. It starts getting tight from here on out, though, Demps, in terms of like having money.
So you're saying Jonathan Drouin is not coming back?
It depends. Like he has to take a very team-friendly deal to come back.
He'll do it.
Or the team has to have foresight that they're getting out of the Nichushkin situation some way.
Which they're not.
Which likely they are not.
Yeah. Okay, first things first. It's really cool to see Middlestat coming back.
It's good.
I think, what do you have, 57 points this year?
Career high 57, 18 goals.
I mean, can he add 13 to that next season?
Probably.
70?
I think he could probably get up to 70.
Yeah.
And if you're looking at $5.75 million, 70 points is like, that's an underpay.
Okay,
for 70 points as a second line center. And this is, you now have second line center figured out for the next 3 years, which is something that you have not had since Nazem Kadri walked away. And you thought it could have been Ryan Johansson last year, and it wasn't. You thought you might have been able to slot in Ross Colton last year. He's a third line center. That's who he projects to be. This is a very good signing for the Avs. They want to be deep up front and through the middle. And that helps you. Now you're going to have to see a lot of like veteran minimum or rookie deals, ELCs, moving forward for this team because you just simply are going to run out of money here.
Yeah, and I mean, look, they still, from a standpoint of, I guess in the decor, Malinsky.
Malinsky's cheap.
Yeah. I mean, you're going to have Kovalenko.
Kovalenko up front's cheap.
So a lot of that has to happen in the same way as you have to be able to find guys who can kind of outplay their contracts and young players who can grow up pretty quickly and be significant pieces for you. And, that's where the Avs are right now. This is a good start. I really hope Duran comes back. I really, really hope. And I mean, if he's going to be, the thing about the NHL is if you get the chance to make the money, you almost have to always take it because it's just not always there. So that's obviously not working in the Avs' favor, but we'll see. I mean, I still take a lot of solace in Drouin's agent, saying that talks were going really well and negotiations were progressing on. And so if that's going to be, if he's going to sit there and have us watch him say that on video, then I think that's a really good sign. So we'll see.
I mentioned a stat that I saw. Again, Nate Kreckman had this before the Game 7 kicked off last night. Did you know that Val Nichushkin scored more goals this postseason than Conn Smythe winner Connor McDavid did, and he played 18 fewer games?
Wow.
Nichushkin scored 9.
Yeah, the thing about the Nichushkin, I know that when he returns, that he's not going to be, it won't be just an unconditional open arms, come on, back in situation. But he's a really good player.
He's amazing.
And also, maybe if he is able to just keep himself out of trouble for over month to month, the entirety of the season, I'm not even the entirety of the season, maybe by the end of that season, he's back in, let's call it 70 or 80% good graces of the organization and the locker room. And I just, there's a universe out there that might just have to be the case. I mean, I go back and forth on this, Raj, because I know that you have to have trust in an organization, and your teammates have to trust that you are going to be there. And all of a sudden, they're not going to wake up on the day of a playoff game and find out that you are not playing. I promise you, I get that. I promise you, I get that. And yet, and still, given the situation that the Avs are in, there's still this. He's still family, man. Like, do you just immediately turn your back on a guy and go like, "You're see you later"?
I mean, I did that day. I feel myself softening, but I don't think it's because I'm softening on the player or the person's decisions that have then led them down the road of what is very clearly an addiction. I find myself softening because I don't see another way out for the Avs. Like, I don't see a possibility of a trade. I don't see a possibility of a contract termination. I see one way out, and that is go through the crap and have to deal with the unknown on the other side. So that's why I'm softening. I've kind of just succumbed to the situation.
I mean, is there what if he comes back and he's just in a much better space?
Amazing. Wonderful.
That is amazing.
Because if he's back, this team is he makes the team a cup favorite. They are a cup contender without him, right? That's what happens when you're in the second round of the playoffs. You lose in a really tough series against Dallas they lose in 7? They lose in 6 or 7 this year? 6, because it was at home. Yeah. You lose in 6 games to a damn good Dallas team. You are a cup contender being in the final, 8 teams. I'm having a tough time with easy math right now. Being in the final 8 teams in the league. With him, you automatically vault into 1, 2, 3 in the league. He has to be in the fold, and that's why I've softened on it.
I wonder how it's going. I wonder how the rehab is going. And did I see somewhere where he was? Is he back in Russia?
He's in Russia, skating and playing out there in some like summer league.
Right.
People are wondering, could you terminate his contract because he's playing on suspension? No, you can't. It's just like it's essentially a summer pickup league for pros.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't. Do you have a problem with that? I don't.
No,
I don't have a problem with
you
that.
prefer that. You want him skating because if he comes back and gets out and gets reinstated and he's fine mentally and physically, you need him ready to step in and play hockey.
Yeah.
You can't have him in November be a month and a half away because of conditioning.
Right.
That dude needs to be on the ice constantly.
Yeah. And it just keeps him in a space where, quite honestly, he's occupied. So it's, I don't know, man. I just, the human level of this to me, I don't know. It just, it resonates to me just kind of a lot, because I've known individuals in his situation, and it's not always a bad person, and just what they need is more time, and maybe what he needs is more time if he is taking it seriously. And if that is the case, and he is taking it seriously, and he just needs more time, then hopefully maybe he comes back and everybody can learn to kind of coexist again, and then maybe into whatever level of trust. But I understand that would be, you would have to really take the balance of the entire season. Like, he would have to show you for an entire season.
We get Reggie Jackson back in the fold for the Nuggets. He exercises his player option. Good or bad thing for Denver?
Well, that's fine. I mean, he wasn't a bad player for him. He was a good player for him. He went through stretches of cold shooting. There's no doubt about that. There was no way. I mean, I was talking to somebody yesterday about this, and the question that was, whether he was going to opt in to the last year of his contract. He was off. Yes, because on the market, he's just not going to make it. It's like this $5 million and change or whatever.
5.25.
There you go. That's a number he's not making on the open market.
So that's my question is, so by that logic, you're overpaying for Reggie Jackson on a team that doesn't have any money to move, because they're going to be, if KCP's here, and again, that's a big if he's here, you're in the second apron. So you don't have money to move around, and now you're overpaying for a guy who is certainly past his prime, and you may have seen his best bench year last season.
Yes, I don't think that contract is an overpay. I mean, in the NBA, $5 million is like $20 to us. You know what I'm saying? I hate that for me. It's like that's what it is. And look, I think there were big stretches of the season. Like Jamal didn't play. Jamal missed a lot of games, and there was a big chunk of those games that Jamal missed, and Reggie started those games, and he played great, and he allowed the Nuggets to be able to tread water when Jamal Murray was out, for significant periods of time, and I think there's value to that. And so if you're asking me the question, is there still value to having Reggie Jackson? I think there is. Do you want to start transitioning to? I don't know. Is Jalen Pickett going to play this year? Probably not. Can the offense be? The beauty of the Nuggets offense is that, yes, does every team need a traditional backup point guard? Sure you do. But the way the Nuggets operate on offense is that so many people can handle and initiate offense and play make that there really isn't that much pressure on the actual backup point guard or for the team to, you must have this type of player because everybody can do the same thing. And so I think it's fine. I think the KCP thing is a little more concerning in terms of whether he is going to return or not. And then if he doesn't return, then what do the Nuggets do in that respect? Which they won't know by draft night.
We'll open up the KCP situation on the other side. We are a day away from the first round of the NBA draft. The Nuggets selecting number 28 this year.
And 56 in the second round.
And 56 in the second round. Again, I still have my pipe dream of drafting LeBron James Jr. just to mess with his dad.
I think it's going to be very fascinating to see which team takes a chance on him.
It's going to be LA. It's going to be LA, man. It's going to happen. That's the only reason why you signed JJ Redick as your head coach, because you can puppeteer him as much as you want.
Of course you can.
And we'll hear from that guy on the other side. Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryan-Emmy.
I really don't give a and I take this very seriously. I have never coached in the NBA before. I don't know if you guys have heard that.
He's
so funny, JJ.
He's so funny.
You're so original, JJ Redick. I love him, but like, come on, man.
I think that it's. I have several thoughts about this because he is a very smart basketball mind.
It's very clear.
Just like X's and O's wise.
Savant.
Yeah.
And has been there and done that.
Yeah.
And he was also a good enough player to garner the respect from someone like LeBron James, right? He was good enough to be in like above average. I feel like above average is like a slight to JJ Redick.
Mm-hmm.
But that's kind of who he is. Like if you look at the whole landscape of
his career,
right? Above average
his playing career, yeah.
Above average NBA player,
right.
Elite college player, like all-time college player.
Yep.
Good enough to get LeBron's stamp of approval, but not good to the point of like, again, being LeBron James than being a head coach. It's kind of, I look at Wayne Gretzky's failed experiment being the head coach in Arizona with the Coyotes. He's a terrible head coach.
Mm-hmm.
Great player should be a good head coach. No, like he did things that no one else in the world or no one else in the history of the game could do. So Redick sits in that perfect situation between elite player and above average player with elite brains.
So here's why I'm scared for him. I'm scared for him because he is such good friends with LeBron James. So the question what's their identity? What's their culture? What's their philosophy? What's their culture? Right?
Whatever LeBron says it is at that moment.
Which is the problem. That is a problem. And the minute that he wants to, let's say, I don't know, I'm just grasping at straw. I have like a couple of friends on the plane and do it. Is JJ Redick going to tell him no?
Yeah, JJ's got the big stick to swing around there.
Exactly right. And so I think from the standpoint of things can go really awry culture-wise really quickly for the Lakers. I think that exists in spades. But if you're just saying that they needed X's and O's, they were X's and O's away from beating the Nuggets. They weren't X's and O's away from beating the Nuggets in the first round of the playoffs. That roster needs fixing. And so also for him, what are the expectations in LA? Is it to win a championship? Because you win a championship, you have a losing season, the next season, fired. And no coach should have to be coaching like that every single season.
Right. It's a 4-year deal.
Yes. Is he going to make it to the fourth?
If he makes it to the fourth year, I think it's a very interesting gamble that will have likely paid off because I don't think there's a world in which the Lakers are winning a championship in the next 4 seasons.
No.
The West is too good and they are too far behind. Will they always be in the playoff conversation? Yeah, they will. That's how good LeBron James is. Like I don't foresee a year in which he's going to have that type of that Derek Jeter career where up until Jeter's final game at Yankee Stadium, the Yankees were always eligible for the postseason up until the final game in which he had a walk-off hit. I think LeBron's in that same situation.
I don't think LeBron will make it to the end of the JJ Redick contract.
LeBron won't. But if JJ does, the gamble will have been this. Will he have garnered enough experience and he'll have the feather in his cap of being, I coached LeBron James. So anyone that I coach after that can't hold a candle to me. I am the judge, the jury, the executioner because I came into this world with LeBron with his stamp of approval and I outlasted him at the end of his career when everyone thought that if we don't win a championship, JJ's just another head on a pike. So that's the gamble that I think the Buss family's taking, and I appreciate that. I just think that it's disingenuous for him to be like, oh yeah, like I've never coached in the NBA before and you guys are engagement farming.
I think when you are a new coach, and we just saw the Cleveland Cavaliers hired Kenny Atkinson, who did a good job in Brooklyn a few years back. I just think when you hire a new coach, the first thing you're looking for a foundation to be laid. You're looking for a culture to be set, and then I mean, look at what's happening in Houston with Ime Udoka. I mean, it is that was a total mess when it was Steven Silas. And then he gets there as the adult in the room, and all of a sudden, all those young players make sense. They start playing really good basketball. They look like they will be pushing for a playoff spot next season. I do not see how the Lakers, there will not be culture established here. And if JJ Redick can't establish a culture, then what are we doing? What are we doing? And if the powers that be in LA aren't going to empower him to be able to carry the big stick, then what are we doing? Because the talent isn't good enough to win a title. It is not. And you're not going to scheme your way to a title in this Western Conference. You won't even get out of the Western Conference.
No, it's too deep. It's too deep, and there's too many young teams that are knocking on the doorstep that are not going to fall off.
And so when I look at the Lakers, it's like, okay, so LeBron James is playing out the string of his career where they might draft his son, who's not helping them to the bottom line of winning a title anytime soon. So now if you're just playing around with the roster, for what reason? It just is. I think it's a head shaking situation.
Like,
Very
what type of
situation.
player brings them back into that conversation? Like, is it KCP? Does he go back to LA? He had success there, won a championship there. Was a big reason why they won in the bubble.
Yeah, look, that team that won in the bubble had KCP on it, Alex Caruso on it. It had our guy who went to Washington right now, and I can't remember his name, but I can see his face. Kyle Kuzma. They had that. I mean, that
healthy Anthony Davis, which never happens. Happened last year.
When you look back at the Lakers are a tragic story, man, because they won that in the bubble. Caruso has become just one of the elite defenders in the entire league. You had Caruso and KCP on the same team.
Hold your thought on the Lakers. I never got your comments on the Giddey Caruso swap and what that does for the Nuggets, because it seems like an upgrade for OKC.
Yeah, I mean, it is. Here's the thing about Alex Caruso, and this is why the Lakers made him a little bit expendable. It is because offensively, he's barely even going to take a shot, much less make a ton of them. And so if you have Caruso on the court, yes, look, he's a total upgrade defensively over Josh Giddey. Yeah, that's not even a question. Offensively, they're the same dude. Yeah, and maybe Giddey actually was a little bit better playmaker from his spot than Alex Caruso will ever be. And so my point is this: if you're the Oklahoma City Thunder, this is where I think that they are going to have to get this sorted out. You don't have to guard Alex Caruso. So now I can devote more defensive resources to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or Chet Holmgren or whoever I want, Jalen Williams, in a way that you couldn't do that necessarily, even with Josh Giddey on the court, because Josh Giddey, A, would take a shot, B, could have a decent offensive game, and you had to honor that in a way that you don't have to honor that with Alex Caruso. So they will upgrade themselves defensively. I think offensively they'll take a little bit of a hit, but that team is coming anyway. I mean, that team is ready to take the next step. Ready to take. I'm sure they should look at themselves as ready to take a NBA final step next season.
Okay, so with that trade already happening, knowing that we won't have the Kentavious Caldwell-Pope situation figure out until the weekend or the end of the week at the earliest, right? So like NBA draft tomorrow night, second round on Thursday, and then maybe at the earliest you get KCP on like the 28th or the 29th, whether he's going to be here in Denver or somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Without KCP, are the Nuggets still the favorite to win their division with Minnesota and OKC with what the Thunder just did in that Caruso-Giddey swap?
Probably not.
With KCP, are they even favorites still?
Yes. That's how important he is to the enterprise.
Despite falling to Minnesota in the playoffs, despite OKC being on the come up.
Yeah, you know what? I think Minnesota has...
That goodwill lasts 2 seasons? Really?
For Minnesota?
No, for Denver.
Oh, for Denver?
That the goodwill bought by that starting 5 in their championship run
lasts
2 seasons, even over what Minnesota just proved and what OKC is currently building.
If you don't have KCP, then that's a big hit. If you have KCP, you are the favorite to come out of the Western Conference. I think it's that simple. And but that's how much he means to what the bottom line of winning. That starting five, Raj, continued to be analytically the best starting five in the NBA. Now, if you're the Boston Celtics, you're going to say our starting five is the best five, and I'm not even going to argue that. Who cares? You're in the Eastern Conference. We'll see you in the NBA Finals. And so for the Nuggets, you don't want to break that up. The challenge for the Nuggets is to be able to supplement that the right way. And can players like Peyton Watson take another step up? Can Christian Brown take another step up? Because they're going to have it. It is mandatory for those two players to play much better basketball. And I'm going to take Peyton Watson out of this. That was his first year playing, basically, an entire season. So fine, whatever. Christian Brown, from year 2 to year 3, has to be significantly better from a consistency standpoint. And if he is, and they are now able to really not tax their starters in the way they had to the year before, now you're talking. But you must retain KCP. You have to do that. And if you don't do that, then, and now we were just talking here a second ago, do you go out and try to get a guy like Klay Thompson? Well, okay, if you don't have KCP, but I would rather have KCP than Klay Thompson. Like that's it's that important that you get him back.
We'll come back to that before the show's over. We've got NFL notes coming up at 11:20. But I do want to talk about the KCP versus Klay Thompson thing, because when we chat about what happened against Minnesota, you look at the Nuggets defense and you go, well, was that really the issue? And the consensus is no, it was scoring. It was depth scoring. A Klay Thompson resurgence could fix that, where you just give away a little bit of wing defending because Klay's not the same player he used to be. But if he can resurge and still be a solid 3-point shooter, you're filling one hole and creating another. But I don't think you have a choice as to. There's no way that I think that you can patch all holes on the boat.
No, they cannot. They cannot. It's just the best case scenario for the Nuggets right now is to have that starting five intact. And with in regards to Klay, it's. I know we're up against it here. We'll talk about that more. But I have a lot.
You can listen to Altitude Sports Radio on our mobile app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That is willhitewins.com. You can take us wherever you want to go on iOS and Android. 2K Tuesday rolling along into our second hour here. PhD will take over from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy from 3 to 6. And then the Blitz 6 to 7 p.m. tonight. We will carry the first round of the NHL draft coming up on Friday evening. Mark Springer and I will take you through the Avs pick at number 24. Will they keep it? Will the Nugs utilize theirs tomorrow night at number 28? We've got Anna in here, and Anna does our social at Altitude Sports. She looked at me and she goes, "Hey, you okay? You look off today." I'm wearing my Avs 2022 Stanley Cup Championship t-shirt because as fun as watching a Game 7 was last night, and I'm telling you, when I watched the Gloves preview, like that little 3-minute montage that they did,
that was pretty fun.
Dempsey moved a little.
Yeah.
Moved a little.
That was pretty fun. I liked it.
I got chills last night watching
So
Paul
he kept
Maurice.
every pair of gloves.
Amazing. Disgusting, but also amazing. Got chills when Paul Maurice lifted up the cup. Wanted to cry when Keith Tkachuk was hugging his son Matthew. Keith was a borderline Hall of Famer, never won the cup, despite his great years in Winnipeg and Arizona and St. Louis, just to name a few there. So yeah, I was a little sad. I want to go back to 2022 when the Avs won a cup. But the main reason for me having a sourpuss face when I walked in today, I had an apple. Beautiful Honeycrisp apple. And I dropped it. And now it has a soft spot. It's bruised. And now the apple's ruined.
Oh, yeah. You haven't been holding on to that apple.
I'm very upset. It smells great. I'm incredibly hungry. But I dropped it. And now half of it is as soft as like, you know when you leave ice cream out too long?
Yeah.
To the point, there's
Just
a
take
perfect,
bite out of the other side.
There's a perfect, it's not
fine.
the same.
It's the same.
It's not the same. It's like a bruised banana. Like maybe this is such a first world thing, right? I have an issue with bruised bananas, but my mother was, eat around it. Eat around it. It's ruined.
Eat around it, yeah.
It's ruined.
I'm
so mad. Like you can see me, like pressing into it. I'm so mad. I'm so upset with myself.
You've been
and that's how mentally weak I am. Admittedly, that bruising an apple at 9:00 in the morning can ruin my mood. That's how soft I am.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here calling out Connor McDavid for being soft, not accepting the Conn Smythe after losing in Game 7. Maybe I should look in the mirror.
Right. Accept an apple.
Those are puppy dog ears, man.
Eat it.
Also, we learned something. And again, Anna's a wealth of knowledge. I learned something about you today.
About me?
About you.
Like what?
There's a certain Olympic event that happens. Apparently, like break dancing is part of the Olympics. And what I learned about Chris Dempsey today is that you have a history of break dancing.
Well, I mean, I've dabbled.
Would you care to elaborate on your dabbling?
I dabbled. I mean, like when I was a kid, it was a thing. It was Breaking and Beach Street. And those movies are out, and all that.
So, like, were you bringing cardboard out to a parking lot and spinning on your head?
Did that?
Can you still do it? Is the question.
No, I can't.
Is this a svelter Chris Dempsey?
It's no, because I was a thin kid. So, and I wasn't this tall either. So, but it was, yeah, no. It was when I was a kid, that's what we did. Like everybody wanted to emulate what was happening on the screen and what was happening in music videos and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I tried and I did a little bit. I did this little spin on some cardboard.
Can I get you to just attempt it in the break? Come on, Anna's here. We've got multiple camera angles. We can do this.
It's just like my
we can
49-year-old bones will.
If they're not going to do anything,
they would just disintegrate.
Come on.
They would.
Do it for the people. They want to see it.
Nobody wants to see that.
You know, we're going to do it right now.
This doesn't make you feel like you can't break.
Hey.
You can't get down. Like I don't know any terms, but like. When you get on like your elbows and you can hold yourself up.
Yeah.
Can you hold yourself?
See, you can do that?
Can you hold yourself on a pole? Like a lamppost?
Nah, no, I'm too heavy for that now.
Because that'd be damn impressive.
Yeah. Nah, I was the lowest common denominator of being able to like really break dance, like for real. And the fact that it's in the Olympics, I can't wait. I can't wait to see it in the Olympics.
Well, there's the half glass full version of Chris Dempsey that we know and love.
It's not a sport.
No, it ain't.
But I'm still here for it. Ballroom dancing wasn't it at one point in time? Ballroom dancing a sport in the Olympics? So like, so dancing has a long history in the Olympics. Yeah, I'm here for it.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's impressive as hell, but the Olympics. Yeah, well, breakdancing is something you did at the club 30 years ago. And now it's an Olympic sport.
Beat Street.
Before you know it, and this will happen. Mark my words.
Yep.
Video games will be part of the Olympics at one point.
They should.
They will be part of the Olympics at one point because of how much money they bring in and how many young eyeballs they will bring in.
Right.
And it is
old eyeballs.
Disgusting to me. I love a video game.
Right.
But the Olympics, and it's going to happen.
It'll happen. It should happen.
And because Cody's, we got a video of Andy Lindahl doing the worm, and you're going to tell me that you're not going to break dance for us? If Andy can get his body up and down off the floor for a camera, so can you. What do you go to the gym for if you're not going to do it for us?
I saw him do that. I don't know how he got himself off the floor either. But hey, Andy's he's better than me.
Come on, man.
Let's just put it that way.
Guys, I'm going to make it happen. I promise. I will make it happen.
I can't be peer pressured into doing it.
I want to get back to the KCP Klay Thompson situation. Because let's operate like Kentavious Caldwell-Pope is going to get poached by Orlando, Philadelphia, someone with cap space that needs a veteran presence, and everyone needs wing and 3 players. They always do. And if he needs to walk away to go get his final big payday and move his family again, the Nuggets have to operate in a space in which you have to replace that. And you're not going to replace it with the 28th pick in the draft. It simply will not happen. You need to maximize the Jokic window as much as possible, which means you have to bring in legit NBA talent to fill that starting role immediately. And is it worth taking the flyer on Klay Thompson? Coming off of a admittedly bad year, but a couple of injury seasons, betting on the come up of Klay of you want to go chase one more title. We're here for you. You get to play around Nikola Jokic. You don't have to play with the ball in your hand and create shots like you were asked to do during the heyday of the Warriors dynasty. You had to create your own shot. Draymond wasn't going to create his, and it was you and Steph before KD came into the fold that had to create shots. And you can now, if the Nuggets go after him, betting on the come up means Klay's shots are just him standing in the proper spot. He doesn't have to run around and get that. Get into a spot. Joker's going to find you. I think it's a great idea as a second option.
I do too, as the second option vote, for sure. I just wonder, one of the things that I think is going to be interesting to me to see here in these in this free agency is what players like Klay Thompson are going to command out there on the open market. So he made $43 million this past season. Obviously, that number is coming down underneath 20, probably.
I was just going to say, I'll give you half.
Yeah. And I wonder if the new second apron rules are going to hold. Actually, I don't even have to wonder. I think they are going to hold down some of these salaries. Like Klay Thompson going from 43 to say 25 would have been, I think, something that would have been doable. That would have been reasonable to think might happen. But now, when any team that has already 2 max contracts and the Nuggets have 3, that number is untenable. You can't fit that into your cap. And so I think for Klay, I think the number is going to be, it's like I said, I think under 20. And if that's going to be under 20 and you don't have KCP, sure. Yeah. I mean, you're talking about a player. Here's what I think. I mean, look, his numbers were these last season. 17.9 points. Who cares about the rebounds and assists? 3.3 and 2.3. 38.7 from the 3-point line, which is essentially why you're bringing Klay into the fold, right? 3-point shooting. My worry is that his days as a starter, which Golden State showed you just last season, are pretty much over. But he probably would start here if you don't have KCP, but you did get him? Question mark?
No, he starts.
Okay, so you're back into a starting role. How he arrived at 38.7% from the three-point line is like this. 4 for 5 from the three-point line on Monday. 1 for 7 from the three-point line on Tuesday. 3 for 6 from the three-point line on Wednesday. 1 for 4 on the three-point. Like, that's how he arrived at the number. And I think what you started to see was just a little bit of inconsistency in that shot, even though the percentage overall is really good. But you know what his career percentage from three-point is? It's 41. 41. And so that is, he was a dead-eye three-point shooter. He is a little less than that right now. And if you're saying that when the Nuggets got into this series against the Timberwolves, the inconsistent shooting was the issue. You know, the Nuggets as a scoring team, if I'm just going to nerd out here really fast because there is a difference, the Nuggets are one of the better scoring teams in the NBA. They generate shots, open shots, at pretty much a better rate than anybody except for the Boston Celtics. Their field goal percentage is usually always in the top 5, up over 50% as a team every single season. That is how the Nuggets operate. However, from the three-point line, they are one of the most wildly inconsistent teams. No matter who they acquired to help them out with that, they just haven't gotten that thing sorted out. And I just don't know that Klay solves that issue. And that is what gets me a little bit. And that's why I say as a backup plan, then sure. But you got to go all in on KCP first. And if you miss,
what's your cap on KCP, money-wise and years-wise?
I think the Nuggets cap is going to be right around 17 or 18. I mean, that's all they can do.
And someone's going to be able to pay him 25.
Over 20, yeah.
And that's a discount and a half.
So, okay. So if you're KCP, the question is, there's a couple of, you have to answer a couple of things. One, you have made $103 million in your career to this point. So if the difference between what the Nuggets are going to be able to offer you and another team is like, let's call it $4 million per year. So let's call it let's call it $16 million over the life of the contract. Is that going to be all right with you, given the fact that you still have made, A, you're still making really good money, but B, you've made so much money right now, you're not necessarily in need of that big payday. Say Bruce Brown, he hadn't made that money just quite yet at all,
Go
right?
get your ticket.
So he had to go make that money. KCP's in a different financial situation from that respect. And if you are ballparking it out, okay, so I mean, I think that works in the Nuggets' favor. I think also, and I said this about Klay Thompson, but this salary cap situation and this luxury tax and this first and second apron situation, I think it's going to impact players like KCP too, because these teams, so let's just take the Philadelphia 76ers. If Joel Embiid is making max, Tyrese Maxey is going to be making max. They cannot max you. They cannot max out a third player. You cannot make a roster that way. You cannot. Not in the NBA, not anymore. So your third player is going to be low 20s, something like that. Okay, and if you're low 20s, maybe that plays the Nuggets back into a space where they could at least just say, please give us a hometown discount. We'll try to make it up for you on the backside. We'll try to make it up for you maybe in a contract beyond what this is and attack it that way. So it's these next 2 weeks in the NBA are going to be fascinating. The numbers that the players that are not the max players are going to be making is going to say everything that needs to be said about how viable it is for the Nuggets to retain KCP.
NFL notes are on the other side. I'm going to go eat my sadly bruised apple and force Chris Dempsey to breakdance.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
All right, every day here on Dempsey and Company at 11:20, we go through the biggest stories in the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. KJ, what is up?
The Athletic put out an article about what should each NFL team be worried about heading into training camp. And I am going to provide some substance first before I go into the article. Russell Wilson's numbers last year, obviously 28 touchdowns, 8 interceptions. We know that. But he had a yards per attempt of 6.9, a yards per completion of 10.3, and he was ranked 21st in total QBR. The Athletic goes into detail, and they say the Broncos have been pleased with rookie Bo Nix's progress. Nix is the future after being selected with the 12th pick in April's draft. But can the 6 quarterbacks selected immediately operate the offense more efficiently than Russell Wilson did last season? That's their question. And my question is, if he does that, would he already be the steal of the draft?
Yes. I mean, if he operates the offense better than Russell Wilson did last season, and Russell Wilson put 26 touchdowns and 8 interceptions on the board, then that would be a wildly successful first season.
Without a doubt.
Discussion just a few weeks ago, and I said I think I put Bo Nix's total touchdown total over under like 25. Was that, did I say 25 or did I say 20?
You said 25 because that got him. 25 is Derek Carr last year at number 10.
Right.
So I said the over gets him into top 10, which is.
So you have to take down under of that. I have to back off of that a little bit.
CJ Stroud had 23 last year.
Yeah,
so
okay.
It makes sense to back off of it a little bit. But if he sniffs 25, it is a phenomenal draft pick on day one.
Yeah, no doubt. So I think 20 is probably a little bit more reasonable from that standpoint. But if he gets to 20, that'd be also, I would. Look, if he gets to 20 touchdown passes, that would be a good season. I mean, I think that would mean that he was progressing in the way that you want him to, that maybe the Broncos offense was also progressing in the way that Sean Payton wants it to and would be ready to take the next step the following season. So, yeah, I mean, it's a good sign if he's able to run it better than Russ.
The top 10 passing touchdown seasons by a rookie quarterback go this way. Justin Herbert in 2020 had 31 touchdowns to 10 picks.
That's a good season.
And threw for 4,300 yards.
Yeah.
That's
crazy.
If he does that last year, he sniffs like MVP level stuff. Like last year, Dak led the league with 36 touchdowns and 9 picks. Like you're in the conversation of best quarterback in the league last season if you just do what Herbert did in 2020, which is light the world on fire. Mayfield threw for 27 in his rookie year in 2018. Russ threw for 26 back in 2012 with Seattle. Peyton Manning all the way back in 98 with the Colts had 26, but he also threw 28 interceptions in that season. He's the outlier from the rest of these guys. Daniel Jones had 24 touchdowns to 12 picks in 2019. CJ Stroud last year had 23 touchdowns to just his 5 interceptions, which basically matched Dak Prescott's rookie year of 2016 when he went 23-4, which is the best touchdown to interception ratio in the last 20 years for a rookie QB. I think if you can get him to 20 touchdowns, 8 picks,
that'd be a good season.
I think it's a really solid, just like that's a stepping stone.
Yeah.
If he goes north of that and sniffs into the 23, 25 touchdown range and stays under 10 interceptions, like you go 8, 9, 10 interceptions, it's a phenomenal year.
Well,
and yes, it will be the steal of the draft if so.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And then, gosh, if you're talking about that kind of production offensively, are you talking about a team that's 7, 8, 9 wins or, like something that, late in the season, you're like, could this team win a couple of games and actually be in the playoff line?
The numbers last year say yes, but how far does the defense fall off this year? How far does the secondary fall off this year without Justin Simmons? I think that's the big question, right? Because the defense kept you in some games, and you had a couple of them that were handed to you. Namely, that Bills game was handed to you.
Yep.
It happens. The coin flips both ways.
Are you better on the defensive line?
You would have to hope that you get a better season. Yeah, I think you're better from a pass rushing standpoint.
Yeah. And linebacking, that remains to be seen.
Did Zach Allen have his best year as a Bronco last year in his first season? You would have to hope not.
Right. And he got off to a slow start too before.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, if he can kind of just hit the ground running, you also acquired the guy from the Jets, and so it's.
If
I mean, I think
throws 25, they win 7 or 8 games.
Yeah, I think so too, and that would be actually a really fun season probably.
It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I would take if you get 25 touchdowns and 7 victories and you miss the playoffs and you're dead 2 weeks left in the season.
Yeah.
But you get 25 from that guy?
Yeah.
You should be ecstatic as a Bronco fan.
Yeah.
Even missing the playoffs, you look at that and you go, "Holy crap, they got it right."
Right.
Holy crap, they got it right.
Mm-hmm. And the following season looks so. And you could realistically say to yourself, now Sean Payton would certainly say it, like, we are pushing for a playoff spot the following season.
The following year, if you win 7 games and that guy throws north of 23 touchdowns,
right.
The following season is you make the playoffs or something has gone horribly wrong.
Yep, with you.
KJ.
A source close to the Brandon Ayuk situation is sorting that something a little flaky went wrong, and Ryan Clark went on ESPN's NFL Live yesterday, and this is what he said that the source told him.
And I will tell you this, when he sat with us, he did not walk into the room alone. First, it was Brandon Ayuk. Second, it was Jaden Daniels. I'm not a tea leaf reader, but the way that sounds is that Brandon Ayuk wouldn't mind playing in Washington.
Now, where that gets interesting is I was doing a little research, and 9 of the last 14 Super Bowl champions won without a true number 1 receiver. And if we look at how the league is trending right now, it's quarterback tight end duo, not quarterback number 1 wide receiver duo. So could we see a world where Brandon Ayuk becomes addition by subtraction for the 49ers to get them over the hump?
No.
No?
He's too good of a player.
Yeah. Don't you think? Now look, and me and Raj have gone, KJ, me and Raj have gone back and forth about just exactly how good or not Brock Purdy is. But here's what he needs those parts. You need Kittle and CMC and Ayuk and Deebo Samuel. Like, you need all of those guys. I think San Francisco's superpower offensively is just the versatility. They can stretch you thin. I mean, who are you going to devote most of your resources to? There's just too many guys. And so if you're going to take a guy like that off, then I think it hurts their offense. Unless they have a replacement somewhere that they feel like
certainly
they might.
May.
Yeah.
They certainly may. I think you are spot on, Dems. That taking away a weapon from a guy that and we've seen it with undrafted guys or guys who are, I know he's Mr. Irrelevant, so technically drafted, but he's in that same conversation of like the Chris Harrises who you make undrafted money for the entirety of your career. You can never shed that type of label.
Mm-hmm.
If you take away a weapon from that type of guy. I think it's a scary and slippery slope for them to go down. And it might be like a little bit of hubris on the side of Kyle Shanahan of like,
yes.
Yeah, I can do it without you, bud. Like, it's me, it ain't you.
Mm-hmm.
Ayuk's too good.
Yeah.
They have so many players that they can get the ball within a second and a half. It's in a playmaker's hand. Ayuk, Samuel, McCaffrey, Kittle.
Yeah.
All of those guys.
Yeah.
And
just keep rotating through those dudes.
You don't have to hold on to the ball for 3.5 seconds to get it into their hands. You don't have to wait for them to blow the top of the secondary off.
Right.
It is below the line of scrimmage, bubble screens, quick slants, gadget type of plays, and he is as integral to that system as anyone on the team. If I'm San Francisco, man, I have to find a way to pay him.
Yeah, I would too. I would find a way to pay him as well. But we'll see. We'll see, because your point about Kyle Shanahan is it's well taken. We watched his dad get a little bit over his skis here in Denver about being the smartest dude in the room as a GM. Okay.
He did always make those running backs work, though, dude.
Oh, the running back system was
crazy. Unbelievable.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was because the offensive line was so amazing in that zone blocking scheme. But like,
Yeah.
you found no names that turned into 1,200-yard rushers every single year. So like maybe his kid can do it with wide
He could
receivers.
just do it. Yeah. Well, I think we're going to find out because it feels like to me San Francisco as an organization doesn't want to get pushed around. Okay, Andy. Andy has tweeted me and says, "Do the worm or you're gutless."
Completely gutless. Guys, I tried to break dance in our segment break, and Demps wouldn't do it. He watched me put my gross apple on the ground and then try and hold myself up, which I don't know, you give me a C-.
Yeah, that's
hey,
pretty good.
C's get degrees, baby. That's all that matters. But he's not even participating. What do we say about peer pressure? I didn't even get peer pressured into that. I'll do anything.
You just did it. I know.
Text line peer pressure Chris Dempsey into breakdancing. For the love of God.
I can't be peer pressured.
KJ.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. I'm going to bring up something that we really haven't got into today, guys. The Avs are currently plus 950 to win the Stanley Cup next season, according to FanDuel, which is the third best odds behind, obviously, Florida at plus 900 and Carolina at plus 950 as well. Who's more likely to accomplish this feat? The Avs win another cup first, or the Broncos make the playoffs first?
Oh, wow. Raj, you have the floor.
You gotta say the Avs, right?
Yeah.
Because one of the odds,
you do?
I think you have to, right? Because the thought process is that the Broncos will not make the playoffs this year.
Mm-hmm.
Barring a CJ Stroud performance from Bo Nix, which I think is that's
long shot.
It's a pipe
Long
dream.
shot. Yep.
But there's a distinct possibility that 2 years from now they can make it. So I'm banking on the Avs with all of their cap issues and all of their personnel issues, Landeskog, Nichushkin, on winning it next season. They have the better roster.
Mm-hmm.
They have championship pedigree.
Yep.
I have to go with the Avs, but I'm not really confident in it.
I know. I'm with you. I think
it's a great question, KJ.
It is a great question. I think the answer is Avs, though. Just given that the more there's just enough unknown with the Broncos roster. I mean, we still need to see if Marvin Mims is a guy, if Jaleel McLaughlin is a guy, if Troy Franklin can do anything as well, if Audric Estime can there's so much that is a question mark with the Broncos roster right now. We just have to figure it all out. Whereas, and obviously there's question marks with the Avs too. I mean, but there's a little bit more. You have a core. Your core dudes are there. If Val Nichushkin plays and just plays well and just keeps his head down and plays well, then you're just vaulting yourself right back into contending status. And I think that is more likely to be the case than the Broncos. I think the Broncos are still a couple seasons away. So I'm going to go Avs on this one too. Just because they feel that they're just a couple of personnel moves away from just being right back where they were.
The odds right now on FanDuel for the Broncos to make the playoffs this year are up at plus 790. So we're in the same ballpark, right? Like we're $1.60 away. It's really not that far away this year. But winning a cup is way more difficult than just simply getting to the dance.
Yep. Yeah. Yes.
Again, if the Nichushkin situation wasn't a thing, it's not a conversation. If Landeskog's knee isn't in the conversation, then I'm not even thinking about this.
Yeah, it's just like in the Western Conference in the NHL. Can the Oilers going to be able to retain all the talent to be able to get themselves back?
There's
all right,
a
so
lot of
the thing.
UFAs.
Yeah. So you're talking about. I mean, and they'll still have McDavid and Draisaitl, and it's fine. And so they'll be hovering around. And then you have Dallas and Vegas. Beyond that, I mean, I just feel like the road, if the Avs can get themselves together, the road is still a doable road.
You know what the issue is with this, though? Is that the NFL playoffs happen before the NHLs do. So if this was a 2-year bet, I would be comfortable if playoffs happened right around the same time, but they don't. They happen in January.
Yeah.
Again, it's a 1-year bet. If it was a 2-year bet,
but don't we think
I take the Avs without even thinking about it.
Even if the Broncos are a formidable football team, don't we just think that AFC is a much harder conference to have to qualify for the playoffs for than the Western Conference in the NHL is to get to the Stanley Cup final?
But aren't injuries more likely in the NFL than the NHL?
They are.
Well, I mean,
and catastrophic injuries.
Yeah,
far more on the football side than the hockey side.
Took out the Bengals, right? No Burrow. They
talk about the AFC getting better. That guy comes back and is healthy, and Cincinnati is terrifying again.
Right. And Mr. Ayahuasca back with the Jets. So I mean, catastrophic injuries can change the equation, and they do in football all the time. I mean, what is it? There's always a couple of teams that make the playoffs from the season before that just do not make the playoffs the year after, and it's pretty consistent in the NFL in both conferences. So we'll see how that plays out. I don't know. It's a really good question. It's a really good question.
One more, KJ.
All right, quickly here. There was a story that came out via the Sports Business Journal. The writer was Brett McCormick. He reported that a vote was 7-3 to approve the proposal for the Carolina Panthers to get new renovations to their stadium. It's going to cost them $650 million to the taxpayers. And David Tepper, he's going to put up $150 million to close the gap to make the 800. And when I read this story, I was so frustrated. So I'm just going to clearly ask you guys straight up. Why in the world do council members continue to put the onus on taxpayers when these billionaires have the money to pay for these renovations? This man is worth roughly $20 billion, guys.
Pay for your damn stadiums. Penners did it. Put $100 million into Mile High. Pay for your damn stadium.
Will they pay for their own entire stadium, do you think?
I hope so.
This is one of the most interesting subjects to me because
you print money, pay for your stadium. You own you own a 32nd of a mint.
At the very least, Raj, those numbers should be reversed, right? Like the owner shouldn't. The owner should take the 600-something million part, and then if you want to penny tax it out, and for the remainder, whatever. But it can't possibly be the reverse that way.
It's too damn expensive to live. Wages are too damn low. Rent is too damn high.
Hotel tax, man.
For me to have to deal with another tax levied on me to go watch my football team play with a larger in-stadium screen is nonsense.
Just hotel tax. It's fine. Just tax the people who come in and visit your city. That's it. and raise the money
just
that way.
Keep them out.
Well, no. I mean, that is part of the reason the way the Raider Stadium was built. Hotel tax in Vegas. No, it's a longer story. The Chargers had a chance to do that in San Diego, and the people voted it down. And then the Chargers moved. And that was so stupid because they weren't getting taxed. You guys weren't getting taxed. The people who came to your city were getting taxed. This is just I love this. I love this subject so much because you say the word tax, nobody wants to get taxed. And to your point, I agree. These billionaires should pay for their own stadiums because on the backside of this, they are, because also the stadiums are being built not just as stadiums anymore, right? These are full-on entertainment districts, live, work, play, and they are reaping in the rewards from all of those things. So pay for it. pay for it. You're getting it back so much faster than you ever got it back before as an owner.
I'm gonna put that in a pipe and smoke it.
Those are your NFL notes. He's Chris Dempsey, KJ behind the glass. I'm Alex Ryan. And we will wrap things up on the other side with a pretty little bow. Final thoughts on a wonderful Game 7 in the National Hockey League. We're done. We got Rockies baseball up until training camp, but it's a huge week in the NBA, a massive week in the NHL. Free agency, drafts galore. What will the Nuggets and Avs do? How is it going to impact their chances at championship runs next year?
Ladies and gentlemen, the most exciting stage show you
There we go.
appearing live.
Time to break dance now.
I don't even want to throw you this cookie because you're not going to dance for us.
No, I'm not going to do it. Not going to do it.
Like, it feels like we're doing the work for you, and you just want to spit in our faces. Like, you're just getting like the old and then not in a good sense.
I'm in it for Slick Rick.
Chris isn't on TikTok, so he doesn't get the old hot tua reference.
I don't. I sure don't. What does that mean?
Buddy, are you missing out?
I was about to say, I have to explain it to you
Are
out the air.
you missing out? The text line knows what I'm talking about. Oh, hawk tua.
Okay. I'm looking forward to understanding more about this in about 7 minutes.
Oh, man. We were talking about those, like the phantom running back seasons from the Mike Shanahan days. And my question to you in the break was, what was the best phantom running back season between 95 and 08 when Shanahan was gone? Right? Because you have to throw away the Terrell Davis seasons outside of 95. Right? Because 95 is when he breaks onto the scene. He runs for 1,000, and I'm sure he had 6 or 7 touchdowns. Seven touchdowns that season. And then TD goes off for the remainder of his career. He has a 2,000-yard season with 21 touchdowns. He's got a 1,700-yard season with 15 touchdowns there. So I'm going to throw out the rest of those. I'll throw out the 2 Clinton Portis seasons when he runs for over 1,500 yards
He
each.
looks so good.
It's so good. And 14 touchdowns in both of those seasons. 15 in the 2002 season. I'll throw that away because he's a second-round draft pick. But then you get into, like, it's really tough to look over Mike Anderson's 2000 season of 1,487 yards and 15 touchdowns as a 6th-round draft pick, Mike Anderson?
Yeah, I can't remember, actually, to be honest with you. But it's
6th-round draft pick in 2000.
Yeah. Yeah, the Mike Anderson experience was hilarious, too, because he just kept popping back up, and every time he did, he'd just run for 1,000 yards. And, you know, it's Mike Anderson, Ruben Drones in 2004, 1,240 yards and 6 touchdowns. Tatum Bell, did you take him out?
Tatum Bell is a second-round draft pick.
That's right.
So, like, you can expect that out of a second-rounder.
Orlandis Gary
Gary's another good one. Nearly 1,200 yards, 7 touchdowns as a... Where is Orlandis Gary? Orlandis Gary was a 4th-round draft pick. Yeah, he qualifies.
Yeah.
That is an unexpected phantom season.
Raj, it's the best running system I've ever seen. And, you know, it was... And Mike Shanahan got to a point where he was so smug because he just knew that he could plug in almost anybody. I think he actively thought he could just plug in anybody and get big rushing numbers out of that offense. And then if the back was actually like legit, then you had what Terrell Davis and like Clinton Portis were able to do.
The epitome of I can fit anyone into this system.
Yeah, that's what it was.
Is the 3rd-round draft pick. And this is, again, toward the end of his tenure. And you can say what you want about Shanahan's firing. Was it warranted? Was it not? It seemed a little premature. It ends up turning into a good thing for Broncos fans, right? You, as a direct result, Peyton Manning comes here just 3 years later. You go to a Super Bowl. You win another. The Maurice Clarett draft pick in 05 is the one that you look at and you go, I don't care about what's happening off the field. I don't care if the treads are off the tires at this point because he got run down into the ground out there at Ohio State. That was the draft pick that's like, I'm going to prove it to you guys. I can do it with anyone.
Yeah, and Clarett was a really good back, man. He just was. But, I think that existed in spades with Mike Shanahan. It just did. And, I mean, the numbers weren't proving him wrong. I mean, look, when the back was good, I know we were talking about this a little bit during the break. There's been 1 year in my life that I covered the Broncos as a beat writer. Way back in 1998 when they ended up beating the Falcons in the Super Bowl for the second of the back-to-back. And what Terrell Davis did, what that offense looked like. I mean, it was you could hit a home run with the run anywhere on the field. Anywhere on the field. They would just hand it off. Didn't matter if they were on their own 20 or your 20, or their own 45 or your 45. They were a threat to score a touchdown every single time they handed the ball to Terrell Davis. It was a beautiful thing to watch. It was just that offense was as dynamic and just overwhelming. Like, nobody could even come close to stopping it. And so you roll up 21 touchdowns and 2,008 yards if you're Terrell Davis. Well, it's the same system. That system continued to just churn out yards and touchdowns. And it was, look, it's one of the, obviously, it's one of the, that blocking scheme is still used to this day to whatever extent. And you could trace it back to Mike Shanahan and probably to Bill Walsh as well.
Ruben Drones in 2004. I know he wasn't part
That's what I'm
of
saying. Ruben Drones.
The Shanahan experience did not include Willis McGahee in 2011, but like that was Willis McGahee on his last legs, and the dude ran for 1,200 yards and 5 touchdowns.
Mm-hmm.
And that guy looked like he needed to be in an old folks home at that point in his career. And he turned it into something.
Yeah.
And that's what it's what you hope that Peyton can find a way to do with this team, is that when you pissed away so many draft picks over these years, you have so much money that is going by the wayside because of moving on from Russell Wilson. You have to find these types of players. You have to find these gems in the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th rounds that give you these types of performances. That's what betting on Sean Payton is about. It's not necessarily just about Bo Nix. It's about finding ways to like nip and tuck at the edges of this roster without having the benefit of a wallet, because you don't until Russ's contract is off the books, and then you get the full benefit of the salary cap. That's what the main test of Sean Payton's prowess is in the next 2 seasons.
Yeah, but
can you find those guys?
Yeah, but they also had to turn over the roster. I mean, and like even if you had salary cap space, right, and you can go out and pay for some players, they still needed youth, and they needed to turn over the roster to whatever extent. And so you're getting an accelerated version of that because of what they did with the Russell Wilson contract right now. I mean, it's funny because when you look at the Broncos, the Nuggets, and the Avalanche, they are in their finances are an issue that's impacting all of these rosters and their ability to maximize whatever they think they can maximize for the following season. But yeah, I mean, look, that was also a different time, space and time. We don't necessarily understand exactly how Sean Payton wants to run his offense, what that actually might look like. I think we'll start to get some answers this season.
That's it for us today. PhD's coming up next. A whole bunch of NBA draft analysis tomorrow when we're back on. Chris Dempsey, Alex Ryanemi, KJ behind the glass as always. NBA draft, NHL free agency, re-signings galore. We'll get into so much more tomorrow on Dempsey and Company. Swallow your pride, stop being a wuss, go accept the award, and then go cry back in the locker room.
Thanks, AAA. They're the best, man. Get it done, dream it, build it. One-step turnkey process. Love AAA. AAAHomeImprovements.com. Best hockey player in the world is?
On the losing team.
Connor McDavid.
Not Nathan McKinnon?
Come on now.
Nathan McKinnon is the greatest hockey player on earth.
Okay. Just a heat check here.
Should you be allowed to be the most valuable player if you're on the losing team? Should that be allowed in sports?
If you lose on the road, that's tough because that crowd knew. And he goes, he just broke the record, and the crowd knew right away.
Boo. Should you? Well, it's all right.
Had they swept, the goalie would have been the Conn Smythe.
Is a goalie a hockey player or is he a goalie?
Is a pitcher a baseball player or a pitcher?
I think he's a pitcher. I think it's different. I do think it's different.
Is a quarterback a football player or is he a quarterback?
Yes, he's a football player because he has to run. He has to potentially tackle. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Does he?
Well,
we've seen Peyton Manning try to run. We've seen Peyton Manning try to tackle.
We saw Teddy Bridgewater try to tackle. That
seen
was
Michael
impressive.
Vick try to run?
Yeah.
Who? Mike Vick can run.
Yeah. No, football quarterbacks are, you got to do a bunch of stuff. A goalie is just its own thing. It's unique to the sport. A pitcher, when they were hitting, was a baseball player, but now that they don't hit, they do have to play defense, though. They do. A goalie only has to do one thing.
Stop puck.
That's it.
Yeah, win the game or lose the game for you.
Well, that's right. So you could put the goalie higher than a hockey player. You could say goalies are in a deeper, better realm than the hockey player. The only reason I bring it up, I got in a weird debate last night about, was McDavid the second player or the sixth player, because he was the sixth overall hockey player, but 4 others were goalies who got the Conn Smythe when losing.
Yeah, it's a weird deal. I mean, obviously what he did was well worth getting the Conn Smythe. I get it. But it's a weird theory. How could you be the most valuable if you're on a losing team?
All right, well, let's just never mind that
I
stupid
got the
debate.
You know the dumbest thing about the Conn Smythe though? So that whole thing, so it's like it's the entire playoffs, right? It's not just that game or whatever. But the votes have to be put in 10 minutes before the game ends. So say you're going to vote for a goaltender, the most valuable player of the playoffs.
And he gives up 3 goals in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, and all of a sudden loses the game, but he gets the Conn Smythe. Like, why the heck would you do that?
Well, maybe they were afraid of that. Maybe they're afraid that, what happens if Edmonton ties this up and then, can win it. So maybe that's why guys didn't vote for him.
No way. He won it because he was the most dominant player by a mile in the playoffs.
I won an MVP my sophomore or junior year in college in the Great Alaskan Shootout, and we lost in the finals to North Carolina.
And you won the MVP.
And I won the MVP.
Why?
Because,
it goes without saying.
Because it wasn't James Worthy or Sam Perkins that were the best on the floor that day. It was Scott Hastings.
Hey, my man.
Man, for somebody to win an MVP on a losing team,
that's hard.
The
shock.
other team they just have to be like the best true team, right? Because clearly they don't have like the same individuals, but they just got to be a better team without the individuals.
Well, what won you the MVP on a losing team?
I was absolutely destroying North Carolina, and this referee, the same referee, called 3 fouls in 15 seconds. With about 10 minutes to go in the game, and we're up 8.
You lost?
And we ended up losing.
Whoa.
Lost in the finals. I was sitting on the bench the last 10 minutes. I found out with 10 minutes to go.
And the fouls were called on you?
Yeah, three fouls in a row on me. I had 2.5.
And you still won? Wow.
No, we lost the game. But I won the day, yeah.
Yeah.
I finished with like 21 and 12, and I didn't play the last 10 minutes of the game.
Goodness gracious. Well, you were having a day.
I was having a day. Had a tournament.
Too bad you were such a hacker, just a brutal fouling machine.
It was the era. Oh, that's true. Ref cheated.
Too bad you couldn't control yourself.
Same ref. 3 fouls. Boom, boom, boom. He didn't like I said something after the first one. And then the ball comes inbound. He calls me for pushing the guy on the inbounds. I'm guarding like Perkins on the block. And ball goes inbound the corner. He blows the second whistle.
Oh, he just had it for you.
Yeah, he had it for me.
Oh, man. 5 fouls or 6 fouls? 5 fouls,
5
college. Yeah.
Well, you should stop being mean to the referees, Scott.
You remember his name?
I hate referees.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. No, it doesn't matter. I don't need to know any referees' names. I hate them all. They might be wonderful people when they take their jerseys off, but when they're in the game, I don't like them now.
Did you let him know what you thought of him at the time?
No, because I was a dumb kid then. I did after he called that third foul. I'm like, come on now. This championship game. That ain't, come on now.
That
and
didn't help
literally
you?
the ball goes in bounds, and I'm putting a shoulder or a forearm in Sam Perkins' back, I think, and boom, the whistle, and no one even knew why the whistle was.
Let me ask you this.
You send a message.
Did it feel good to win it?
No.
Right. Like it doesn't feel good. Like you go out there on the ice, you're watching everybody else celebrate. You're waiting 30 minutes for the things to wind down.
I hadn't
and also
even
like, hey,
thought
congrats.
about winning that until this happened right there, and you mentioned it. I didn't even think about it.
Who should have got it if it wasn't McDavid last night?
The goaltender probably.
Bobrovsky?
Although think about it, he was great the first 3 games.
Yeah.
4, 5, and 6, he was an average goaltender.
He sure was.
Yeah, I mean, below average. I mean, we're talking about 8 goals, 5 goals.
He played great in Game 7, though, and he
Played great in Game 7.
And hey, man, it was 2-1.
The 4 wins, you could put it on their goalie.
I do wonder. That is an interesting question. I didn't know that about the voting. I do wonder if Edmonton had, or Florida rather, had a bit of a larger lead, and they were more assured that there was no way Edmonton was going to come back, if more votes would have gone towards Bobrovsky. I'd love to find out the total because I have a feeling McDavid won in a landslide.
I think so too. I mean, what he was doing was flat out incredible, but I don't understand the process. I don't get why they would. Why would they have the votes in 10 minutes before the game's over? You got plenty of time after the game's over.
They have these things called apps.
Yeah.
That basically you can sit there, game in, your vote has to be in 1 minute after the game.
Wait, who all
30 seconds, whatever it is.
I actually have no idea. Who all gets the vote on the Conn Smythe?
Probably a bunch of guys that can't curl 40 pounds.
But so, if are there like 100 people, or are they local media people? Like, because maybe that's why, I guess, if you've got people all across the country, they got to get votes in.
I think it's the national media. Probably.
I would assume so too. Yeah. The national media is not biased towards one team or another. They don't.
You can always use a fax machine. Elvis Dumerville tried that.
Yeah, that works well. That's a good system. The NFL.
Well, let me ask you: Did that game in that series help the NHL?
Well, do we? Hey, I don't know if we know ratings right now, but it was listen, man, aside from going to overtime, you really can't get a better game.
That was a great game.
I saw on the Pat McAfee show today that they were saying like the playoffs as a whole was up like almost 50%.
Okay, well, it had the drama. It had a couple of stars.
And it had some stars.
Bobrovsky kind of became a star if you didn't know him ahead of time. Other than that, Florida, I mean, Tkachuk became a star for them, obviously.
I just love that those Canadians suck at their own sport.
So I'll ask you, is Connor McDavid the greatest player in the world right now?
He is.
Of course.
And it stings to say it, but if you're being honest, he had a better year than Nathan McKinnon. And the Hart Trophy is awarded on Thursday, and it should go to Connor McDavid.
Hey, you happy if you got Magic instead of Jordan?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I'm pretty happy with our guy still.
That being said, of course, the award is a regular season award, not a postseason, which I think is stupid. I think everything, a season is an entire season. How that's not included, I don't know. So if Nate wins it, I'm not going to have any problems with it or be upset about it. But I really don't know the other side of the coin to say McDavid's not the best in the world.
I mean, if you include the playoffs, there's zero chance Nate can win that thing.
All right. Who deserves to win the Hart, McDavid or McKinnon?
Dan?
Well, hold on. Let's clarify something though. Are we separating season and playoffs?
You can say whatever you want. You can use whatever metrics you want. Who deserves the Hart Trophy?
All right. Well, here's the problem. It's impossible to not include the playoffs. Whether you say it or not, in your head, you're including it. You just watched that. You just saw it. So it's Connor.
Nichushkin.
Yeah, funny guy. He deserves another award. You asked Dan his opinion?
How about Casey?
Dan.
Well, I mean, Nikita Kucherov led the league in points.
Hey.
We didn't even mention him.
You're going to go with Kucherov?
Oh, what are we basing it on? Point
you
total?
Base it on whatever you want.
It's your vote.
If it's point total, Kucherov.
No. Hold on. It's whatever you want. You vote. You use whatever criteria you want. I'm asking people, who's the best player? Who deserves the Hart? Use whatever criteria you want.
Man, this is probably the toughest Hart Trophy vote in years. I would probably go Kucherov. I think he was the most valuable to his team this year. But it's very close.
How do you do in the postseason?
This isn't a postseason award.
I know,
Scott.
but how did he do?
I didn't say that. You can use whatever you want. So if you want to just use the postseason, fine, or not the postseason, fine. But you don't have to. I'm saying it's a year. We can make up our own rules. Who deserves it?
Yeah.
Period. Who deserves it as the MVP? Who deserves it?
Dan, want to change your vote?
I can't forget the playoffs, so I have to include that personally. Like, I have to. I saw it. I watched it.
I'm waiting for who's sticking up for McKinnon. Anybody?
303-504-0925.
What's the
Baker and Shaker?
What's well, we're in the Backus and Shaker studios.
Studios. Oh, okay.
They're serious lawyers for seriously injured.
Yeah.
If you want to get on the Ramos Law hotline, you can do that too. RamosLaw.com. Are you saying McDavid then?
I think he's the best player in the world. But again, it comes how do you interpret the MVP? Like Nikola this regular season was the best player in the world, period. Should have won that thing. And you had some other guys really, really good. He was the best guy in the postseason last year. Should have won it.
Mm-hmm.
I just think McDavid is the best. I think any MVP or trophies you want to give him, and you can't argue against it. Now, if it's just points, but then again, did Kucherov get his team in the postseason? Did they do any noise in the postseason?
They lost in the first round, but they were there.
So if he's off that team, do they even get to the postseason? So
Lightning?
maybe he is the most valuable player for that team.
Why are you hemming and hawing? Who's your guy?
I just said McDavid, dummy.
All right, so we're all on McDavid. I'm McDavid as well.
How about the Panthers coach? The dude's got the most losses of any coach in the NHL and just wins a championship. That's pretty cool.
Well, he lost one last year, right? Same
How do you
guy.
keep getting jobs with the most losses in the NHL?
Because you strike some sort of chord.
A lot of confidence.
Yeah.
I guess.
JG
his
Redick will be a coach as long as he wants to now.
His post-game interview, though, it was pretty cool, man. I mean, when he gets interrupted with the trophy, he holds that thing up,
Yeah.
and then that was heartfelt.
That's the only part of the game I didn't watch. I didn't care about the celebration.
Oh, you got to watch the celebration.
No, because then I watched him pass the cup around a couple of guys, and I went, okay, I'm done. Because now I'm flashing back to people skating in the picture, dropping the cup, denting it up.
Who dropped the cup?
Oh, I don't.
Come on.
There's a guy who's not
Don't
here
cheat,
anymore.
Dan. He's not here anymore. Who was it?
He's not here anymore.
Who was it?
He's dead to me.
He's dead to you. They got rid of him.
Because he did it to cup.
Dan, do you know?
Nicholas Aube-Kubel.
Oh, that's
Show
right.
off.
Aube-Kubel.
That was such a great moment.
Yep. And you know what?
Nathan McKinnon was ready to kill him on the spot.
He's dead to me.
He's dead to you. I'm glad Nicholas Aube-Kubel is dead to you. So real quick story. I'm up in Edmonton, and we're at a sports bar across from Rogers Place. And there was like 9 people wearing Aube-Kubel sweaters.
Wow.
Right. So obviously, they gotta be, relatives of Aube-Kubel. And sure enough, not one of them spoke like a lick of English because he's from like the French part there. And I go, "Oh, Nicholas, he's great." I go, "Huh? Oh," and it hit me. "Oh yeah, you don't speak English. Your son, good." Oh, thank you. But that's not the funniest sweater I saw up in Edmonton. The funniest sweater I saw was a older woman wearing a Bednar sweater. Take a guess.
Wife.
Mom.
I said, "Your son's doing." I could kind of deduce it. I was like, "Your son's doing."
Can't give it away.
Son's doing a really good job. Well, who else is wearing a Bednar sweater? Where'd you find
Your wife?
Miss
Wow.
Ottawa 674.
Your wife wears his T-shirts.
I'll tell you
I know
this,
that much.
My wife's Bednar sweater would be crumpled up on the bedroom floor. That's where
right.
that would be if she had her way. Ain't no doubt about that. I'd have to let her have it. It's a hall pass. I mean, if she, I've told I'm not going to help her.
Right.
But I'm not.
You're not going to do the introductions.
I'm not going to do the introductions. You know what's so funny about that? Boy, tangent time. At the charity thing this winter, which was so wonderful. Generally, I'm not like a, "Hey, how you doing?" I don't need to be friends with you. There's a professional relationship. But we're at that thing. And I'm like, "Kim, do you want to meet Jared?" I mean, like, we know each other enough that I could definitely go up and say, "Hey, this is my wife. She's a big fan," that sort of thing. She did not want to do it, but she did want to stand about 15 feet away and just look at him. That being said, okay.
She needs memories.
She's got a Rolodex
Visuals.
right now. I'm telling you, it was killing her that he didn't get his haircut this year. Killing her.
I thought he looked great. I think he looks great with the long hair.
Well, okay. I wasn't against it. I'm just telling you what she thought from her point of view.
Well, I mean, let's be honest. She does like bald guys.
True.
It helps. JJ Redick. This is going to be such a disaster in Los Angeles, and there's some real fun indications. We'll hear it from JJ coming up. Hey, it's C-Mac here to tell you the ultimate sales event is going on now at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, where Maroney means more. More peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and more value on every new Chevrolet and GMC in stock. You can go green in a new 2024 Chevy Blazer EV all-wheel drive, $389 a month. Hit the road in an Equinox all-wheel drive, $298 a month, or just sign and drive a new 2024 GMC Terrain all-wheel drive. That's only $379 a month with zero due at signing. It gets even better. They've got 0% interest-free financing on select models. This is all happening at Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC, proud partner of CU Athletics. 1415 Vista View Drive. They'd love to see you in Longmont, or you can simply go online to Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com. That's Mike Maroney, Chevrolet Buick GMC.com.
12:23 here on a Tuesday. I was told to do
Double
that.
it up.
I was told to do that.
I didn't tell you to. I
You
just
said
bet that
yeah.
I bet that you would.
Well, but I was hoping
because I'm proud of you that you're fine doing it, but that's your crutch when you come back when D-Mac's late. You just go straight to the time and the date.
I was told when I first got in, you should always time and distance.
Double time check.
Time down and distance.
Yeah, no doubt.
What year was that?
It was 1908.
94 when I started radio.
So it'd be 12:23, 23 minutes after noon. It's 97 degrees outside.
So you get him to go deep dive.
3 less than 100.
Yeah, I mean, because nobody has digital anything in their car anymore.
Dude, oh.
Going on the way back machine here?
No, I just rented a U-Haul that I'm going to be driving back to Oklahoma.
What are you doing?
And I have AM/FM radio.
You have the push the buttons like to.
Well, it's got the windows are crank window. Crank windows.
Taking a
Why don't you go get the cassette that you can plug into the portable CD player? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember
that. Was pretty. That was pretty
yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Hell yeah! CDs in the car. All you need is a cassette. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm hoping that there's
This
a
could be 8-track player.
Outlet that I can plug something in. That way I can.
Doesn't sound like you're going to get that one in this,
I don't know
this
if I'll
bad
get that
boy.
either. Yeah.
How long of a drive is that?
Car, it's 10 hours. With this thing, probably 12, 13.
What are you hauling out there?
Dumpster furniture.
I'm sorry?
Yeah. You heard me. Dumpster furniture.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. We just. I know it's a
Why
squirrel
don't you just go
moment here.
dumpster diving in Oklahoma?
I was just going to say, why don't you just get your crap there? Is there a deeper reason that we shouldn't get into?
No. I'm just trying to be. I'm trying to be politically correct and honest, but happy life, happy.
Gotcha. I know what you're talking about.
So I mean, some of the things you do, yeah.
Oh no, you don't know what he's talking about?
You will.
Oh, I do.
You will on the second time.
We had a bed and a headboard.
Oh, I got that in there.
That I wasn't allowed to get rid of until very recently. That was the bane of my existence. And the extent that we did to keep this terrible bed and headboard was next level stupid.
No, yeah. That's,
There was no logic involved.
Oh, yeah. No, I'm taking one of those too.
Because you realize everything you're going to take already exists where you're going.
Yeah, but the thought process was, which is sound logic, if I got to buy something newer, why do it for a place you're going to visit 4 or 5 times a year?
You don't have to get it newer. You could go to Goodwill or whatever. You can get it used. You can get it off Facebook Marketplace once you get there.
I'll repeat.
They've got used stuff in Oklahoma.
Oh, a lot of it. In fact, you drive right at the right time of night, you can usually get a pretty good couch right off somebody's porch. I mean, if you're being honest.
We gave so much of our stuff away by setting it out to the curb. It was ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
I've had 6 boxes out there since Saturday.
Of what?
Stuff?
Free stuff.
And it didn't get picked up?
Some lady came to it and handpicked. Oh, no, it's already gone.
Yeah.
We had a couch that I'm not sure what all the teenagers were doing in my house on that couch.
Yeah. You didn't blacklight it.
Oh, God, no. That got picked up and taken. Oh, yeah. It was
because
you know why? You didn't put a sign on it. Teenager with blacklight needed.
Every guy wants a man cave, man basement, or a man garage.
I tell you what.
Would a cool couch for you not be nice?
That is the next step for your garage.
Seat.
Yeah, you do need you need furniture.
I do have a little. Yeah, I could. The answer is yes. The answer is yes.
You can get a space heater for the winter?
I haven't thought of that yet, but I did get myself for my birthday. My wife got me. It's the coolest thing. It's a refrigerator that would just hold like a 6-pack.
Mm-hmm.
It's the tiniest, little, coolest, like little mini fridge you've ever seen in your life. It would really only hold 6 or 7 beers, but like chef's kiss, absolutely perfect.
I got one I wanted a prize. It's a little bigger. the glass thing. It's got Bud Light football and stuff on it.
You know what I'm saying?
You know, it probably holds maybe a case in a
case?
bag, maybe.
Oh, well, okay. That's
I'm
showing
thinking
off right there.
I'm
You want to give it to me?
I can talk to Mama.
Well, where is it now in your house?
Garage.
Being unused.
Unused.
Bring it in.
Mm.
Bring it in.
I could sneak. Oh, they're leaving tomorrow, so I could sneak it in.
I need a giant
But
garage
you'll ride your boat.
freezer.
No,
You got
I
one
can
of those
bring
for me?
it in. A what?
I
Wait,
need a
hold
giant like backup freezer for the garage.
Dude,
you got
are
one of
you
those for me?
joking? Are you being serious?
Yeah.
I've got a huge freezer.
Well, I don't want like how huge.
It's a freezer. My wife used to work at Schwann's, so we just got frozen food for like 4 years of our life. It is a serious freezer.
Is it like the buffet style one where you flip it up rather than
Yes.
opening out?
Yes.
Got it. That's solid.
You want it?
Probably not what I need, but that's a solid one right there.
It's solid. It's
don't give up on that.
It's
one
no.
day
It's-
you'll become a man
no.
and you'll go hunting and you'll want to
hell no.
and you want to
Put
keep
a
all your
cougar
meat
in
there.
that thing.
What do you? Well, you could. If you could catch it, if somebody else catches it for you, waits for you for an hour, and allows you to take it down and then carry it out, sure, you could have one. Got to have a good friend, though, with his own dogs. But sure, you could do that. JJ Redick. How do you think it's going to go with JJ Redick there in Los Angeles?
He's so mad already. Why is he so mad? He should be happy.
Oh, I'm happy.
Why is he mad at all the people that he used to be a part of the clickbait crew?
Yeah, what is... All right, so...
I used to be in that clickbait engagement farming crew, but now I'm not.
Let's get to some JJ Redick. Here.
It's a valid question, and I've certainly heard everything. It's been a really interesting 6 weeks or so, just in terms of being part of the engagement farming industry. It's been really interesting. However, I don't really have a great answer for your question because I really don't give a like honestly. I want to coach the Lakers. I want to coach the team. I don't want to dispel anything. I don't. I want to become a great coach in the NBA, and I want to win championships, and I want my players to maximize their careers. That's all I care about.
Man, so angry.
I can't wait.
He's so mad at those engagement farmers that apparently he was only a part of for 6 weeks, I guess.
Well, we talked about the other day. Who did we talk about the other day? It's easier to make a decision when you got $100 million in the bank.
Yep.
15-year NBA career, national television broadcast for the last couple of years. I don't know if he's got $100 million in the bank, but I bet he's got quite a few buckets in the bank. He's taking the job and doesn't care. Listen, here's what I do. I hope he succeeds. Because to me, the NBA, and you could talk on this with the NFL coaching, Tyler, but to me, the NBA got into you got to pay your dues. You got to sit there and be a video coordinator for a while, and then you got to sit in the back of the bench for a while and chase guys' rebounds down for a while, and then you've got to do this for a while, and then that way we can have a bunch of guys that haven't curved 40 pounds sitting there and become coaches. He played for 15 seasons. He was a two-time college player of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I think he knows the game of basketball.
I agree.
Man, that's so true, particularly in football. Coaches are terrified of former players that try to come into that's their world. Don't you come over to my world. Hey, man, you might have played the game for a long time, but you don't know all this and that. And football is a little bit different, I'll be honest, than basketball because, look, it's so compartmentalized in football that you become specialists in offensive line. You become specialists in wide receivers, right? So there is a little bit that you have to learn on the other side before you're quite ready. But you're right. You get blackballed if you're a former player that wants to get into coaching.
I just think, and I hope he succeeds. I'll say the same thing that I said about Elway when he took the GM job with no experience. Marino came out exactly like I said the warning was. I think these guys would be great at their jobs if they care, if they're willing to work. I think Elway was pretty good for the first 4 or 5 years, and something happened, whether it's just I got tired of doing the job, got tired of banging heads, trying to do whatever. I don't think he put the effort or the care to that he did in the first 4 or 5 years of him doing it. I think that's a fair analysis. If JJ Redick, who's been having a lot of stuff on the silver platter for him, as far as going straight from nothing to all of a sudden doing ABC championship games and stuff like that, he didn't have to pay the dues to all of a sudden get that reward. But that one, no one talked about that. I hope he succeeds, but he'll only succeed if he works. His biggest problem is he's going to the Lakers, and the Lakers are a dumpster fire. And I think, I'm not a big fan of their GM, to be honest with you, Pelinka. So we'll see if he can overcome that. But you're going to tell me a guy who played 15 years in the league, 2 times College Player of the Year, some guy who was a video coordinator for 2 years and then sat on behind the bench for a couple of years and then worked as a first or second assistant for Popovich for a couple of years, more qualified? Why?
I'm not doubting you on any of that, but he did sound insecure. That's the way he came across to me. He came across insecure, as if like, I got to act like this tough guy on my first opening presser. Yeah, everybody's doubting me because I've done this.
Or it might just be
F you all, like, or just go in there calmly with confidence, be like, yeah, I played in this league for 15 years.
He also just might be a P. Rick.
Well, maybe, but he also said some dumb things like, no, LeBron and I didn't even talk about the job.
Oh, we have
really?
That.
Oh, yeah. You and LeBron didn't talk about the job.
This is what he said.
He didn't provide any advice. LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes after I was offered the job.
That was loud.
And that was very intentional on both our parts.
Wait, Dan, stop it for a second. What the hell was that? Was that somebody just in the background of the press conference?
It almost sounded like somebody saying, come on.
What was that, Dan?
LeBron and I did not talk about the Lakers job until Thursday afternoon, about 30 minutes after I was offered the job.
What was that?
BS.
Was that somebody heckling him during the press conference?
You're lying.
That's pretty funny.
He sounded insecure. I mean, even things like that. And Vic went on a rant about it, which I'm not trying to copy his rant. I'll give him total credit for it. I just happen to agree with it. What would be wrong with just saying, yeah, LeBron and I are friends. We did a podcast. I'm glad that LeBron had a lot of good things to say for me, put in a nice word for me, and I'm looking forward to working with him.
Well, say, listen, we had talked about it in passing. I don't know if he talked to anybody about it or not. Well, I guess that'll all come out if he did.
Him cursing and the whole attitude thing is just reeks of insecurity.
Yeah.
And here's the problem he has. He doesn't get training. You got to win next year, my friend, or you could be out.
But like I said, to me, you guys, I thought he came off insecure. I thought he sounded like the P word.
Okay. Well, maybe that's who he is.
And I think he is. You know what he does? And listen, Duke is slowly taking over the world. And he's just another Dookie that all of a sudden, Dookie is starting to be infiltrated in the NBA and up and down rank. Go back and look at GMs and coaches and stuff like that and see how many Dookies are in there right now. Go look and see who's running USA basketball right now.
Well, you realize they are smarter and just better people.
Well, they let you know that. And
of course.
That to me is how he came off on the presser. I didn't take the insecurity.
I'm going to love this entire disaster from start to finish.
Well, see, that's where I'm torn. Because I want him to succeed because he's a former player, period. I don't care about the person.
There's plenty of former players who have
that.
succeeded.
But if he succeeds, then other guys are going to get looked at that want to do their job and care about doing the job.
I don't know, man. You think that has that? Like Jason Kidd just took his team to the NBA Finals. Ty Lue's won a championship. There's plenty of ex-players that have succeeded.
Okay, and there's 77 years of the league. You just named 2.
All right. Well, I did pretty good right off the top of my head. I mean, I can narrow it down more if you
I
want.
feel you, Scott, but I got my gut tells me is that he's carried like the weight of that, which to me is not really a good sign. It's not a healthy sign for him. Like, just know it. Just know it. You know, like if we come out there like, look, I get it. Coaches swear. This is nothing new. They swear.
But what's the old saying? Don't get in the kitchen if you can't stand the heat. He's in the kitchen now.
Oh, he is in the kitchen, no doubt about it.
And there's not a hotter kitchen in the NBA than LA.
It is going to be the lead story everywhere. It's going to be the number 1 story of the NBA all next season. It's going to be fun to watch from a distance.
I love the dude that said, come on.
It was hysterical.
You didn't talk to LeBron? Come on.
Play that again, Dan. That was a riot. Who's like heckling him at the press conference?
until Thursday afternoon.
What?
That was Anthony Davis standing behind the curtain.
Okay, just to clarify, does anyone think for 1 second that he didn't talk to LeBron about the job?
No, of course.
Okay.
It's the most stupid. They had a podcast together.
So what reason other than insecurity
signed
would
the
you
contract,
not
too.
just be honest about that?
don't
Like just
know.
embrace it. You literally have a podcast that you host with him, not like a one-off. Like you have a podcast that you host with
It's
the dude.
the most
just embrace it.
It's the most insane lie I've ever heard. Why would you lie about something that nobody would give you crap for in the first place? Why would
Well,
you?
they're going to give you crap for it, and that's why he's lying about
Well,
it. because
then you know what? I would have followed up with the question if you're not afraid to ask questions. You know, you can work for ESPN and be David McMenamin.
Well said.
Yeah, and
I don't think that was well done.
He ain't
Do it
gonna-
again.
David McMenamin.
Even better the second time.
Thank you. I'd follow. Goes okay. So he didn't talk to you and give you advice about getting this job. Do you ever tell you about his discomfort or dislike of Darvin Ham? Had you known that there was heat boiling before Darvin was fired?
Oh,
at what
How
point?
about talking about that? Now we can see if he's honest.
Wow,
at what
that's
point?
fun.
did LeBron
Because if
tell
he's
you?
honest about that, then you might go, well, maybe they didn't talk about the job per se. But if you ask him, did you ever hear anything about LeBron? Did LeBron ever speak on his unhappiness with Darvin Ham and his coaching ability?
I've heard some broadcast brethren say, "Oh, nobody tells us what to say because it goes unsaid what you can say and what you can't say." You know, and you don't have to be told. You should know. It's the
What do you
way
mean?
it goes.
What are you referring to?
I've got some friends.
People asking questions.
Some Broncos, insiders who, saying they're not biased by anything. It's like, okay, all right.
Yeah.
What's the
I
question?
emailed you at denverbroncos.com. Is that still a good email?
Nobody tells us what to say. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
It goes without
What
saying.
floor is your office on?
The
Anyway, I hope it works out.
Well,
I think
wait. Why do you hope it works
because
out?
honestly, because
I
you
get
guys
what Scott's saying.
because you guys aren't inundated with it that I have been inundated with the past 20 years about all these coaches that they put their time in and they, like I said,
that really bugs you.
yeah, it bugs the hell out of me.
It bugs the hell out of me too.
Bugs
It-
the
it
hell out of me.
does.
You're
Okay.
going to tell me a guy that's spent in the video department for 2 years and 3 years being a
Who's more
workout-
qualified to be a head coach, J.J. Redick or David Adelman?
David Adelman now or David Adelman 2
David
years
Adelman
ago?
right now.
David Adelman now, I think it's a toss-up.
Whew.
But
Okay.
I think J.J. Redick has a bigger name, and you got to have a big name splash in L.A.
Okay.
David Adelman 10 years ago, J.J. Redick.
Redick doesn't have a big name in LA to me. To me, it's a desperation.
He
It's
played
like
for the
a-
Clippers for 5 years.
No, I'm not discounting who he is.
He's the national TV.
I'm saying based off of what they went for and where they landed, that doesn't feel like a big
Well,
hire.
see, I would almost say Hurley's a monster name in basketball, especially in particular college basketball. Redick is every bit as big a name in L.A., I believe, in pro basketball.
Well, especially because he played for the Clippers for so long.
Yeah.
too.
Sure.
And one of the stars of Clipped on Hulu right now, the Donald Sterling story.
Well, see, he's in there.
He's a big star.
See,
of that show.
Listen, I want him to succeed because I'd like somebody. Doc Rivers, no one talks about it. Doc Rivers was hired right out of TNT, Coach Orlando. Within a year or so, he was the Coach of the Year. He's won a
Oh
championship.
yeah,
now.
Doc Rivers. I
Yeah.
forgot him. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's also a star. He's like the star. Lawrence Fishburne plays Doc Rivers in Clipped. No, he is like the main character in that.
Did you hear where Fishburne said he didn't even know who Doc Rivers was before he took the job?
Well, I believe it because he's doing a horrible impression of Doc Rivers. You'd laugh. You gotta talk to Doc about.
We can get him on sometime.
I would love that to see how he's being portrayed right now. It's different than the Jerry West character because they're making Doc Rivers be the hero in this, so it's not like an anti-negative thing. But it's just funny because Lawrence Fishburne needs to get on soda. I'm just telling you. And Doc Rivers is being portrayed by a guy who outweighs him by at least 100 pounds.
And Doc is 7 inches taller. Soda weight loss.
State of the art. All right. There's something else going on in basketball that a comparison has been made and now has been supported by the comparison itself. Confused? I did that on purpose. Find out the answer next. All right, it is DMAC for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Erectile dysfunction, that is not something that's fun to deal with. You know, it's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcome for patients. And if you suffer with erectile dysfunction, you certainly want a good outcome. Okay. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine. They're the leader in treating men's sexual health issues, and they'll do the same for you. You've been dealing with it. Time to put it behind you. They've got treatments with success rates well over 90%, serving the Front Range of Colorado for years and years and years. So schedule a consult, get a T and PSA test. If advised, a test dose. If the test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. You could be having sex the next day. It starts with a phone call. 720-440-7900. 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. I gotta say, Dan and I were talking about this earlier. It's arguable that the WNBA will never be more interesting than kind of it is right now. So if you still aren't into the WNBA at this point, or it's not interesting to listen to, I don't know exactly what other scenario would happen. Now, it's a confusing situation to me because on the surface, this has to be interesting, right? It's the lead story all over the place with Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese. The ratings are unreal. WNBA viewership, and it's specifically Caitlin Clark. It's 1.184 million people per game that are watching. All other games are 428,000. Games last year were 301,000. So it's
just from last year, it's up to everybody else.
Caitlin Clark has quadrupled the ratings and interest in the WNBA. And now Magic Johnson has come out and said
what we talked about 2 weeks ago,
that Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese are like him and Bird.
Yeah.
And did the same exact comparison we used to a rivalry in college going on to the pros. So there's no doubt it's more popular. But have we reached the point where it's interesting to the general sporting public or not?
Well, you got to break stereotypes, and there's a stereotype that's been forever and ever, women's sports. And they get down to 9, get a lot more help to catch up, if you will.
Yeah, but you can make the argument that women's sports, like in golf and tennis and track and swimming, have always been really popular. That people and women's international soccer.
Well, that's not really true. I mean, it's popular within its own little niche, sure, but popularity that reaches everyone. That reaches across the board, no matter where you are, sex. It reaches across the board. So has it gotten to the point where it's interesting? No, and the answer to that is because you are not watching a game that does not involve Caitlin Clark. It's a stepping stone. It's a great stepping stone.
Yeah, but I didn't watch golf much before Tiger Woods.
Okay. So it's a great stepping stone, right?
So are you still watching it now?
I am. Well, depends. Depends on what the scenario is.
Well, so it captivated you, right? Tiger Woods brought you in.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're sitting there watching every tournament, but
I'm
maybe
not.
you are, right?
No.
I generally speaking watch as many as I possibly can, but yeah, something like Tiger Woods brings you in. But it hasn't gotten to the point where it's compelling yet until you're watching the matches without Tiger Woods, until you're watching the games without Caitlin Clark.
Well, I don't know if I want to watch a game without Caitlin Clark.
Well, there's your answer.
I'm not sure about that.
There's your answer.
To me, the WNBA has had stars. Asia Wilson is just a phenomenal player. I mean, maybe right now the best player in the world, but no one's paid attention to women's sports. That's one of their arguments. Look what she done and look who she is, and you're not following us. Yeah, but there was not the buzz that Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese came into their careers now in the WNBA with a buzz. Magic and Bird came into their NBA careers with a buzz. I mean, it was alive. And now all of a sudden, and then if you go to that article, Magic even talks about, and then we start winning championships together.
Right.
You know, and we said that 2 weeks ago when we talked about, is this Bird Magic, Reese and Clark? Yeah, it could be, but guess what? One of the two's got to start doing. Next year, either Chicago or Indiana need to win a championship.
But I wouldn't say one of the two. I mean, it requires both of them.
Well,
and obviously can't do it at the same time.
But the Pacers, Indiana wins one next year. Because this is what Bird and Magic did. Magic won one. Bird comes in. Bird wins it the next year. And then they're fighting the battle for it. I mean, what, they win 7 of them in the 10-year decade of the 80s?
But my big question is, should we bother talking about it and paying attention to it?
Sure.
It feels like we should. It feels like we should. But I'm doing a little bit of a heat check here. I don't want to throw him under the bus, but Dan's not interested. I hope I'm not throwing.
Well,
you
I love you to death.
Hold on.
He listens to one genre of music. He goes absolutely nowhere. He had a bike in his car for 3 years, so you know he wasn't driving anybody around. That might be the worst person.
No, but I respect Dan's opinion. Dan, you love sports.
I love sports.
Dan,
does he?
He does love
Oh, my
sports.
God.
Listen, this isn't complicated. It's not. Yes, you talk about Caitlin Clark. Yes, you talk about Angel Reese. It is a compelling storyline that people actually are interested in hearing. But no, they're not interested in hearing what's going on and everything else in WNBA. No, they don't care about the top 5, the scoring leaders.
But it
They
is
don't
interesting
care.
about Caitlin Clark. It is.
Apparently, it's interesting enough
Listen,
to sell out arenas. It's interesting enough to have 1.1 million people watching every game.
I'm going to tease a no dumb question. We can talk about more on their side.
Well, you got your big one. You got your big one coming up, too.
Can you actually love? I forgot what it is. Can you actually love sports if you're not watching this?
Yes.
I say no.
Yes.
Ooh, you're putting Dan on the spot a little
No,
bit.
I don't think you love sports if,
When
you're not.
when
if
you
you're
say
not
watching
watching
this, what do you mean?
If you don't know this story and keeping an eye on this story, then I say you don't love sports.
Okay, I agree with that, but I thought you were referring to watching the WNBA,
Well,
and those are two different things.
Well, I'll tell you this way, and I've coached girls. I've got 3 daughters. I've watched more WNBA games this season than in their previous 26.
Mm-hmm.
What does that say? And I would always say I love sports.
Yeah, but you don't watch the Rockies. Does that mean you don't love sports?
I don't have it.
Have you watched? Have you watched?
You
it?
don't
Can
have
I,
it.
can
You love sports, you'd figure
No,
it out.
I can find it.
Have you watched the WNBA game this year without Caitlin Clark?
It's too much search.
Too
I
much
watched.
search.
I watched something.
Wait.
Just one.
Okay,
I got all the Fever games taped though.
But you've not watched one Rockies game.
No, I have. I told you the other day. I came in the other day and watched
Oh, that's
that game.
true. You did. Tyler doesn't watch the Rockies.
I've watched 2 or 3 Rockies games.
I've
But
been to 2
seriously, it's
games
a
this year.
headache. It was more fun.
How many games has Scott been to?
I've
I've been
watched
to 2.
Oh,
this year.
Yeah.
Why?
Go because people like going to Coors Field.
All right. So if you're not up on this story,
You ain't a sports fan.
you don't like sports.
You're not a sports fan.
Okay.
Tell Dan what sports he should like. Then he'll do it.
You watch cricket, Scott?
Do you
on.
watch cricket?
No.
All right,
You don't like sports?
I got a branch of that.
Have
for the
I
no
watched
dumb
cricket?
question.
Have I watched cricket though? Yes. Yes, I have watched cricket. Do I watch it on a regular? No.
Sports fan has to like all sports, huh?
I think you got to have at least the ability to sit down and try to discern. I watch cricket the time or two I've watched cricket.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to figure out what the rules are.
I sat on a bench in my local park yesterday watching people play cricket. I sat there and watched for 15 or 20 minutes.
Life's going great, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have.
Ricky Gervais has a story where he sits on a bench a lot too. That TV series.
He
Seen that?
does. That's really a depressing one. It's about his
Some
wife
Life?
dying. Yes, and him.
But it's a
trying to-
really good series.
It's a good show, but it might be the most depressing TV show ever created.
Might cheer Tyler up.
I don't think so.
Easy.
I
Jeez.
I doubt it. All right.
It's a great show.
It is a funny topic. What makes you a sports fan? Like, what qualifies
You
you?
gonna go to break ever? Or you're just gonna just roll through this one
It's
too?
PhD
Oh
on
my gosh,
92.
golly, all the time.
All right.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new truck, car, vehicle, van, electric car, whatever you want, Phil Long Ford has got it because they've got the best inventory in the state of Colorado. I'm telling you right now, the inventory at Phil Long Ford is as strong as it has ever been. It is one-stop shopping over there at Phil Long Ford, and you are going to get the best price when you go there. They respect your time. You get in, you get out. They give you the best deal. You don't have to worry about all the haggling negotiations. They just give you the best price with the best vehicle. You got to check out these electric trucks, the electric vehicles. They're absolutely incredible. Guys, they've got incredible incentive rates. Interest rates are very good right now. And you're just going to love your experience over there. So go to Phil Long Ford today. Keep your car or truck serviced because they've got an award-winning service department that will keep your vehicle in tip tip-top shape. Let them know that Tyler Plum sent you on over. Check them out at phillongford.com. You can shop from the comfort of your own couch or go check them out in person. phillongford.com.
I have the votes for the Conn Smythe. I saw that, Dan. I got it too. I got a copy of it.
How many?
17.
That's it?
17 voters.
So why?
And I know where they're
why
from,
do you
and
have
I
to
know
get the
their
votes
names.
in 10 minutes early?
I don't know. I got 17 of them. I can tell you who they are and who they voted for. Curious?
So hold on, let's just guess. I mean, so 17 votes.
I can give you the
15.
Win for McDavid?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. We got a little game here. Scott, you want to take a guess? They got to vote
9.
first, second, third place.
McDavid got.
You want to say 9
So
out
how
of
many
17?
did you say? 17.
17.
9 first place votes, 8 second.
If they did not have to put the votes in 10 minutes early, I think it would be different. But because they had to do it 10 minutes early.
Who do you think it would be different for?
The goalie.
Yeah.
Okay. 16 out of 17 went for McDavid.
15.
Wow.
The one voter who voted not for McDavid, which was Ryan S. Clark from ESPN,
That's our guy. That's our buddy.
Did vote for Bobrovsky. However, Bobrovsky only got 1 first place vote and no second place votes. None.
We had to get Ryan on and ask him about that being the lone voter.
Well, he's not just the lone voter for first place. Nobody else voted for Bobrovsky for second place.
So who got all the second place votes?
Barkov and Barkov.
That's just stupid.
I'm sorry, what, Dan?
That's just stupid.
Just stupid? What's stupid about it?
Nobody voted second for Bobrovsky?
Nobody voted second for I'm sorry. Hyman got a second place vote and McDavid got a second place vote. So 15 of the 17 votes were for Barkov.
Well, but you got to throw this out here also. Again, he was great 1, 2, 3, and 7.
He gave up 8 goals in one game. He gave up 5 games, 5 goals in one.
1, 2, 3, and 7, he was outstanding.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6 games, he was average goal.
He only got 2 third place votes. He wasn't close at all.
I guess I get that. I do. If you're going over the entire thing. No, I don't know what he did the whole playoffs, though. I mean, how did he do the entire playoffs, not just that series?
Pretty good.
I guess so.
I guess. But it wasn't even close, though. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't close for first place, but it wasn't even close second or third place either. This was a slaughter by McDavid to win this Conn Smythe.
When was the last time we had a flashy goalie? Like a character,
Patrick Wall?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean.
I'd say
right?
Vasilevsky was a pretty flashy goalie for
Was he?
Tampa. I think so, yeah.
Well, I thought he meant for the Avalanche.
Oh, for the Avalanche?
No, I meant generally speaking. Because my point is, like to be a goaltender, you're already isolated. You already play a little bit of a different game than everybody else. But you've got superstars with personalities, with characters that you know them, that they talk, that you feel.
What was that longtime Phillies goaltender? Hexall?
Hexall was there for a long time, sure.
He was a character at the goalie.
I
too.
think you're thinking about like a Patrick Waugh sort of guy. It's going to be hard to match Patrick in terms of that sort of personality. I guess
But I think goaltenders inherently have that disadvantage.
I don't know. The dude from the Rangers had a lot of, I'm forgetting his name, man, off the top of my head. Gosh, he goes back. He's retired now.
Not the guy that's on TNT.
No. Oh, yeah, him. That's right. What's his name?
Henrik Lundqvist.
Lundqvist, yeah. He had long hair and kind of a personality. I don't know. That's a tricky question.
He's really good on TNT. He's a little stiff, but he's really good on TV.
Darren Pang was pretty flashy because he was so short. Anyways, that's the deal with so for anybody who's having any problems with this, it wasn't close. And in the people voting, Journal, Montreal, ESPN, Canadian Press, Sportsnet, that's Canadian, Palm Beach Post, local, who voted for McDavid, by the way. The guy from Palm Beach voted for McDavid. The Athletic, 2 from The Athletic. Miami Herald voted for McDavid. A couple from The Athletic, Associated Press, McDavid all the way, except for Ryan S. Clark. He's the only one.
I guess generally speaking, I just disagree with the premise that you could win it on a losing team. I disagree with that. You shouldn't be allowed to win.
Well, not only did they win, but it was a slaughter. So,
that shouldn't be allowed.
Down win.
Right. It wasn't even close.
You can't be that valuable.
But he set NHL records.
That was cool. Didn't win.
I mean, I hear your argument. I kind of feel that way too. But I mean, if Edmonton would have pulled out and won that game, then there'd be no question, right? Everybody would have known exactly McDavid.
Well, apparently there was no question.
Apparently there was. Yeah, it didn't matter.
Well, that's true.
Apparently it wasn't even interesting.
I just disagree with the premise.
If that's how they feel voting for a postseason MVP, Then who's going to win or for the Conn Smythe, who's going to win the Hart?
I think it's going to be Connor McDavid.
That may be how that national media just feels.
I think so too. I think we're going to be disappointed as Avs fans on Thursday. And hopefully maybe something can happen that Kale can win the Norris, but I kind of doubt that too.
Can you think of a single time in football that you had an MVP of the Super Bowl that didn't win?
No. That's a tough one. I can't, not off the top of my head. You're a Super Bowl MVP and you didn't win the game?
Yeah.
I'm sure it's happened. I just couldn't tell you.
There's
who.
one.
Okay. Was it like Jim Plunkett or something?
Chuck Howley.
Yeah, somebody like that, right?
And Jim Plunkett did win an MVP.
He did, yeah. But
Super Bowl 5.
Yeah, I was trying to go back in the day, a long time ago.
Wait. What's a V?
Valuable?
5.
Oh.
I got that right? Okay. VII is
7.
Okay. Yeah. Just double checking my Roman numeral math here.
You killed it. Meanwhile,
IX
10.
9.
X
20.
XX 20.
You want to keep going? I mean,
wait, why could
you want
there
to do
be
an
X?
You want to do an MIIIX?
How could there be an X and there be a 9?
Because that's the way they do it.
That doesn't make sense.
That's the way the Romans are.
If X says 10, then how could...
Because you got the slash in front of it is 9.
Because they don't do 4 I's.
No. The stupid...
They only do...
How about we just say 9?
Is 9.
I don't know. Talk to the Romans.
Super Bowl 50.
Did you
Super
and your
Bowl
Cherry
was
Creek?
normal.
By the way, I was with a bunch of Cherry
Blue
Creek
Ribbon High
Creekers
School, by the way.
I was with a bunch of Cherry Creekers.
Yeah.
Did you
feel
not ever
pretty dumb?
study in all grown up Roman numerals?
No.
Did you?
Don't recall that.
I don't know how
We
I
had
learned
to
Roman
study.
numerals.
I'm actually being serious. I really don't know if that was ever taught. Was that taught?
Yeah.
Not that I recall.
I had a class like in 3rd or 4th grade. We
For
learned
what?
them.
For what purpose?
Well-rounded knowledge. 3 miles long. 1 inch deep.
Speaking of that, here's Mark Mosier. And he brings up something, it's going to create an awkward conversation. You ready for an awkward conversation? Here's Mosier on Gabe Landeskog.
As far as Gabe is concerned, listen, you'll be able to, if he can't play, you'll be able to use his money. If he can play, and by the way, when Gabe comes back to play, he wants to be a complete player like he was before.
Mm-hmm.
He said a couple years to get wear and tear off that body, right?
Yeah.
Having Gabe Landeskog as your captain on the ice again, that's what you want. So you're not going to complain and moan about that. You want him, okay?
Okay. This is probably going to be one of the most unpopular takes of all time. I'm just going to be honest with you. But hoping that Gabe Landeskog comes back as a solution to any problems that you currently have is naive and I think unfair.
And or?
Wait, but you can say what I said yesterday about you.
And or?
It's dumb or naive.
It's not smart.
Actually, dumb and naive.
It's kind of unfair to Gabe. And frankly, the hardest truth of the Gabe situation is you better just be ready emotionally as Avalanche fans to move on sooner than later.
Do you not think that the majority of the fan base has already done that?
Well, I just heard Mark Mosier.
No.
You don't?
Mark Mosier is the voice of the fan base.
Yeah.
Well, Mark should speak some truth into the situation.
I think
and Scott and I have talked about this surgery a lot. This surgery is not the type of surgery that you're like, I'm trying to come back and be the same player. It's not the type of surgery that I'm trying to come back and even. I'm trying to be a dad. I'm trying to be able to walk around. Like that's what we're talking about with the surgery.
He can do that. He can do that.
I got it. But I'm just putting into context what he's going through.
And my respect for Gabe is through the roof for the effort that he's putting in. There's a lot of lonely days out there, and I've seen him work on it, and it sucks. But the thought that like Mosier's putting out there right there, that's some sort of like missing piece to the puzzle is ridiculous.
Well, it sure would have been nice when all the Val stuff was going down to have him around. Of course it would have been. I mean,
it's funny. Moj talked on Val. Let me hear this first.
The Val thing. This is so unprecedented that when I'm talking to Vic about it, I completely agree with what he says. I don't think anybody wants him back. You can't, if you can't trust a player, why do you want to play with that player? I completely get that. That being said, it's such unprecedented territory. I don't know that the league would even remotely think about giving them any sort of relief. And I don't know the mechanism in place in the CBA or battling with the Players Association that would allow you to do that. And even if the league said, okay, you know what, Avalanche, you're going to get relief from this. We're going to get you out from underneath this contract. The stink, I'm sure, that the NHLPA would put up, it would be a long, drawn out. I think it probably would be. I don't know.
Another uncomfortable truth. Val was playing as good as anybody in the NHL when this happened.
Yeah.
So it's not like things were on the decline. And you wish you could put the character and the person of Gabriel Landeskog into the body of Val Nichushkin, but you can't do it. So now what? And at the end of the day, Val Nichushkin, when he comes back, and I do think he's going to come back, and I do think he's going to come back with the Avalanche, will be an impact player like that, and Gabe Landeskog won't be. And that is the tough truth right now.
Do you guys know that Val is playing hockey right now? He's playing hockey.
In Russia?
Yeah. He's
competitive hockey?
It's a weird league.
He's playing in a league, though. So he's playing in competitive.
No, I wouldn't define it as competitive. They
go out and they sit in their back end, their pickups, and have a beer after the game.
It is a league. It is a league, but it's like retired players. It's
like a men's league.
Yes.
An exclusive men's league.
But it's a Russian media league. That's what it is.
Well, okay, and I'm not surprised.
Well, shouldn't he be like
what
in rehab? Shouldn't he be like somewhere? What's the program he's in right now?
Well, it's been 6 weeks.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, isn't he supposed to be in some NHL program?
Maybe he is. How do you know he's not?
He may be monitored.
It's an interesting program. Just go to a different country and play hockey. And what's the program?
It's none of your business. But do you know that he's not doing that?
I do not. I didn't insinuate that I did.
I think he's probably in some sort of monitoring program.
I didn't mean to be so harsh like that.
It feels like the program, what it feels like, go away.
Well,
that's all it feels like.
Well, all right, but boy, I cannot believe I'm defending Val. And I didn't mean to be rude like that, but I'm saying when it comes to your own physical, emotional, developmental treatment, whose business is it of anybody else what you're going through?
Now it's the National Hockey League's business.
All right, but how do you know that
it is?
Boy, I really am sticking up for Val.
And it's called Avalanche's business.
But how do you know they don't know what's going on?
I don't.
Okay.
And I didn't insinuate that I did.
We're also assuming something.
You also got to know this. Part of rehab is mental rehab also. And maybe the only time he's ever happy and semi-sane is hockey. So this, I would assume, is part of the rehab. And now if you're an Avalanche fan who thinks he eventually will come back, guess what? I need him skating.
Here's what I would think.
I need him playing somehow, some way.
I would think the program would be very official through the NHL. That's what I would think. I would think it would be people that they want you to be with. I would think it would be something.
But if your home is Russia, what are they going to do? They got an office there?
I
mean, the NBA put an office in China. I would think you
wouldn't be allowed to leave, actually. That's what I would think. Yeah. If you want to come back to the NHL, you're going to go through our program.
He didn't break any laws.
Yeah, I'm assuming what it is in their program. They probably have had
it's not about laws,
stuff set up monitoring, but it'll be interesting. How do you monitor? I mean,
employers got their own
Roger,
rules all the time.
I need you to squirt in this for me. Hey, thanks.
Employers got their own rules all the time. They got their own HR, whether you break a law or not. I mean, they've got their own rules, and they can tell you what. It just feels weird to me, man. It just feels like just go away.
Here's the weird part. We have a guy we all love that we want to come back to lead the team, and he likely is going to struggle to do so. And then we have a guy who's the best player that we could get back that none of us want anything to do with. And this is a very, very difficult thing for the Avalanche to figure out. I don't envy them in this situation, and it's time to get their act together, too, because their draft is right around the corner. It's PHC on 92.5. Hey, it's T-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Old Chicago Scratch. Made from crust. So good. It's Old Chicago at its best. Pizza crust made from scratch. Legendary. It all starts with good dough. Then you can pick from 3 options. You have the Chicago-style tavern thin, the OC thick, which is deep dish, and one of my favorites, the ale crust infused with real beer. Oh, my gosh. Are you kidding me? Then you build your own with melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. Or try a specialty like the Chicago 7. It's Old Chicago for the win every single time. And if you're a beer lover, the Old Chicago World Beer Tour is on. Outrageous. It's your ticket to a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago, and you get rewarded just for enjoying beer. Find out the details at your local Old Chicago, and to find your local Old Chicago, simply go to oldchicago.com. All right. We teased a couple of things for No Dumb Questions, which is coming up in 5 minutes. But I'm a little disappointed, Tyler, that Scott has forgotten what the big one was.
I'm trying to remember what it was also because he told us, and I told both of you that none of us were going to remember this tomorrow.
All
Do
right.
you remember?
Once if I got to regurgitate it or it's gone, dog.
We
told
put
you,
it on Dan to remember.
The only thing I was going to remember
it
was
down.
the big one, and I thought that would be enough of a trigger to
No, I
it's
just think
Scott's.
of Burger King when you say that.
Okay. So Dan, do you remember what Scott was talking about? The big one.
You're going to write it down, remember?
I don't remember.
Okay.
Wow.
See?
So this
See,
is
you
Dan's
had
fault?
to pedal. You had to pedal your little
Well, hold
dumb
on.
topic yesterday.
There always has to be a fall guy. We understand this, okay?
Okay.
And it's never going to be you.
All right, Chris Carter.
Okay, so if it's if it's not us, that only leaves Dan.
Okay, Chris Carter.
Hey, it was good advice.
That was awesome.
Might have been the best advice Chris Carter's ever given.
So you really don't remember?
No, I told you I don't remember.
It was at 2:50, and I said that's really good. We just don't have time,
right?
Because we want to spend some time with it. Let's do it tomorrow.
But listen. I took tests like that in college. I learned the stuff. I regurgitated
How do
it,
you
and it's
not
pretty
know?
much gone.
How do you not know it all? That's crazy.
Well, because you know what? I had more important things doing.
Oh, okay. I'm not debating. So there's only so much storage.
There's only listen. I've just been. I stopped drinking in October.
You can't tell.
October 12th.
No.
But I'm still trying to get the cobwebs of all the barley and hop. I'm still shaking a loose, shaking a leaf here, boss.
All right. Is there something else for No Dumb? There was something else that you said you were going to bring up.
It's the big one.
The big one.
Any clue?
We can go.
I have no idea what it was. And you said it was a big one.
You said it was a big one.
You called it the big one.
But
can you even give me a hint of what?
I mean, you're lying if you're saying it's a big one.
yeah, I don't know what it is because it was a good tease and I wanted to be surprised by it. So it's not
No,
like
you knew what we all knew what it was because he told us during the break. You knew exactly what it was.
Oh, you can't expect me to remember that.
I don't remember
That is
either.
preposterous.
But I know that we all knew what it was.
Lord Almighty. Do you take a photo of your room on the road so you know what hotel room
door.
you're in? You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't you?
I
do one of two things.
I give it to
I either
memory.
come to my room, I get to my room, and I either do one of two things. I either take the picture, I go right to the door, take a picture, keep it, or I stand in front of the door and go.
Think about it.
316. 316.
You yes.
316.
Yeah.
316. Oh yeah, I do that.
All right. Well, we're lost on that one, but No Dumb Questions is coming up in a couple of minutes. You have a proposed trade for the Nuggets. What do you see?
It was for Zeke Naji, and this from
Yes.
Bleacher Report. Zeke Naji and the 28th pick for what was it? Micic, Vili Micic.
Okay.
30-year-old guard, can play 1-2.
From
plays in Charlotte.
a Charlotte guard named Vili Micic.
Yes.
Tyler, where's that on your bingo card for guys that will make a difference for the Nuggets?
Well,
this year?
Well, I know Zeke's not making a difference.
Well, that's for damn sure.
I'll help out Tyler right here. Part of the story on this was can either take minutes from Reggie Jackson or play with Reggie Jackson.
Okay. I don't know what the heck the Nuggets are supposed to do. So, I mean, this is the sad reality, though. This is the stuff. If you want to live within reality, these are the conversations that we're having. Trading Zeke for somebody we don't know. Trading Reggie for somebody we don't know. That's the reality, and that's why I've got this gut feeling, man, that we're going to walk out of this offseason feeling nervous because it's going to feel dangerously similar to last year, like you're just running it back because I don't think you can trade Michael Porter Jr. Either you can't because of injury or maybe Josh likes him too. I don't know. I just don't think you're trading him. And outside of that, you don't have any pieces to move. So you can move on from Zeke for somebody else that you don't know of. You can move on from Reggie for somebody else you don't know of. But you're basically going to be running it back.
Is Holiday here next year?
What's Facu up to? That's a good question. I don't know about that. That's a good question because I think didn't he only sign a 1-year deal?
I don't know. Yeah, maybe Dan knows.
I mean, he wouldn't be a bad guy to have on their 9th, 10th, 11th guy.
I don't. Yeah, if they can bring.
What's
him back.
JJ Redick doing?
He's going to be busy losing in Los Angeles and cursing up a storm.
Facu?
I'm sorry, what?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Campazzo.
Well, hold on. Here you go. It's Vasily Micic.
Sounds like a great player.
6'3", 190.
Ooh, skinny.
Age 30.
From?
7 points a game. I don't know, wherever Micic is.
Might be Serbian.
Could be.
Could be, yeah.
Average 7 points a game, 1.5 rebounds a game,
Sounds French to
4.4
me.
assists.
I'm sorry, what?
Sounds French to me.
You think Micic is
Yeah.
French?
Yeah. They taught that at Creek.
What class was that?
World history.
World history.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. Holidays at UFA. All right, so maybe they get him back on a discount deal.
If there is one guy that is the most logical player to be traded off the Denver Nuggets that's worth something, his name is...
He is from Serbia.
Oh.
Krasno, Serbia, FR, Yugoslavia.
He's hanging out with...
Nationality Serbian.
He's hanging out with Jokic.
Actually, I saw him in that 3-on-3 game.
And you
the
know
other
what?
day.
He might be on the Serbian national team
I
this
was
year in the
gonna-
Olympics,
I
so
was
maybe
gonna
we can get a look at that.
Well, that's why we're rooting for Serbia in the Olympics.
Hey, Scott, what would you say to this Scott on the text line who's responding to me and says, if you're nervous that the Nuggets are running it back, you're an idiot that doesn't know basketball?
Well, I guess I'm an idiot.
Because I thought he was talking to me, but I'm glad you're an idiot also.
Yeah, listen, I was nervous running back last year.
They can't run it back,
And
or they'll
you
just
didn't,
lose.
and you didn't run it back because you.
But
didn't have
how
Bruce
did they
Brown.
not? Tell me how they don't. How is there an option other than running it back?
They make a bold, aggressive move one way or the
Okay,
other.
so that was leading to my question just a second ago. If there's one name that is most likely to move on from, you actually can do it. Because I think we all agree Michael Porter Jr. is not a logical dude to trade. It's not going to be an easy guy to trade.
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, the only guy, and I don't like it, I hate it, the only guy you can move on from is Aaron Gordon.
I think you're either
I
going to
don't wanna
run
do
it back
that.
and you're gonna try to fill the roster in with a holiday type, one or two guys that can maybe help you. You're hoping. I think you're going to put a lot of pressure on your rookies from last year in the summer league this year. Listen, I need two of you playing. I need two of you playing. You got to be in Peyton Watson said, dog, played good for a while last year. You got excited about being an NBA player and you forgot about your skills. Got to get the skills back up. Can't be shooting 20% from the three, which I don't even know if he shot that well in the last 6 weeks of the season. He's got to be a 25-minute guy.
Isn't it crazy? The draft is tomorrow.
Oh, it is crazy.
It's insane. You know the NHL draft is this weekend?
I do now.
It's crazy, right?
Right.
Do you know where they're having the NHL draft?
Well, don't they usually have it in Toronto or something?
It's at the convention center.
It's at Vegas at the Sphere.
Oh, there you go. That's kind of cool.
Well, they're having the awards on Thursday. The draft goes the weekend. It's just like Vegas, Vegas, Vegas. It's gonna. But the season ended last night.
I'll give you.
Here's a no dumb question to start it off.
Well, let's go. Let's go.
All right, okay.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now. You're a smart guy. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
On Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb question. Does the Stanley Cup make an appearance in Las Vegas this weekend?
Yes. Isn't that a guarantee?
Oh.
Isn't that what you do when you win a championship?
Oh, that's a
I
good
guess
question.
No dumb question would be how many times has a championship not appeared there?
Well, it's complicated because of who won it. Do you know where the Celtics went between the parade and when they won the championship to celebrate?
Nope.
Miami. But Florida just won the Stanley Cup, so where do they go?
Yeah, but you don't
Keys.
you do a night celebration in your town, but then you get out of town. You just go somewhere else.
But the group, where do you go if Like where?
Vegas.
From Florida?
Yeah.
I
They got planes.
I guess it's just a long way to go. I mean, you know,
Has there ever been a town like less worthy of championships in any sport than Miami?
No, they're the worst.
It's got to be
You
like,
played there.
like,
I mean, you should know.
they do not deserve anything.
The
in
fan base
sports.
is terrible.
Pick the sport. I guess basketball. Basketball, they got a good fan base.
The only
but-
thing I would say is they seem to be really into college football there for a while. But
oh, they're big time college fans.
Yeah, but since they stopped paying the NILs, and then, what? I mean,
Nevin Shapiro.
Another no dumb question: is Miami the first NIL school? Was it really? I mean, and there's been cheating forever.
Well, SMU
but were they
got,
the?
nah, I don't know, man.
SMU.
Nah, you know they weren't the. You know what the first NIL school was? John Wooden in UCLA was the first NIL school with Sam Roberts or Sam what's his face, the car dealer there.
Right.
The most crooked program of all time. Where's that on your pyramid of success?
How crooked? Tell me about all the crooked
Really
things.
crooked.
They
Like
got
this is-
the best player.
This is back in the 60s. How'd they get Lou Alcindor from Brooklyn to come out to Los Angeles? How do you think that happened?
There's beaches.
Yeah, that's what he really cared about in Brooklyn. Like, they don't have a beach? You can't go to the boardwalk in Brooklyn? He doesn't go to, like, I don't know, St.
that beach is
John's.
sad.
Who are dominant programs in the 60s
How
in
come,
college basketball?
other than that one guy with UCLA, how come there hasn't been more people come out and say, "Dude, I made $500,000 when I was going to school there"?
It's a good question, but it was one after another there. You want to talk about just cheating programs. Nobody cheated more than UCLA for basketball. But whatever, you know, I mean, to the victor go the spoils, right?
I was told a story. A very prominent Kentucky basketball player. He was playing for one of the Team USA teams or practicing against them, and they were having practices in Lexington where he had gone to college or was going to college. They're playing dice in the room. He's getting beat. Picks up the phone, calls somebody, and says, "I need a new pair of shoes." 30 minutes later, a knock on the door happens. Dude walks in with a brand new pair of tennis shoes, and inside it was a roll of $5,000.
I need new shoes. I need new shoes every day.
And this player, see if you can guess the player, will always be tied to Michael Jordan.
Scottie Pippen.
Kentucky.
Jamal Murray.
Kentucky, Michael Jordan. I don't know. Who?
The pick in the draft was Jordan.
Who?
Third, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was third.
Wasn't Sam Bowie like first or second?
Sam Bowie. Right. Wasn't it Bowie? Oh gosh. He was third. Jordan was third.
Hakeem was one, Bowie was two.
Is that what it was
Yeah.
in that draft?
All right, I got two.
And you can't hardly argue with Hakeem. I mean,
No. Bowie was injured though, unfortunately for him.
Two questions for us. Going back to earlier in the show, Scott said you can't be a sports fan unless you're following the WNBA.
unless you follow all sports.
You have to follow every sport.
You have to have a working knowledge of almost every single sport if you're a true sports fan.
Working knowledge.
Yeah.
But you have to be a fan of every sport. You have
If you're
to
a sports fan, you
have
got to be able to check
enjoy
in. You got to be
watching
able to
every
know what
sport.
you're going. Somebody's going to have a conversation about cricket. Man, I don't know nothing about cricket. I watched this match about 2 years ago.
You have to know a little
You have
bit
to
about
have-
everything.
Okay. It's like Trivia Pursuit.
Okay, who are the
A true
Rockies? Who are
sports
the
fan.
Rockies playing tonight?
They were playing the Cubs.
That was, my next no dumb question is going down that lane though.
Are they, are they in the Cubs series yet?
No.
Don't they got the Cubs coming up?
You're
though?
a little close. They're playing in Chicago in a couple of
the
days.
White Sox.
They play the White Sox
Oh,
coming
I didn't
up.
know they're playing the White Sox. So it's,
Coming up, but not
giving you-
tonight.
Hey, you got Chicago. I'm giving you credit.
I mean, they're
I knew
playing
Chicago.
Chicago in 3 nights, but they're playing Houston tonight.
Oh, that'd be a good one.
Okay, but
Let me ask you this, no dumb question. Are you going to go to any of those games?
no, they're in
Oh,
Houston and in
Have
Chicago.
you been to that park in Houston?
Neat
park.
I have, but it was for a Super Bowl party, not a game.
Oh, it's a neat park.
It was cool.
Yeah, it's a cool park too.
All right, this is not so much a question as
It's a good question. Like, to be a sports fan, how much do you need to know?
I think
about
you got to
sports?
have legitimate curiosity. Yeah, I don't think
All
you,
right.
I don't think you have to be a fan, but
Like,
I think you
do you
have
need
to
to,
have
know
like,
the manager of the Rockies? You don't know the specific name, but do you need to know the manager of the Rockies?
No.
Oh, well, what do you need to know then?
I don't think you need to know anything. I think you have to have curiosity of.
Well, you got to know
cool-
something.
Well, of like the big things going on.
Okay,
right?
so what do you need to
So
know
there's
about the
nothing
Rockies?
big going on with the Rockies, so you don't have
There's
to.
nothing big going on. There's nothing big going on.
Okay, they got a third baseman who's crushing it.
They're playing a series against a team that should be their model.
Hold on.
They should model
Tell
themselves
me what
after
big
Houston.
is going on with the Rockies.
Ezekiel Tovar might be the best shortstop in the game right now.
Okay.
All right,
And?
I don't know. You tell me. You tell me whatever metric you want to be a sports fan. Like, I mean, I don't know. What should you know about the Nuggets? What do you have to know about the teams here so that you know you're a sports fan? Well, what is the basic requirement?
I don't think you have to like every sport to be a sports fan.
Fine, but you just said you need to know something about every sport. Fine, what is it?
I said you have to have curiosity.
Okay, about the Nuggets. What do you have to be curious about?
I don't think you have to be curious about very specific teams, like the big things going on in the sport. Like WNBA, for example. I've got no interest in watching the WNBA, but I got a lot of curiosity about Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese.
Do you have to know what team she plays on, Caitlin Clark?
To be a sports fan?
Yes.
No.
Pacers.
No, you don't.
All right, so what do you got to know aside from the?
You got to know who Caitlin Clark is.
Do you know? Do you have to know she's in the
Because Caitlin
WNBA?
Clark is bigger than her team.
Do you have to know she's in the WNBA?
Yeah.
So if we said to somebody, "What league does Caitlin Clark play in right now?" If you didn't know the league, you're not a sports fan.
Yeah.
All right. There's Brandon over there. Do you think he knows what league?
Yes.
There's Casey. Do you think she knows what league?
Yes.
Sean Brennan. Do you think he
Yes.
knows what league? You think everybody here in the building knows what league?
No.
Yeah,
No.
no. From our shoulders.
No, you.
Hold on,
you-
let me turn.
I said yes for the names that you
From our
asked.
shoulders forward, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Until you go in the back
There's-
hall.
You go that way?
No.
Hey.
I mean, I don't know how you get more basic than what league she plays in.
All right, sports fan. I'll buy you coffee for a week if you can name the French dude that's projected to go number 1 in the NBA draft.
Oh man, that's the good one, man.
Sports fan.
But see, I don't think you have to be a
I'll give you coffee for a week.
I don't think that's a core basic sports fan question to know. I think that's like a sports trivia question. I mean, that goes
Really?
way beyond. Yeah,
You
yeah,
can
yeah.
like sports and not know?
We literally talked about it yesterday.
Yeah. Okay, fine. I'm not saying that I don't.
Well,
it's,
hold on.
it's the Missy guy, but I don't know anything about him.
Mm-mm. You're wrong.
I'm wrong. See, I'm wrong.
Zacharia.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Richard.
Yeah.
Dude, that's a tough sports trivia question. That's different than being a
The
sports
number
fan.
one, the projected number 1 pick?
Yes.
Well,
Really?
I didn't know the name.
Yeah.
Really?
But
Yes.
I knew they were French.
I see. I
1 and 2 could be French.
I don't think you have to know that to be a sports fan, but according to you, you would have to.
No. I think that's way.
The number 1 pick?
I think to be a core
I didn't
sports
ask you
fan,
number 18.
who won the NBA championship this year?
I don't know. Some people that wear green.
Okay, well,
the guy's throwing out a first pitch of this Red Sox game. That's another thing. Did anybody with the trophy come to the Rockies after the Nuggets won and throw out the first pitch with the trophy, the NBA trophy?
oh, they took it everywhere though, dude.
But I don't know. I'm
to the Rockies, you don't think they went to the Rockies?
I think Bruce Brown at one time threw a ball out, but he used to go to all the games.
Bruce
anyway.
Brown went to everything.
Yeah.
Bruce Brown.
You know why? He's a sports fan.
I want you to devote an entire
Sports fan.
segment to the big things going on with the Rockies that people have to know.
You have to know who the manager of the team is to be a sports fan, I'd say. It's basic stuff, I think, to be a sports fan. Real basic stuff. I'm actually defending you. I don't think you need to know the minutia of everything to be a sports fan, but you need to know a little bit about everything. You do. If you don't know a little bit about everything in your town, a little
Who's the
bit.
manager of the Blue Jays?
I don't know, but I'm not in Toronto.
Oh.
If I was in Toronto, yeah. I would it's a local thing more than a national thing.
You only have to know the name of the manager if they're good. That's a fact.
Do you think there's anybody here who says they're a sports fan that doesn't know Bud Black here in Colorado manages the Rockies?
You know who's really good? The Rapids. What's the coach's name?
I really don't know. I do not know.
Because
Scott,
they're really good.
I don't. Are they good?
He's a new coach, first time this year, and he's turned the program around.
But I'm looking forward to the
But I
coaches
know
show
that
with,
one.
with Dempsey and Raj. Should be fantastic.
No, they're turning around. They're having a good
PhD
start.
on 92.5.
You hate sports?
Ideas.
I was wrong, by the way.
Ideas on what?
I said anybody on this side of the building would know what league Caitlin Clark plays in. I was wrong. Casey did not know.
She didn't. What'd she say?
Well, she thought she played for Iowa, which
No.
I actually thought she was just getting the I wrong for Indiana, right? But she thought she played in college. still.
She just got engaged, so
she did.
She's a little preoccupied.
Oh, congratulations!
All right, give me the three things, or give me the core
So
basics.
should you be able to sell sports if you don't know sports?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Of course, D-back.
I agree. I think absolutely you should be able to.
I think absolutely you should, especially with AAA Home Improvements. Check them out now at AAAHomeImprovements.com. Hey, what do you think you need to know to be?
Did you know you're going to come over here and just tickle me? I mean, you tickle me every day.
I like to get underneath.
Yeah.
I'd like to get the underneath part of
Whoa.
it. Again. There you go. Ooh, see me later.
He tickles himself.
All right, I made myself laugh.
Whoa.
No, you really made yourself laugh on that one, though.
Subtle D jokes are always funny.
What do you need to know to be a sports fan? Just give it to me. The three things you need to know to be a sports fan.
You can't qualify that.
You can be general. You can
Working
in general.
knowledge of the games.
Okay.
Okay.
You gotta have a working knowledge.
Okay, so every sport, you have to at least understand the basics of the sport.
Yeah, a little working knowledge
Okay.
of the game.
But that doesn't mean you have to like them, right?
Well, I mean,
No, that does. You do not have to like them, but you have to know how they operate.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll go with that. Okay, I agree with you. What else?
This is probably too deep, but I would go almost a working knowledge of what an athlete is.
Ooh, define that.
What are the characteristics of athletes and how do they become elite?
Yeah.
I mean, because I think the guy that's making the whoever wins the World Cup, the star player on the World Cup team, Messi 2 years ago from Argentina, is the same thing as
yes,
Jaylen Brown for the Boston Celtics. Has got the same characteristic as Connor McDavid with the NHL,
Mm-hmm.
and I think you should,
Yeah, it doesn't matter what sport you play. The basics of becoming an athlete is the same thing. The competitiveness, the drive.
I'll say one other thing. I think you have to have a basic knowledge of the sports calendar. You got to kind of know when things happen.
But what if you don't like the sport?
You can not like a sport and still know when it exists.
How specifically?
Pretty, you know when things start and when things end. Ish.
Yeah. You got to throw an ish on there.
Yeah, ish. Baseball concludes in the fall. It starts in the
fall
spring.
classic.
I'm telling you, we are like at the very basic levels here. Because of course, when it just comes to trivia, you're always going to find people who know more than you.
Do you know what,
always?
Do you have to know what the championship trophy is? Or the
No.
championship is.
No, you just got to know that it exists and around.
So you don't have to know if you
You should know what it looks like.
Should you not
I don't think you have to know the name of it, but I think you should know what it looks like. Yeah. Yeah, if you don't know what the trophy looks like, you're not a sports fan.
Here's what I found out. A lot of like car guys are actually not sports fans. They like car shizzle. They're into cars. They don't know crap about sports. They just like fixing cars. And if they talk about how fast something runs, like Mosier's like borderline. Like, I think he is a sports fan, but he's also like really into car crap. So, but there's a lot of car guys that don't know anything about sports.
You can't have two interests.
You can, and Moj he balances on that fine line. Because I think if he had his druthers, he'd just watch car crap all the time and do car stuff.
John Force had a horrible wreck last weekend.
He brought that up.
Yeah.
And Vic stood there like with a 1,000-yard stare in his eyes as Mosier was detailing the John Force accident.
Yeah.
But car racing is really not a...
no, what though? What accident?
John Force.
John Force got in an accident.
Who's that?
One of the greatest drag racers of all time.
Are you being serious?
I'm
or
being dead serious.
You did not know John Force was a drag. You did not know that?
No.
Wow.
I know nothing about drag racing.
Is drag racing a sport?
No.
Oh. Okay.
All right, no, hold on.
Wow,
I'll give it a sport.
Well, there you
I'll
go.
give it a sport, but they're not athletes.
Okay, so
It's a competition.
I got it, but
Okay, it's not a sport. It's a competition.
I mean, like, you go with some of the basics of being a sports fan. John Force is literally maybe the most famous person in the history of drag racing.
So on everything.
Who's
today
Michael
is
Schumacher?
the first time in my life I've ever heard the name John Force.
Really?
Wow. Okay.
On everything.
He had a
Never heard
reality
that name
TV,
in
They
my
had a
entire
reality TV show for a while too.
Yeah.
Used to watch that every
And
time.
his daughters.
Wait.
Daughters.
When and where
Racers.
would I be watching John Force?
Well, like I said, he had a reality show forever.
I guess if you were a sports fan, that wouldn't be a hard question to answer.
Yeah.
Okay,
true.
all right, sports fan. When and where do I get to watch that?
What, NHRA? You can watch it all over the place. Watch it on ESPN.
When?
I don't know when it's
They had-
on.
they had
All right, calendar guy. When?
They had
It's a
one last
summertime
weekend. He
thing.
had the wreck last weekend.
It's the Thunder in the Mountain at Bandemere.
What day?
It's on the weekends. It's drag racing. They race cars on the weekends.
It's on ESPN. I've never seen it on ESPN.
Well, whose fault is that? ESPN's are yours.
Well, I don't think it is on ESPN.
You don't think drag racing is on ESPN? Do you know what drag racing is?
Yes.
What's drag racing?
Are you talking
Cars,
drag racing or funny car?
They start their engine, they go up in the air, and then they go fast, and sometimes they go sideways, and then they crash.
Oh, I'm feeling more manly, actually. I can't
Maybe
believe
you're
it.
a car
No,
guy.
no. This is
Holy
dumb.
cow.
No, look, and I hope
Man.
he's okay because I don't know anything about the accident.
I don't
So
think
is
he's
he okay?
dead.
All right,
Yeah,
all
he's
right.
not dead.
Okay, cool.
Not dead.
All right, so if he's not dead, I can say anything. That's cool. Okay. Nobody should have to know who John Force is. No,
The greatest in one sport. You shouldn't know who
it's
he
not a
is.
sport. It's a competition.
Who's Mario Andretti?
Yeah, that's different.
How?
That's a sport.
So going around a track in a car is a sport, but going a straight line for a quarter mile at 240 miles an hour is not a sport.
Look, I'm the king of lasting less than 30 seconds, but if it takes 30 seconds or less, it's not a sport.
PhD on 92.5.
All right, well, I know you guys out there, athletes. We're defining what are athletes. And if you want to perform at your best, no matter what that is in life, go check out my friends at Revitalize Health. They're going to help you look better, feel better, sleep better. They're going to help you get stronger. They're going to help you with all of it, guys. They can get you with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all. They're going to come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs, and you will be amazed at how much better you can feel. So check them out. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Plumpus sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Let's go. All right, I'll give you guys a choice. We can play a game called Happy or Hammered, starring Peyton Manning. Or we can play Who Did It Better. And we can do both, by the way, but what to do first with the Connor McGahee's call versus the call of the Panthers championship last night. Happy or Hammered?
All I
or
could think about
Who Did It
was
Better?
all I could think about was you guys complaining about color guys when I heard the Panthers call.
It was not his best moment. You want to do that? You did it better?
Yeah, let's see.
Then we do Happy or Hammered with Peyton next?
Yeah.
All right. You want Connor or Florida first?
Connor first, because we know how classic that was.
Connor first. All right, here we go.
10 seconds now. Forecheck here from Kale McCarr. It's all the way at the other end of the ice. 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1 second. It's over. They did it. They did it. The job is done. The Colorado Avalanche are Stanley Cup champions. And they will lift Lord Stanley a mile high.
And Tampa Bay is still barking at their referee. It's over, pal.
They're pouring off the bench. Colorado has defeated Tampa in 6 games to claim their 3rd cup. Ladies and gentlemen, the cup is coming back to Colorado.
Pretty good. And Peter, the great Peter McNabb. Great to hear his voice, right? With the restraint. He had a little moment there.
Yeah, he wanted to jump in.
But he knew better.
Yeah.
Because this is what I do.
We should play Scott's call also.
But hold on.
I remember.
Go ahead.
Well, I remember you had that exact same thing, and you had like a quick second where you wanted to jump in there, and you thought that, and you didn't.
You respect your partner, let him have the moment, and you'll have your time. Peter played it perfectly. And you just won the Stanley Cup. I mean, it's that is remarkable.
Well, Connor's trying to get the Stanley Cup call out, and Peter's still watching the fight going on in the corner. What's going on?
All right, you want to go to
Which
the
is
Florida?
what color guys do.
Want to go to the Florida call?
Florida call.
Okay. Not quite the same.
Fans to their feet. Bouchard has missed Draisaitl. Down to our right. Forsling in the corner. He'll try and hold this. 10 seconds left. 2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality. Whoa! The Florida Panthers have won the Stanley Cup. Lord Stanley is coming home. You always will have a place in South Florida. Oh, my God. The Panthers have won the Stanley Cup for the first time in franchise history. Yeah! Start the celebration, South Florida. The Panthers have done it. Stanley Cup champions!
Okay, you got to get the idea, right? It goes on for like 2 minutes just like that. Now that
fun or bad? Fun or bad? Or can it be both?
Was horrible. And the dude who the color guy, I looked it up. He started with the Panthers, played for him for 5 years, and has been with the organization ever since. So he's been there from the jump. So I get it, but that's about as bad.
He probably was on the team that lost to Avalanche on their first cup.
Okay, so technically speaking, from a broadcast point of view, terrible. Absolutely terrible. You're a fan of the Florida Panthers listening to it. Fun?
Not as good as Connor, in my opinion. It's fun, sure. I guess it's my team. We won okay. But, man, compared to how clean and how cool that was, that's embarrassing to me.
But not to make an excuse. 3rd time around, first time. The old act like you've been there before.
Yes, please have a clue
Well,
as to what to do.
I don't know. You called the first time. You called the very first time the Nuggets won it.
Yeah.
You seemed to handle
but
it.
I had my moment like that guy.
Yeah.
First year I'm retired, I'm doing the radio call with Jerry Schimmel when Denver beats Seattle 8-1 for the first time in history. They're down 2-0, got hammered first 2 games, blah, blah, blah. Came back and won in Seattle. And I walked all over Jerry. But those are all my boys. I played with them the year before, and I just and ever since I felt so guilty after the game because I hadn't turned over to broadcaster yet. I was still player broadcasting. I wasn't broadcaster who was a player.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I see Jerry, I apologize to him. Once a year, I'll write him and say, dude, I'm sorry.
Oh, my God.
And that was like 25, 30 years ago.
You want to hear Scott's call? How Scott handled it?
Yeah. With the Nuggets?
Let's go.
So here we go. Kyle Lowry will inbound it. The Nuggets lead it by 5. Denver looking to win the NBA championship. And here we go. Lowry looks in. Inbound. Over to Strus. Lowry 3. That one misses. Rebound down to KCP. 8 seconds left to go. Casey's across the timeline. And he'll dribble it out. The 47-year wait is over. The Denver Nuggets stand on top of the NBA world. They are champions. And Nuggets fans from sea to shining sea can rest or die in peace. Oh my God. I can't believe they did it.
Cause for 2 seconds, take your headsets off and just listen to this crowd.
Roger. Wow.
See, I'm not
Very nice.
just saying this because you're my partner.
Very
I
nicely
think
done.
that was by far the best because you know what you did? You made that moment about the fans. That's exactly what you did. You let that moment be about the fans.
Wait, this wasn't about the fans?
Fans to their feet. Bouchard has missed Draisaitl. Down to our right. Forsling in the corner. He'll try and hold this. 10 seconds left. 2-1 Panthers. A dream 30 years in the making is a reality.
You know what, though? Honestly, man, I'm telling you, though, if you're a fan of the Panthers, you're listening to it, it's freaking awesome.
Well, it's your team, so
it's awesome.
you probably love your guys
You
because
know,
they're your guys.
the only time it gets embarrassing is like starting about maybe today or tomorrow and on. But I guarantee you, all the fans probably they don't even pay attention. They're screaming with him,
right?
But now, if he's really wants to be a broadcaster, he's going to look back and go, "Dude, what was that?"
Oh, yeah. By the way, that's not the worst guy. The worst guy in the world is Dave Lapham on the radio call for the Cincinnati Bengals. That dude is, and I know he's one of those Cincinnati guys.
He's a lifer.
He is a lifer. I get it, and people love him, I'm sure. He's the worst color guy when it comes to letting your play-by-play guy just have his moment. He is terrible at that stuff, and maybe that's legendary in Cincinnati, and they love it, but my God, is it bad. But, there you go. So who did it better? Connor did it better. You guys did it better. But Florida wins, so everybody likes it. You want to play Happy or Hammered?
Happy or Hammered.
Happy or Hammered with Peyton Manning?
Yeah.
Okay. So the game is, he's at Tennessee. Tennessee won. Congratulations to the Vols. Reese Chapman from Grandview High School is on the team.
Oh.
Congratulations.
He'll get a ring.
He's a national champ. He's going to get a ring. Ain't no doubt he's going to get a ring. They interviewed, Peyton Manning was on TV so much last night. He was in the stands, and they thinking, what a great life Peyton Manning has. Just like anything interesting in the world, I'm just going to go to it. Now, they interview him after the game. So, again, the game is he happy or is he hammered? Here we go.
For Tony Vitello and the Vols.
It's awesome. It's awesome. I don't know any other word to describe it, right? We've been knocking on the door these past several years, and we've been close, kind of had our heart ripped out, but you keep fighting, right? You don't say, hey, that was our shot, now, we're never get another shot. You just keep fighting, right? And I kind of live that as a player, and I have a real appreciation for Tony and these players for just continuing to fight and saying, hey, we're doing something right. Let's just keep knocking on the door. Let's keep sawing wood, and good things are going to happen, and it sure did happen tonight in Omaha.
Now, it's a little tricky without the visual.
Yeah,
the
you didn't sound hammered at all.
The visual would help, but so on the surface, you'd say what?
You didn't sound hammered to me.
Okay, happy.
Happy.
He had some very preppy shorts going on, though. Those shorts were interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a dad vibe happy.
I think he was mostly happy, but slightly hammered, but aware, very aware
of his, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Peyton's never going to let you.
So he's aware and hammered.
Yeah.
Aware. Like, I'm going to do this, but I know how to do it without, he's not like driving or anything, he's just having a good time. I don't blame him. Have as many beers as you want.
I didn't see I did see him in those shorts and everything, but I didn't see that moment. But hearing the audio, it didn't sound hammered at all.
Okay. Happy. Well, that's happy Peyton Manning. Who's got a better life right now?
Peyton knows how to party, though.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. So I've heard. I wouldn't know.
I was having lunch with him the other day.
I don't know.
And he was telling me he likes to really get happy when he's hammered.
I know.
Who's the broadcaster got caught saying some story on a game, talking about broadcasting and talking about having lunch with his coach. Coach came out and heard. He goes, "I've never had lunch with this guy."
I've heard rumor that Peyton Manning likes to have a pop here and there. Nothing wrong with that. Congratulations, Tennessee. But Peyton Manning, I used to think that he wanted to get back into football. I don't know, man. The dude has the greatest life. And his kid is going to become a high school football player sooner than later. Is he really going to? Is he going to?
He'll be in high school
next
year.
Is he next year? He's a freshman?
Well, so he's going into 8th grade. So a year from now.
Okay. So he won't be out of high school for 5 years.
Yeah.
Right? Where's he going to go, by the way?
I don't know. It'll be really interesting.
It will be interesting.
I've straight up asked him. I have. And he keeps it pretty close to the chest.
Yeah.
You would think it's between Valor or Creek, but
I think there's a dark horse in there.
Well, I told you the dark horse. I'm not going to say it, but
okay,
yeah.
So it's a dark horse.
I think so.
There's a dark horse, but that would be like a.
It'd be a power.
I'm not even comfortable talking about it. That's not my business to talk about.
It'd be quite the power move by Peyton. It'd be really interesting. I'll leave it alone too, but it would be very interesting. But Valor or Creek would make the most sense, I don't think it's a secret where Peyton lives.
What would be really interesting, though, if he goes to Valor, Brock Heward, who, if you're a sports fan, a football fan, you should know, lives in Denver now, does Seattle Sports Talk, but from Denver. His son is a quarterback as well, of course, also going to be going to Valor. So in theory,
what age?
Same age.
Get out of here.
1 year older. 1 year older.
Oh, okay.
Ooh,
that's
older.
really interesting.
So those two would be at Valor at the exact same time.
Damn. Oh, that's gonna make a difference. Ain't no way he's gonna sit on the bench.
Who?
Mr. Manning.
Maybe either one.
Well, that's why I said who. Because, you think the Heward family's thinking that way?
Yeah, but his kid's a year older. That's a huge advantage. In high school, that's a gargantuan advantage.
I don't know. The name's Manning. I don't think that's a big deal.
Your name's Heward. You want to win the state championship.
I legitimately think 2 or 3 years is a huge deal. I don't know if 1 year is.
Well, we'll just wherever he ends up, there's no doubt Peyton's going to be incredibly involved. It'd be shocking if he wasn't. Or do you disagree with that?
I don't know. I could see it going either way, man.
Dude, Elway was the quarterback's coach or whatever at Creek when Jack was there.
I would think that Peyton has set up his life so that he could be involved.
Don't you think Peyton's going to be on that staff wherever his son's playing football?
No.
I don't know.
Oh, come on.
There's a part of me that agrees with Scott.
He won't be able to help himself.
Yeah, but man, you got to think like a dad for a second. And as a dad, you never want to overshadow you.
How good was Peyton high school and college? Pretty good.
Great.
How good was Eli?
Incredible. Better than Peyton, arguably, in high school.
Where was Archie?
Archie was playing for he wasn't playing for the Saints probably then. He was probably just with Olivia in the stands.
I think that's his example, though. And so I think he'll be working with the son, but I don't think he'll coach.
Peyton's very conscientious of if he's involved, he'll take the smallest role he can. So maybe like the quarterback's coach.
Yeah,
I would not see him being an offensive coordinator.
Oh, I agree with you on that, yeah. Unless he pulls the move of all moves, which is another whole thing. But it'll be interesting. That being said,
I can't tell you anything.
No, but that's not just you, bro. I swear to God.
All right.
Now you're making me want to say it.
I don't know why you aren't.
Well, because I was going to until Tyler said.
Because I told you it. You're like, what? No way. Really? That would be crazy. If
but he's been see, now you're going to get me in trouble on stuff. Now I'm going to really keep my mouth shut. But we'll see. It'll be interesting.
Columbine. He's going to be an option quarterback.
Yeah, buddy. Let's go. Manning family.
Yeah. Touchdown Columbine. Oh, wait. Go Rebels? What was it? I forgot.
Yeah,
what were you supposed to say?
Touchdown Columbine.
Go Rebels.
There you go. It's PHT on 92.5. Hey, if you've been waiting and waiting for the best time to buy a new car, truck, or SUV, the wait is over. The ultimate sales event is going on right now at Mike Maroney Ford, Chevrolet, and GMC, where Maroney means more peace of mind with a money-back guarantee, more convenience with free delivery anywhere in Colorado, and certainly more value. Like a 2024 Chevy Blazer EV for $389 a month, GMC Terrain $299 a month. How about a Ford Bronco Sport for $249 a month? And if you're looking for a great deal on a quality pre-owned vehicle, Mike Maroney has one for every budget. So here's what you do. You can visit him today at Mike Maroney GMC in Boulder, Mike Maroney Chevrolet GMC in Longmont, my great friends at Mike Maroney Ford Longmont, where this week I'm driving an F-150 Lightning Lariat EV. It's absolutely fantastic. Take it to the mountains, take it to the city, take it anywhere you want. It's the most amazing vehicle I've ever been in. Proud partner of CU Athletics, Mike Maroney Ford Longmont. For all the details online at MikeMaroneyColorado.com. That's MikeMaroneyColorado.com. Oh my God, Dan gets a standing ovation for that. That was outstanding. And we all forgot whatever it was. Scott didn't even hear because he was putting on his shoes or something. He didn't hear what you just played. That was absolutely. Do you have that by itself, Dan? Here, Scott.
Did you ask T-Mac permission to go in his closet?
Locker room.
You feel more comfortable now? Dan found the clip of us saying we got the question for No Dumb Question for tomorrow. We'll all remember it. And literally has you saying, well, here, go ahead, play it.
I had a dilemma. Can I bring my dilemma up live or you just leave it?
Why don't you hold on? It's a good one.
Maybe a good one for tomorrow for No Dumb Question.
Exactly. It's to know that there's a good one for No Dumb Questions tomorrow.
You know I won't remember.
I know what it is.
Well, now we'll all remember.
I know what it is.
Well, hold on. Okay. Yeah.
Well, all right. The question is, we just want to get to this and blow off Dan with Let's Football Go.
We cannot risk forgetting. We can't risk that.
Well, let me just say, if Dan were to do Let's Football Go, which appears he might not, it would have been brought to you by Mountain High Appliance at mountainhighappliance.com with locations all over the place. Now, I don't want to rain on Dan's parade, but
I have one really good story I want to get to, but Scott first.
Scott first.
I say, well, when we get to it, then we'll
No, because you might forget.
I got it now.
You might forget.
I got it now.
All right, Dan. Are you sure?
I got it now.
You're positive. Okay, Dan, go ahead. What's your story?
All right, fellas. Big news in Boulder. We're going to start in the college ranks. So Julian Lewis says he enjoyed his time in Boulder, but was it enough to sway him away from his verbal commitment to the Trojans of USC? He's the most highly ranked prospect coming into the college ranks next season. So this was Lewis's third official visit to Boulder since the start of the year. However, this visit was particularly noteworthy given how the city of Boulder showed the passer nothing but love. He said, quote, "It was a cool weekend. I met a lot of good people while I was in Boulder and definitely noticed the things they did around town." The nation's top-ranked prospect, according to ESPN, says he had a burger named after him, I believe at the Sink, and had welcome signs all over the place. He garnered a great deal of attention, with everyone knowing how monumental it would be for the Buffs to land him. As far as the verbal commitment to the Trojans, that hasn't altered Lewis's approach or wanting to survey his options. So far this year, fellas, other than USC, he's taken official visits to Indiana, Auburn, and the Buffs. Do you think the city of Boulder showed him enough love to land him in Boulder?
I just want to let you know who had to sign for him? Peggy had to sign for him.
Are you being serious?
I am literally being serious. Peggy was photoed with a sign saying,
That's
"This
cool.
is Juju's home."
Because there was actually there was a small group of fans that were there welcoming him when he got to the facility. They all had cardboard signs that said, we want
Juju.
You." Yeah. It would be huge. I do think little small things like the Sink, that stuff, that's Deion stuff. That's Deion stuff. I know this is the number one kid in the country. I get it. But having restaurants rename things, trying to help with recruiting, that's all the Deion stuff.
Is that better than having a Lambo waiting for you?
No. No. A Lambo would be a little bit more effective. I don't know if we get him or not, but it's freaking huge that he's there. It's freaking huge.
So what would it mean if they could close it then?
Well, it would mean that you'll go from a top 10 draft pick in Shedeur to another guy of that caliber. I mean, we've never in the history of Colorado had back-to-back quarterbacks, in my knowledge, that I can think of that were of that caliber.
Wow.
We had a little stretch there with Cordell and a couple of other guys and Detmer and, but not like that. So it would be enormous. I don't know if we'll land him, but I'm telling you, just getting him on campus, that's enormous for other kids.
Well, I once took a picture with Raquel Welch. There was no closing. Big deal.
Isn't that D-Mac's dad's? No.
Wow. You don't know the difference between Raquel Welch and who my dad dated?
Tarzan? No. Who did your dad date?
Not her.
Who?
He dated, oh my God, I'm forgetting her first name.
Oh, wow. See, look at you judging
from the
me.
Newhart show.
Suzanne
Plachette. He dated Suzanne Plachette.
Suzanne Zummers?
Not Suzanne Plachette, who was in the Newhart show.
Got it.
Yeah. My dad dated her for about 6 months or so.
She smoked too much.
She smoked a lot, according to my dad. She really did smoke a lot.
He dumped Suzanne because she smoked too much.
I forget why he dumped her. He got out of the Army or something. He was dating her when he was in the Army in New Jersey. So yeah, she was on Broadway.
Can I say, by the way, a hell of a job your dad did
on
being in the Army in Jersey? I mean, did Jersey,
Do you know what
Jersey,
he did?
Jersey ever get invaded?
My dad, no.
Jersey ever get invaded?
No, and you know what
good job.
Specifically what he did as a lieutenant, by the way. As a lieutenant, he was an officer. He ran a bookstore. My dad loved the Army. He was in there between Korea and Vietnam. He ran a bookstore as a lieutenant because he was smart, and he did ROTC while he was in college, while he was a hockey player and Division I baseball player at Northeastern. How about that? He did that, and he was in ROTC because if he thought if we're going to go to Vietnam or whatever, I don't want to go in as a listen man. His timing was unbelievable. He ran a bookstore in Jersey, and he played golf almost every day for free where you play golf. He loved being in the Army. And he dated Suzanne Plachette.
And you do radio.
And his brother is a doctor.
I'm such a disappointment. That's okay.
And you do radio.
And I do radio. I make people chuckle every now and then. Every now and then. All right, do we have another story or are we done? Oh, we got another one?
Just quickly.
Get to the good one. You said you had a good one.
Scott is going to
the Julian Lewis one.
Oh, that was a good one?
That is a good one. No,
Getting the top-ranked prospect in the country to visit your town. I said that's pretty big.
I mean, he's legit the number one quarterback
So
in the country,
basically,
right?
you're saying we're putting a medal up for getting a consolation prize of a visit.
Well, hold on, Scott. Come on.
It's a visit.
Come on.
It's a visit.
His third visit.
Are you kidding me? In what world did you ever think the University of Colorado would have the number one quarterback in the country coming up there?
Land him and then we'll throw a party here. You're saying the guy came and visited.
If he's visited Arkansas, would you care? If he visited the Razorbacks?
Hold on. This is a huge deal that he came and visited.
No, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if he went to Arkansas. No. Did he sign him? Did they get him? Then I might care.
Dude, you're tripping right now.
And here's the problem. Actually, but Scott's actually representing a huge part of America right now that is delusional about Colorado, that thinks that Colorado's like arrived or something because Deion's had a year to recruit and everything. No. Like, these things are still baby steps that are enormous in the growth of the University of Colorado.
Good.
Satisfied?
That's going to jump the program up.
Yeah, I'm happy
that's going to jump
there.
the program up 10 or 15 levels right there because, hey, we got to go to visit.
Is it better than getting the Ralston Valley guy up there? Sure.
How do you know? What if the Ralston Valley guy turns out to have a better career?
Shots at Ralston Valley out of nowhere.
Wow, right. Sorry you hate Colorado.
Somebody's son is really kind of a family's upset.
Sorry you hate Colorado.
Was ever there at RV right now. All right, next, Dan.
All right, just real quick, wanted to mention this. Eric Delilah of Broncos.com did a sit-down interview with Tim Patrick.
Broncos.com.
Broncos.com, that's it. Delilah writes in his article that Tim Patrick said he feels like himself from 3 years ago. He said, quote, "I just feel like myself. I felt twitchy. I felt like I was running full speed. Honestly, I think I'm right there where I was 3 years ago." Patrick, who has not appeared in a game since 2021, following training camp injuries to his ACL and Achilles, says he feels healthy again and he's ready for the next chapter of his career. So I guess my question to you guys is, with Troy Franklin, Marvin Mims, Cortland Sutton, Devon Vele, where do you guys think Tim Patrick, if he's healthy, fits into the Broncos wide receiver rotation?
Oh, he could be a star, I think, if he's healthy.
Yeah. However, I'm treating Tim Patrick like Gabe. If you get him back, that'd be really awesome, man. That'd be really awesome. But he's gone through a lot. And do I think I don't think he's like as desperate of a situation if he can never play the sport again. But is he gonna ever be able to be the same guy? He's had a lot of injuries. Yeah. So I'll just cross my fingers, hope and pray. If he can come back at the level he was previously, there's no question he'd be a star on the team.
Thank God he said, "I feel bad as good as I did 3 years ago." What do you want him to say? I felt like as good as I did 2 years ago. I felt as good as I did going to camp last year.
Javonte Williams told everybody he felt good last year, too. I mean, that's what you say. That's what you got to say. You got to have that in your head, too, because coming back is twice?
Yeah.
And maybe there's another deeper story in there. He visited Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
There you go. He did go to basketball games with Coach and Russell Wilson. It was Russ, Tim Patrick, Sean Payton. I know this about Tim Patrick inside the building. They love him. They have so much respect for him.
Yeah.
Literally everybody is rooting for him to succeed.
Well, he's literally like the definition of a blue-collar guy, came in as a camp body. That's what Tim Patrick was. He was a dude to fill space during training camp.
Well, because guess what? He did great on special teams, and then they just couldn't deny him anymore. He was great. He was great.
And he had great hands.
Great hands.
One year, what do you have? One drop all year?
Name a time Tim let you down.
Never. The dude's a stud.
He can't get open all the time, but he doesn't drop
that's
it.
true. That's true. But he's reliable.
Yeah.
All right.
Possession guy. Waiting for the good story.
I think did you got something else, Dan? Are we good?
Mike McCarthy's fed up with Jerry Jones. You guys interested in hearing about that?
No.
Okay.
All right. Tell us about your
The head
dilemma.
coach doesn't like the owner.
Yeah, what a shock.
80% of the guys.
All right.
What's the question? What was it?
Your dilemma.
Don't play. Don't. I'm not falling for your games.
So we've got bathrooms here that are.
Hold on. Pause. This better be good.
Okay.
Well, it's a bathroom story.
Yeah, we got bathrooms here.
Oh, now I remember.
Yeah.
Now I remember.
Now you remember, right? Yeah. You remember too, don't you?
No. I'm worse than you.
And, like we got on one section, but down here we got men's and women's, whatever here, and up front we got anybody can go in, whatever.
That's right.
Supposedly a lot of people aren't supposed to use them because we got a couple guys here that fouled the area up a little bit. That being said, I go in there. It is close, so I had to, which I'm going to do here.
Which
in a second.
one did you go to? This or
the
that?
one out here. To
Everybody
the right.
can use.
I went to the right.
Okay.
So there's a right and left. I went to the right.
Okay.
Kind of how I hang. I go in there and I take the squirt, and I'm very conscious because it's used by all sexes. Get them there.
Yeah.
Put the lid down.
Okay. That's
As I put the lid down, I notice.
Let's consider it.
There's a TP holder there, little metal one.
Yeah.
Flat surface.
Yeah.
Cell phone sitting there.
Oh, okay.
Somebody's cell phone left in there.
Somebody left their cell phone there.
Yeah. And so I tap it, just thinking it might give me a clue to whose it is, and maybe I could return it, hey, if you miss this. And it's just like a pretty sunset. So now I'm thinking.
Okay.
Some people sit for business.
Sounds like Raj's.
And some people sit for only certain businesses.
Uh-huh.
But I have no idea who this is.
Right.
So here's the dilemma. No dumb question.
Yeah.
Do I leave the phone where it is, thinking that person will eventually remember where they set it down?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Easy answer.
Or do I come out and there's a kind of a table right out here in the middle? I come out where Leggy's standing right now. I come out and just set it on the table.
Leggy's here?
Yeah, Leggy's right there.
Oh, we should bring him in.
Easy
here.
answer.
Come up and do I take it out or leave it there? My dilemma was, do I leave it in the toilet or do I bring it out?
Now, the only reason to take it out is to not let poop particles get on it.
Yeah.
Right? So, that might be doing them a solid there, right?
Right.
But you got to let them retrace their steps. If they're looking for their phone,
leave it.
You got to leave it where it is. Because eventually you will think in your mind, where did I go? And you'll go back to there. You'll find it. But if you put it somewhere else, they will have never gone there. And they will never look there.
Let me ask a question. How many people were working in the office at the time of this happening?
Well, there was a rare day. There was at least 6.
Okay. Well, that's busy.
Busy day.
You should have picked the phone up and literally walked around to every person. Did you leave your phone here? Who did you tell when you left the bathroom that the phone was in there?
You two.
What good are we going to do?
I've asked you
what good are we going to do?
That's why I had a dilemma. What? No dumb question. What should I have done?
You should have picked it up, walked around to the 6 people, and said,
I got to get back on the air. Can't let you guys down.
Did you wipe with it?
No. But here's the thought. If it turns out to be a dude's phone, we know what he was doing in there.
True. What? So a lady couldn't have been doing the same thing?
No, they're going to do it too. But I mean, but a guy sitting down there
it's more definitive.
Probably was sitting there.
But it had a sunset phone.
If it was a sunset.
Well,
but so he's probably sitting there playing his phone.
Maybe, unless he's been conditioned in a certain way by his home life.
No. Although I you know what, I do in protest stand up here.
But at home?
At home, pure sit down.
See,
really? You sit down?
At home.
What?
Well, I get yelled at.
Stop.
Yeah.
You don't sit down.
I would say 90% of the time.
I don't know what to think about
Well,
that.
because I read somewhere also that squats were fundamentally healthy for humans.
Mm-hmm.
And so I figured it's a way to at least get a squat in.
No, but
8
you
or
know
9
what's
times.
also
That's a weak
important?
excuse
Being
right
a
there.
man.
Nobody's
being
buying
a
that.
man.
Oh, I still squirt outside.
Is there anything better than peeing in the backyard?
No.
No. Is that the best feeling of all time?
Maybe peeing in a cup in your truck. That might be their second.
You're trying to see, he's trying to man up now after just losing his man card.
Oh, really? Do you
no,
at
Scott.
home?
Scott, you can't sit down.
I never sit down.
You can't do that.
But I have an advantage.
And you don't at night?
No.
Oh, I never.
That's part of the game.
Well,
I just listen for the sound, and then I try to find it. Yeah,
I do the same thing.
Yeah.
Bad results.
And without going deeper, now we know why.
Oh my God. It's PhD on 92.5.
At least that'd be a reason. Hey, we all want to look and feel our best in summertime, right? Well, if your body's not responded the way it once did in the workouts, if maybe you gained a few pounds, don't feel bad. That's not unique. Happens to the best of us. Call my friends over at Revitalize Health. Tyler Columbus here, and I've been working with them for 7 years because they're tremendous at what they do. And I would not keep going back for 7 years unless they made a huge difference in my life. Testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got it all covered for you. They'll come up with a customized game plan for your body and your needs. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Columbus sent you on over and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
Love it. Little ELO. Hey. Yeah, gorgeous weather, man. Beautiful weather. Awesome Colorado day. Summertime, maybe. Nah, it's over, man. You got the hockey's done, the basketball's done. Got the draft coming up tomorrow. So I'm sure we'll have a huge NBA draft preview show.
Who's the number one prospect?
Some dude from France. I'm a sports fan.
Xavier.
That guy.
Richard.
Wemby Jr. By the way, tons of support on the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. Support for sitting down. A lot of support for that.
Well,
so
it's 2024, Scott.
Thank you.
Somebody asked, Chris Hansen said, hold on, what's your advantage, D-Mac? Hey, my advantage is I'm shorter. Everything's in proportion. So I don't know if we just, if everything equals out, I guess. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. You guys would be blessed, I suppose, if you did. Considering how much taller you are than me. I mean, that would be enormous. But I mean, maybe. I don't know. Who knows? But essentially, I'm closer to where everything is down there.
Well, what's your inseam?
28.
So
it's embarrassing.
Well, 26. What's your inseam?
I actually don't know right now.
Oh, you got to be 34 to 36 easy. You got ridiculous.
The last I
legs.
remember buying was 34. Oh, my inseam. I'm sorry.
Not waistline.
Yeah,
inseam.
I'm sorry. Perfect world 36, but I end up buying 34s.
Perfect world 40 for me. I buy 38.
I'm sorry, I'm confused. Why? Why do you buy shorter than you are?
Because you can't find them.
Can't find them.
You can't find them. Oh my God.
Yeah.
So your pants are 2 inches short?
No,
I guess I'm confused.
I think they give you a little play.
I get by on 34, but 36 would definitely be the appropriate length.
Yeah, I can't find mine either. But for the opposite reasons. But I am a 32-28 right now. 32-28, which is pretty good. For me, that's pretty good. I was always told you're fat.
You wear 32?
Yep. Right now, yeah. Well, you doubt that?
No. I wear 34.
I know, you're ridiculous. You're a beanpole. You're absurd. You look. I mean, you're really. Do you think you're in good shape?
Well, that's a weird question.
Because you're ridiculously skinny for a guy your
That's a
size.
weird question. Like cardiovascular, like I'm not cardio-wise. No, I'm not like fantastic shape by any means.
So why are you so skinny?
But I'm healthy because I don't know. I'm blessed.
Because he eats an entire Bojo's pizza.
I just
for
crushed
lunch.
an entire pizza.
You crushed a whole Bojo's pizza.
Yeah.
I do that.
I do
my ears
intermittent
would
fasting.
swell.
I stop eating at 8 o'clock. I don't eat until 11 a.m.
Okay, so you're doing the intermittent fasting.
I've been doing
thing.
that for a couple of years.
It's working. I mean, you look great. But I was always
But
told.
I also don't snack. I eat meals.
Okay.
I don't snack.
That's probably good too.
That's good.
Yeah. And you're not drinking.
Oh, yeah, that definitely helps. I haven't been drinking for a couple of years.
What's your excuse? I'm sorry. It was too easy. I was told you're fat. Somebody told me this. Back in Syracuse, this is my old radio days. We had the short, fat guy race. So in order to qualify, your waist had to be 8 inches
bigger than your inseam.
That's right. So to be in the race, which you got a beer every quarter mile, the race was only 1 mile long, so it was just 4 beers. But it was you had to have 8 inches more. Would you say that's about right?
A heavy dude.
Yeah, that sounds fat.
That sounds fat. 8 inches more.
Yeah, that sounds big.
Yeah. But I got 28. I don't have a lot of wiggle room in that one. You hit 36 and then you got some trouble, which I've had over the years.
So I guess I
What's
was
the
never...
biggest waistband you bought?
Oh, 30. Oh my God. I think my wife bought me a 38 waistband for shorts. I'll never forget it when she bought it for me because I was just not fitting into like literally any of my clothes.
So my fattest at 312 pounds, I was wearing a 42 with a 36. So technically I wasn't even fat.
Technically you're not. No, it wasn't 8 inches. You want to chime in on this one?
I'm 42 right now, and 40 would be perfect inseam. Settle for 38.
So you're not fat.
They're not even close to fat. You got a 2-inch difference?
I mean,
that is
my
ridiculous.
eyes say different, but
But you're technically the most fit out of every. Well, hold on. Is your inseam longer than your waist?
Yeah.
Oh my God. So Tyler's in the
He's in the minus. He's good.
Yeah, that is crazy.
He's
Being
in
in the minus.
He's in the sub.
You know who might be in the minus is Dan Tanner. What's your waist right now, Dan?
32.
Right even. Wow, so I'm still the fattest guy here, man. That sucks.
What's your eyes say about that?
hey, I mean, just because you lost a lot of weight doesn't make you skinny.
No, I guess not. So that blows. Wow, I'm the worst one still?
Take that L on the way out.
Not even a Grizz. Is Grizz even?
Oh,
Grizz,
Grizz is
but it's
gotta
got
be like-
short legs, though.
Grizz is a 31-31.
You still got Andy, though.
And you ain't finding no 31 in. Yeah. So you got to go 32 and then they're baggy.
Wait, what do you think Andy is? You think he's got the +8 or not?
Well, he's pretty tall. How tall is Andy?
I bet he's 34, 36 pants. I bet he's 38, 34.
I think he might be 40.
38, 30, 40, 36.
Yeah, he might be a 40. But he's tall, so technically he's not fat.
My biggest was 46.
See, this is weird because my eyes tell a different story.
What can I tell you? This is a classic rock station that just had a bunch of really fat dudes running around a track, drinking beers and eating hot dogs.
All I know is I don't sit down to pee. That's what I know.
There you go, bud. You can take that with you. Best thing you're going to do today. What are we watching on sports tonight, by the way? We are kind of in a sports desert right now, huh?
Who do the Rockies play, Scott?
They're coming up with the White Sox. They got Houston tonight.
That is true. You going to watch that?
Nailed it. No.
Dude, we are in
Caitlin Clark play
Not a real
tonight?
sports fan.
No, they got a big game Sunday against Phoenix.
What's
Saturday or
John
Sunday.
Force up to?
Just trying to live.
Oh, yeah,
I
see if he's
think.
okay. Could you
Yeah.
imagine having a rectal at 300 mile an hour?
300 miles per hour.
We are here in the sport desert land right now.
We're in the desert.
What skill goes into pressing the gas pedal?
And holding it?
Yeah.
Oh,
Calf strength.
I mean, all it is timing with the light, right? Because you just floored that sucker.
Yeah, but then when all of a sudden you start moving a quarter inch this way at 300 miles an hour, what are you hanging on to?
NBA draft is tomorrow. Thursday, we find out if Hart goes to McKinnon, Norris goes to McCarr. NHL draft coming up this weekend. And Jeff Legwold is a guest talk show host. I assume with Andy. Or is it with
Andy's on vacation.
Andy's
You
on
say
the
this
Nate?
like he's never done this.
The correct one.
No, he has. I was just trying to think who he's on. Nate.
Yeah.
All right, so it's Jeff Legwold and Nate Kreckman. What's coming up next right here on 92.5? Let's go. Let's get out
I
of here.
wouldn't care if he went to Arkansas. No. Did he sign him? Did they get him? Then I might care.
Dude, you're tripping
See,
right
and
now.
here's the
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
The winner of the Conn Smythe Trophy is a player who has been the most valuable for the entire playoff run. The player who is going to be given the Conn Smythe this year led the playoffs in scoring.
Good for you, bud.
And broke Wayne Gretzky's assist record for a playoffs.
Good for you.
Stinks! The winner of the Conn Smythe is Connor McDavid.
Oh my goodness gracious! Of all the dramatic things I've ever seen.
Connor won't come out to accept the award. Dad might have gone out and taken it in his stead.
Your father must be very proud of you.
Oh, yeah. Come on, Dad, stand up and take a bow.
Daddy? Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
What does he do with the trophy? Did he even get it before he left the arena last night? Did they mail it to him? How does that work exactly? Welcome in, everybody. Tuesday. Kreckman and Lindahl. Jeff Legwold is here filling in for Andy today. That's right. We got 3 hours of the great Legwaldo with me here today, and I am very, very excited to have him aboard because the Stanley Cup Finals, which were terrific, ended last night with a 2-1 Florida Panthers victory. I was telling everybody, Florida. Edmonton too emotionally spent to go out there and get a victory, and by the third period of that game last night, they couldn't move.
Yeah.
Those dudes couldn't move. Getting the puck up the ice was laboring. They had the puck. They got it back with I don't know, 21, 22 seconds left in the game. Dude stood there behind the goal for 4 seconds.
It's like he's debating, do I really want to go?
You got to go, man. But they were dead. They had nothing left to give the Florida Panthers, which are already an exhausting team to play against. They hang on for a 2-1 victory. I thought Ray Ferraro said it best on the broadcast. Time is melting away, and that was the way that game ended last night. Leggy, it was a classic Game 7. It wasn't even about being the best team. It was just who survives
who
this
can
damn
hang
thing.
in the longest, especially the Cup final. I mean, by the time they're done, look where we are in June.
Mm-hmm.
The ice is bad,
right?
Everything's not like hockey in some ways, and then you take it all the way to the 7th game.
Yep,
and it's such a attrition march through the postseason. It really is who's got enough left in the tank to even. And sometimes when you fight to get the Game 7, the Game 7 becomes almost the biggest hurdle of all.
Right.
You get there and it's, human nature. We never want to talk about human nature in sports because it's uncomfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Being told you let up is an uncomfortable conversation in athletics. But when you fight to get to Game 7, you take a breath.
I thought at the end of Game 6, when and I talked about this with Berto yesterday, they're in Rogers Center, okay? It is just the emotion is pouring down on these players. Zach Hyman's trying to do the interview with Emily Kaplan on ESPN, and he can't hear a word because there's just too much. And in that, as I watched it, I was like, are they going to have anything by Game 7? I don't know if they're going to have anything.
And the weight of a Canadian franchise in the Cup Finals.
Right.
I'm not sure we always understand what that. It's like World Cup level
The pressure you have on you.
It's like Brazil, Argentina, England, World Cup level weight.
There is something to that.
And because there's only a few of those franchises left, and they've seen the game grow, and the income is growing and everything, but there is an uncomfortable Florida, Nashville, Arizona. That's all a little bit uncomfortable for hockey purists.
So, Leggy, last year, Sean Payton, and we made fun of it over and over and over again, right? But Sean Payton said, it's not our hump, okay? The recent failure of the franchise.
It is, but it is.
Not our hump. And that's what's so funny about it is like, here's the Edmonton Oilers, all right? And here's a bunch of dudes in their 20s who the Canadian failure since 1993, it has nothing to do with them.
But it
pours down on you, like it presses down on you, and they know it.
The players are still largely, it's a Canadian endeavor.
Yeah.
And when you play for, I mean, the weight, and then it even escalates given what Canadian franchise you play for. Toronto, Montreal. That's I think it's almost unbearable. They have a hard time getting out of the first and second round.
Yeah.
Because it just grinds. I really don't know that we have anything comparable to that here in our pro sports, to that weight. Sure, the Super Bowl, there's pressure and interest and everything. But the weight of a Canadian player for a Canadian franchise in the Stanley Cup Finals is
okay.
I think that's what I saw last night. Is I saw the weight of that, and when he's behind the goal, to end the game, that's when you just see it.
Let me bounce one off of you, and you'll be able to relate. 108 years without a World Series, the Chicago Cubs. Okay, those dudes. Those teams in the aughts, in the 90s and the aughts that were making the playoffs,
right.
The 03 team, the Bartman thing that went down with that team, I do think that the pressure squeezed those teams out. Now, by 2016, they were too good. The team was just too damn loaded.
They were finally good enough to overcome.
To be able to overcome that.
Maybe Edmonton.
Yeah.
I mean, McDavid's certainly good enough to overcome it. But
I bet you the 97 Broncos felt some of it.
Yeah. Oh, certainly.
All those trips to the Super Bowl, just getting smashed.
Elway personally.
Right.
I don't know how you file that away, and having discussed a lot of that with Elway just off to the side places, I think he's become good at describing it, but you can tell.
Yeah.
I mean, he tells the story of the fabled call with his mom. When they make the Super Bowl, do we have to go? I mean, that is, I mean, it's sort of funny, but that's a guy's mom.
The Connor McDavid on the doorstep with 7 minutes to go in that game. Okay. Was it the exhaustion? Was it the pressure? Or was it just that Forsling was in exactly the right spot where he had to be and broke up the play? And then I think it was Hyman had it on the back of his stick, but he could flip it over Bobrovsky. And that was the last golden opportunity that they really had in that game because Florida was just giving them no space in front of the net at all.
They suffocate you and get you out of there. I mean, you can either beat that with speed, make it into a game of rushes where you don't get in the sets.
Right.
Or you just got to be so big and physical you can get them. And I'm not sure we've seen anybody big enough and physical enough to consistently get them out of there when they post up.
So Florida wins the cup.
Which is uncomfortable for your hardcore.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Well, nobody's happier about it than Gary Bettman.
Exactly.
Who's standing right there, thrilled that his grand expansion is
people are never
out.
Happy with him anyway.
Right.
So he gets booed when he just talks.
That's what's funny about
into
it is
a mic.
They're booing him in Florida. It's like, shut up. You have a team.
You wouldn't even have a
of
team.
This guy.
Yeah. He's the only one who wanted you to have a team.
Yes, he's the one that then made this happen, and then he's got to stand there and announce that McDavid has won the Conn Smythe, which, by the way, he was the best player in the playoffs.
I covered the series when Lemieux won the Conn Smythe. I think 91 was that 91 when he won for. if you're the best player, you're the best player. It's how I would have voted if
Yeah,
they had slapped that ballot down in front of me
he had
during Game 7. I would have voted that way.
20 more points than anyone else in the playoffs.
Yeah.
That wasn't on his team.
And I got news for you. You break any record of Gretzky's, you should get a trophy.
Yeah.
Of something.
You probably should. We have had, by the way, Leggy, I dug into this. You know I love this stuff. So we have we have one Super Bowl MVP from a losing team.
Yep.
That
Chuck
was
Howley.
Chuck Howley, Super Bowl 5.
And he had 2 interceptions in the game? It was something ridiculous.
Yeah, I think he had a forced fumble and a couple interceptions in the game. But yes, the Cowboys would lose 16-13.
Jim Turner, is that the Jim Turner field goal?
I believe so, yes, to the Baltimore Colts in that Super Bowl. We have one World Series MVP.
Oh, I don't know that one.
From a losing team. The 1960 World Series, Bobby Richardson got it, even though it was Bill Mazeroski, the walk-off home run in Game 7. And the Pirates would defeat the Yankees, but Bobby Richardson got it. We have one NBA Finals MVP.
Because they had to give it to a Yankee.
Exactly. Exactly. Hey, you got to give it to a Canadian. You got to give it to a Yankee.
You got to give it to a Yankee.
And we have one Finals MVP. Do you know NBA Finals MVP?
Oh, man. I probably don't.
Just recently passed Jerry West.
Jerry West, that's right.
It was the first year they awarded an NBA Finals MVP.
The trophy, first year of the trophy.
And in 1969, and he won Finals MVP. It has never gone to a guy from a losing team.
I probably would have given it to him if he didn't score a point at
Seriously.
that point, in his career.
Honestly, LeBron could have won it a couple of times.
Yeah, there was a few.
There was a few finals where he was magnificent, but
having voted for those things, you're always torn. Because there's always
it's history.
There's always one player you think was like the player, but the winning thing is you're just like there's been some Super Bowl MVPs where I voted and my vote didn't win. And I'm like, what are we doing? But
who how does that process work when you vote for a Super Bowl MVP?
It's
what's
a
the
select
process?
number of people at the game, whatever the league wants. I think at the Super Bowl it's under 10.
Whoa, it's that
I
few.
believe so. Now, they've added these fan elements and votes online and things, but back in the day, your ballot would be in front of you like in the third quarter of the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
And then in the fourth quarter, a league person, someone from the league will come stand next to you for the entire quarter almost.
Really?
Waiting for your ballot as the game unfolds. And if it's a rout, they kind of rock back and forth like, you're going to hand me this?
Right.
If it's a 30-point game.
Right.
But if it's tight, they're ready to sprint.
Well, it's
even in this electronic age, they want to see where you wrote it down, where you signed it, and all that.
Isn't it tough too, though? Because when the game is in the balance like that,
you're supposed to be writing too for
that part of it,
your employer,
your actual job.
And the person's like, but they get right. And as the game wears on, they get closer and closer to you, and pretty soon it's a subway ride. You're like riding next to.
And they're breathing down your neck.
And it's usually a very young person who's been given this assignment. Like, don't mess this up. Go get the ballot from the geezer in seat B11. And that sometimes they'll even kind of reach for it. Like, and I haven't written anything on it yet, and they're like reaching for
smacking a hand away.
Like they're reaching for your tater tots. It's like, hey.
I haven't voted for this damn thing.
It is quite a process, but anyway.
Jeff Legwold is here, everybody. That is right. We are with you until 6 o'clock today. We're obviously talking about the Stanley Cup and the finals that were, and they are now in the rearview mirror. But we got to take a break because, Leggy, I know you want to dive into this. We're ranking football rosters when we come back.
Yeah.
ESPN.
The local fans may have a
thought or two.
May have a burr in the saddle.
All right, I'm looking forward to this. ESPN has ranked NFL rosters.
I was not involved. I think that's an important disclaimer.
You should note. What do they think of the local squad? We'll tell you just how low they were rated next.
Yes, it is the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold of ESPN is in for Andy today. We join you live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Our passion today, we got a lot of football conversation that we got to have here on the Craigman and Lindahl Show. And fortunately, Jeff Legwold's outlet. So you know, Leggy, you're on the team. You can't.
No,
you can't deny any responsibility.
I'm a very nice role player.
So, the fine folks at ESPN NFL Analytics.
Yeah, this is mostly the analytic folks.
Okay.
And Mike Clay is one of our big analysts / fantasy / numbers.
So these dudes, Mike Clay, Aaron Schatz, and Seth Walder, get together to rank every NFL lineup, ranking lineups, projected starting lineups, which is essentially a team.
And these are, Aaron's created Football Outsider. I mean, we're not talking about guys who just working in the basement.
These guys know what they're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go to the top of the list first. Okay.
Yes.
Niners at number 1.
No shocks up there.
Chiefs at number 2. Ravens at 3. Jets at 4.
That one I had a little. That one made me pause, but
they're loaded defensively.
They are, but
they should be special defensively. Detroit
and
at
everyone
5.
will talk about how boring they are.
That's right.
Yeah, because that's what follows defensive excellence.
Cowboys, Bengals, the Houston Texans, the Buffalo Bills, and the Philadelphia Eagles round out the top 10. All right.
Can I just say one thing as we round out the top 10?
Yes.
Because it is my mantra.
Okay.
Draft,
mm-hmm.
draft.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the top 10. What do you see? You see a lot of good quarterbacks, but you also see the draft.
I want to circle back to the Niners here in a moment, by the way, at number 1, speaking of the draft. But before we do that, let's find the Broncos.
You're going to have to keep scrolling.
Let's scroll.
You're going to need your thumb.
Let's scroll down. Hey, Seattle at 16. I'm scrolling down.
You might even be able to use the page down function.
There's Atlanta at 19. Tampa at 22.
Still going.
Tennessee at 25.
25.
Cardinals at 28.
Cardinals. You're behind the Cardinals.
Carolina at 29. The Manders at 30. The Washington Commanders and Jaden Daniels and their fun new quarterback. Hey! I found him.
Ding.
Not at the bottom of the list, Leggy.
Not at the bottom.
Not at the bottom. 31.
31.
Your Denver Broncos.
31.
I have 2 middle fingers.
So
that he does.
ESPN is more bullish on the Broncos than Pro Football Focus, who had him at 32.
That's right.
That's one way to look at it.
Let's just say the numbers, folks, are having a hard time with the local franchise.
Okay. Broncos at 31. All right, let me just start with just a really broad question here. All right, Jeff Legwold, as you have gone to the OTAs, you have watched the turnover in this roster, you observed the draft process, you saw what they did in terms of trades and free agency and everything else. Does this feel right? 31?
I think it's the right neighborhood.
Yeah.
I think you could quibble about,
a spot or two.
I think the bottom third,
mm-hmm.
certainly. And, my trouble is and has been is when I look out, it won't really matter how smart they are and how much good character they have and how good the plan is.
Mm-hmm.
I want, at some point, we're going to have to see more explosiveness.
Yeah.
All over the place. Like the young receiver, Marvin Mims and Troy Franklin, we may see that,
mm-hmm.
but we haven't yet. I see one consistently explosive player when he's on the field, and it's so clear when he's on the field, he wouldn't need a number.
Mm-hmm.
We were talking at the one practice.
Number 2.
It's so easy. And that's a testament to his ability and awesomeness.
Yep.
But it's also a testament of what it shouldn't be that easy to find him.
The median talent level on this team
is
just low.
Well, the outgoing has not been equaled by the incoming, and that's a lot of reasons. It's not that these are bad players, but I'm just talking purely from an explosiveness edge rusher. If they're right about Nick Bonito and he takes the step, there's explosiveness.
Yeah, good player.
If they're right about whatever quarterback they pick, that's explosiveness. So a lot of this is TBA, and I will tell you, as I know these guys who've worked on this very hard, the moment you don't have a set quarterback, that's probably an exponential mathematical crushing anvil. They probably couldn't be higher than 18 without a quarterback.
So Bo Nix is listed as the projected starter for the Broncos, which
I think everybody.
I believe he is.
I believe the deck is stacked.
Yeah.
I believe, I believe there is a scenario when he makes the announcement quickly just to get the practice time squared away. Because the longer they keep a competition going, the fewer reps he gets. And if they really want to play him this year, and my sense is they do, because he keeps repeating, well, you see those 61 college games.
24.
He's not like every other rookie. I mean, he has set the table quite nicely to make the pick the second week of camp.
Yeah.
That's my gut, because now I've seen them stack the deck before. They stacked it twice for Paxton Lynch. I saw it with my own eyes.
Right.
I saw what they did. I talked to the coaches behind the scenes, and that didn't work out.
I also think we're talking about a very different prospect. In Nix and in
a maturity
Lynch.
level, yes.
And in a different maturity level, you get Bo at 24 years of age. You get a guy that you drafted because of his football IQ and decision-making and experience.
His 5 years of college football was a huge thing in his favor. It tipped the scales when they were looking at other
Now, is the ceiling lower
maybe
because of his physical talent? I believe it is. Yes.
But that's
also,
not why they picked him.
That's not why they took him. They took him because they want him to run Sean Payton's
They
offense.
wanted accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
They wanted somebody to do what he was told, and they wanted maturity.
Yeah.
They wanted those three things. Of all the prospects on the board, he had those three things.
Checked all those boxes.
More than everybody else did.
To be there at number 12.
Right.
Yeah.
I believe they would have taken him had there only been 3 quarterbacks selected.
Really?
At that point. I think that now. But
interesting.
Whether that's right or not, I can't say. But I do work the room a bit when I'm out there.
You're known to bother people.
Yeah. It comes up. They don't always call me by my name. Let's just say that.
Number 31. Okay. First off,
the explosiveness. This is an where are the touchdowns? That's, where are the touchdowns?
And what did you say before? Build through the draft.
Yeah, and they've not been able to do that.
They haven't been able to do it.
Well,
they gave everything up.
And if you fire everybody, every 2 years. I mean, they didn't lose draft picks, or they didn't put themselves in this box solely because they did the Russell Wilson deal.
Mm-hmm.
They put themselves in the box because they quit on it so fast.
Mm-hmm.
Now, whatever you think of that, either way.
You know me, Leggy. Thumbs up, baby.
No, I'm just saying it doesn't matter if who's right.
Right.
If you're right, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact they quit
I tend to be.
They quit. Well, you think so, yes. Let's get your wife on the horn and see where we're at really on that. We'll see what the batting average really is. No, but they quit on it. So it didn't matter if they were right or wrong. The fact they pulled the chute on it, that's why they're in this box.
It's the Russ trade. It's the Sean Payton trade.
It's the cap.
It's the cap situation.
It's Fangio wanted one set of players.
Right.
Hackett wanted another set of players. Payton wanted another. He's still trying to get the roster where he wants it. He's in year 2.
This is the season. And, Andy and I have gone back and forth on this quite a bit. We tend to go back and forth on things a little bit. But this is the year where it does need to, it has turfed out, but it is going to start to build.
They've got to show, yeah.
And I wasn't wild about Bo Nix at 12.
I still think you could have taken impact player at 12, take Nix at 20.
Yeah.
I still think that's a scenario that could have worked out, but that's just me.
I tend to agree with that.
They're adamant he would not have been on the board. I don't buy it. I've asked other teams, but
I read the Jeff Legwold top 100.
Information is information,
Exactly.
I don't know. they're adamant.
But they had their sense, okay, so they go with Bo Nix at 12, which I didn't love.
To me, Bowers at 12 or an impact player like that, and then Nix down in the round.
Yeah.
Then you've covered all the bases. Now you're giving up a little something next year.
Mm-hmm.
And I will give them credit. The one thing they did that was amazing to get Franklin Myers, a player of that caliber. Now we're not going to go shoot confetti cannons off for a sort of an interior defensive end.
But they needed that dude.
Oh, he has the kind of resume they need right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's been the same impactful player from the moment he stepped on the field to now, in season 6 or 7.
So that brings us to
and to get him for a 2026 draft pick in day 3 is
pretty good.
Silly.
He's a good player.
Yeah.
He's between he and DJ Jones and Zach Allen.
But fact
that front 3 is now that's NFL competent.
Whatever happens with Knicks this year, but the fact the Franklin Myers thing might be the best, most efficient move of the offseason tells you where they're at.
Well, they moved 53 picks to get Zach Wilson. That was pretty good, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
To not. And the other thing, and this is my, cynical Timmy hat, but he's got to show he's going to play rookies before I'm buying it because they didn't play him. Marvin Mims played like 360 snaps last year.
Well, his playing time dipped as the year went along. That was what was weird.
It was like
about
he had too much impact in week 2, and they said, "Oh God, we can't have that.
Yeah,
and we got to dial that back."
It was bizarre.
There's too many 50-yard completions there. We need to stop that.
So they list ESPN and the analytics crew list the team's biggest strength is offensive line.
True.
You think so?
Well, I think by those metrics.
Quality of returning starters.
Yeah, all of them.
Garrett Bowles, Ben Powers, Quinn Miners.
Well, except Cushenberry.
And McGlinchey. No Cushenberry at center. You're going to have to replace him. But, it's funny. I'm starting my college football prep right now. And so I'm in that time of year where I'm scanning through rosters in the Athlon Sports Guide and counting returning starters. So my brain is functioning that way right now. And you know what? 4 returning starters on your offensive line, that's a great start.
Of a durable group.
Yep.
They had McGlinchey not been hurt. In the finale, they would have had all 5 play all.
Isn't that wild?
Every game.
I know. And what sucks about that is the law of averages says that's not going to happen for you again.
No, probably not.
Yeah, just tough at that spot. I would also say the group that I was just talking about.
D-line. I think D-line's a strength now.
D-line's good on this team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's going to have to be.
Yes.
It's going to have to be.
Yes. Defensive line is good.
That's the other thing I wanted to see about Sean Payton. Are you willing to just slug it out a few games? Because they may have to play ugly ball. He may have to run it more than he wants to.
Well, I don't know if pretty ball exists for this team.
Yeah, I'm not sure they can pull it off yet. Maybe later.
I think they can try and play pretty ball, and it's going to be ugly. I think that's the problem.
Well, that's what I want to see. Because when last year he often said, "Oh yeah, I got to call more runs," and then he never did it.
Okay, let me frame this question for you, okay? All right, so O-line and D-line were on as good units on this Broncos team. Does another good unit exist on this team?
Good unit?
Yeah. Is there another good room on this team?
If Tim Patrick's back, I'd give the receivers a bit of a nod.
Okay.
Just because of I like where Mims
good
is.
Is it above league average?
Yeah. Okay. Now that's a different bar. That's a different bar. I think
Surtain alone makes the
Surtain
cornerback
drags
room.
the secondary into the above the league average.
Yeah,
because he impacts. I've talked to other opposing offensive coordinators who tell me the guy he's as impactful a defensive player in the game planning time.
Yeah.
As anybody in the league now.
And he's just he's just out here in this weird forgotten football landscape that is the Denver Broncos right now. It's so weird.
And he doesn't see the ball enough to get a lot of picks. That's why I think other than quarterback, which is always important, I think one of the most important decisions this team has to make is who's the other corner.
Jaquan McMillan's a good player.
That's the nickel corner. I mean, I think Surtain.
Those guys are important.
And having one of the better nickel corners in the league, that gives that unit.
Riley Moss or Levi Wallace?
I think right now, if you ask me after the offseason program, just the way the coaches, they love Moss's size and physicality, and I think they have their fingers crossed that he just gets through camp.
Stays healthy and gets
I
there.
think that's the nod because he's got that edge about him.
Mm-hmm.
Good corners always have that, you beat them and they still don't care.
Yeah.
And he's got that. And he's big. I mean, if they had he and Surtain, that gives you a lot of options. That's a lot of size and athleticism on the outside.
All right. I want to dive into what ESPN is considering to be the biggest weakness of this team, which I think they swung and missed on personally. But
I didn't agree.
Maybe I don't see the forest for the weaknesses is what I'm maybe
the weakness
missing
tree
right now
in the forest
here at the moment. That's Jeff Legwold of ESPN. We're talking about this ranking of the Broncos roster at number 31.
31. When I looked, I think there's still 32 teams. Right?
There are.
Yeah,
there are.
31 is.
Take that, New York Giants.
Yeah,
there you go. One team is actually worse.
Actually, there's probably some season ticket holders who are these guys' bosses of the Giants.
That's a pretty good point right
They
there.
probably got an email or two.
Jeff Legwold is here, everybody. You can chime in on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour, 303-504-0925. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. All right, it is the Craigman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold is here with me. We're rolling until 6. Coming up at 4 o'clock.
Oh, you never said 6.
Till 6. The
3-hour
affair.
Now you tell me.
Yeah, you're committed, my
All right,
friend.
I'm in.
You're back tomorrow. This is 6 hours of content out of Legwold this
I'm
week.
assuming you have voted against that.
Did you agree?
In some
with this?
fashion.
They
didn't schedule me. I just show up.
They gave me the schedule yesterday at noon, Leggy. There's nothing I could do.
It was like, whatever, dude.
That's just how it worked. Guess that's what I'm doing this week. Here's the thing. Andy's on vacation, but it's my vacation too.
It
All
is.
right.
It
Everybody
is.
just remember that.
You're getting a breath. Getting a breath right.
Coming up at 4 o'clock, we will tell you how you can win a pair of tickets to head on out to Ball Arena Thursday night to see Blink-182 live and in concert.
That's not bad.
Not bad. We're giving away a pair of tickets for Blink-182 Thursday night at Ball Arena. Coming up at 4 o'clock, we will tell you how you can win those tickets.
That's getting it done.
That's not bad.
No.
That's a good way to spend a Thursday night in Denver.
Yeah, what else are you going to do that's
What
better?
else are you going to be doing?
That's better than that.
You're not going to watch the Rockies game, are you?
No,
Do they even have a game
You'd
on
like
Thursday?
that, wouldn't you?
Don't get me started.
I'm trying to think. Do they even have a game on Thursday night?
The fact we don't know.
No, they don't.
It tells you where it is. Right now.
I knew they had a 2-game set in Houston. I just didn't know if they were starting a 4-gamer. They're not.
You know, they're at the point now where the buy ticket campaigns never mention any players. It's like, come out and see the ballpark and
get the ballpark pass.
Eat yummy food, and we have fireworks.
We cannot guarantee if Chris Bryant will be present.
No, they
in
never.
ambulatory.
I always say that's when you know your local franchises is in the struggle bus, because they never mention any actual human beings.
I need to. I have a Rockies question for you, but we'll get to it later. Let's get back to this Broncos roster.
31.
Stuff. The 31st ranked roster in the NFL, according to the fine folks at ESPN Analytics. All right.
And even if you argue hard, it's hard to get them above.
What are you going to do? Like, no
25.
way. They're 29th.
Yeah.
What are you talking
They're
about?
27th,
ESPN?
you big doofus.
You can't make that strong of an argument.
And again, I think you're out of the top 15 the minute you don't have a quarterback.
That's pretty much true. And right now, this is what's wild about this team is I'm not saying I can make like a good, compelling
And they're in the wrong division
or
right
a logical argument for it, but I can make a case for 3 different dudes being their starting quarterback in week 1.
You can.
I can make a case
You can
for
make
it.
a very good case.
Yeah.
Because just
that's wild.
Hypothetically, what if the young guy isn't ready?
Right.
They're not always ready. What if he's not even ready to be sort of ready?
He might not be.
And,
in which case you go with the guy with the arm, the guy that can move, or do you go with the guy that knows the system?
Who just keep it simple.
Yeah. And
now they couldn't score in the 2 games he was in.
No.
Again, like 19 looked like some kind of far off fantasy. And look, in today's league,
just
you know the deal.
16 points.
You got to get to 23, like to even be in
at least
any sort of conversation.
At least
these days.
At least. All right. So biggest weakness, according to ESPN.com, biggest weakness of this roster. Leggy, if you had not looked at this, if you were just spitballing, what would you say biggest weakness on this team is?
Well, I believe the least impactful right now is tight end. If Greg Dulcich,
if he can't play,
and I mean, again, I kept hearing from the powers that be, he'll sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
In the offseason program,
and that turned into never.
Did not appear on the field in the team drills one time. He was off to the side, and
which I asked you about.
He ran the hill more times than
you were on the show during minicamp, and I did ask you this. Is Sean giving the classic podium passive-aggressive pressure on Dulcich right now to get out there?
Probably.
Yeah.
Because he knows how important that position is. Again, if you're going to see nothing but nickel defenses, and everyone's playing the nickel 60, 70% of the time, that's the matchup win. All of the good offenses in the league have that player somewhere. It's become more important than the third and the fourth wide receiver against a nickel defense. You need a guy who can overpower the little guy,
win underneath,
or run past the big guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. You want it as simple as you can get it. That's as simple as you can get it.
I'm not wild about the running back room on this team either.
Unproven. If Estime is what they hope, then suddenly it's got a little more.
Does Javonte Williams look anything like the guy that he was his rookie year?
He looked much better in minicamp, I thought,
than OTAs,
than over the last month of the season.
Yeah,
and early in the OTAs. But again, to classify his injury as simply an ACL is a disservice to his efforts to come back. He had the most serious knee injury you can have of that sort. Multiple ligaments, a nerve issue. I mean, there's a lot going on there, and for him to even play last season was a testament to him. And it's just that we compare it to
what he was
and his style.
Yeah.
He needs every ounce of strength he can have. He is not a sort of the shifty runner. He is breaking tackles. He is winning on strength and power.
I think there's an semi interesting battle for sort of the back end of that room.
Oh yeah. How many are you going to keep?
Exactly.
Because the fullback's not going anywhere. He plays every special team.
He's going to be on the team, and then there's the special team question that you got to ask as well of now the kickoffs are different.
Yeah.
Is a player of that body type now more valuable in special teams than a fourth or fifth corner?
And we only got to look at that on the last day of minicamp.
Yeah.
They finally messed around with the.
At least in front of reporters.
In front of us. And I had been told they hadn't done too much. I think they're still strategically trying to figure out what makes the most sense.
Before they even know how to go and work on it.
But Will Lutz, when we were there, attempted all variety of kicks. The pop-up into the zone, the line drive, the bullet shot.
Are you buying that Kansas City's thinking about using a safety as their kicker, Justin Reed?
To have an extra defender?
Yeah.
If he is reliable enough at getting a kick into the box, yeah. And he might be.
You think about it,
because if you break containment, like you need the surest tacklers you can have.
I bet you a pretty high percentage of NFL players were the kicker on their high school football team. Because they were just the best.
Or they've done it in practice.
Yeah.
The best non-kicker I've ever seen is also the best he's tied for the best non-thrower I've ever seen. Bruce Matthews, the Hall of Fame lineman, was the best punter and kicker I've ever seen from another player.
No kidding.
He would just do it and at one point he was actually the backup punter. But he was a player who could do absolutely anything. And then on Fridays, he would be like the all-time quarterback when the linemen were playing their little Friday games. And he and Demaryius Thomas threw the prettiest passes.
DT had a hose,
I used to beg
Yeah.
them to let him throw the ball on a play, and they never would do it, and I could never figure out why. But
you had a good arm.
Bruce Matthews and Demaryius Thomas, best non-quarterback throwers I've ever seen.
Rod Smith was also a very good thrower.
Could throw it.
Yeah.
He could do lots of things, too. Yeah,
Rod was a freak.
But DT could. That looked like a QB when he let it loose.
ESPN lists safety as the Broncos' biggest weakness.
Yeah, I still think tight end's the least proven.
I don't think it's great.
But I think the numbers guys like the Dulcich potential impact and all of that.
I don't look at safety and say, well, they're considerably better at inside linebacker. They're not really. No.
Well, again, that safety and linebacker are two areas where the departures we going to have a hard time playing better than Justin Simmons did.
The pass rush, it's a bunch of guys right now that you look at and say, okay, their ceiling is good, but has anyone even come close to what I think Jonathan Cooper has probably hit his ceiling by now.
Yeah, but he's
a good player.
And he knows what you're getting. Now, Benito takes a little bit of a jump because Benito was an analytics machine last year. He was among the leaders
in
pressures
were really high.
Way up. Now you got to turn, again, sacks aren't everything, but you got to turn some of those pressures into the ball coming out or you getting the guy on the ground. And I will say of the rookie class who got on the field, Jonah Ellis may have had the best offseason that I looked at. So there's some potential at edge.
Is the receiver room, and again, we talked about it a little bit.
If Cortland stays and they don't do anything crazy,
and Tim Patrick's healthy,
and he's ready to come back, then and because Mims is ready for more, it's just you just got to see it happen.
Here's my question on Tim Patrick. Okay, it's
a big ask. It's a big ask.
I thought as I was watching him during OTAs, okay, he was never a dude that necessarily won with his athleticism, with his explosiveness or anything else like that. He won on excellent route running and catching contested balls. Like, he was very, very good, and he has a big frame. He was very good at just out-muscling a DB and making a catch.
And his top-end speed is good.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the wind-up, the quick wind-up some guys do, but at his fastest, he's at the top of the scale. It's just getting there and giving him the room.
So a player that is kind of winning on the margins to begin with.
2 years out.
2 years out and 2 major leg injuries. Is he going to be able to find that thing?
You don't see much contested action in OTAs and minicamp because nobody wants anything bad to happen. And you're limited anyway. Offensive guys have to play defense for much of OTAs.
Sure.
You don't get to go offense against defense.
All right. We got a pair of tickets for Blink-182.
That's a good prize.
Thursday night at Ball Arena. You're going to have to text in your answers. We have a 3-part trivia question.
Ooh, you went the trifecta.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good prize. You got to earn it.
You do got to earn it.
A little bit. We
want to give them to a fan.
That's right.
We don't want somebody just lucking into it.
We want to take care of you here.
Yeah.
So we're going to ask that question when we return, and you can win a pair of tickets to see Blink-182 Thursday night, Ball Arena. Legwold's in for Andy. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Oh, we promised it. We've got it. We've got a pair of tickets for you to see Blink 182 Thursday night at Ball Arena. Andy Lindahl's favorite rock and roll band in the world, Blink 182.
We're sure he's not guessing under an alias?
We'll see. We'll find out. I actually, you know what? I bet you Andy could get this one.
He would get them all.
I like his chances on this one. So, this is the way this is going to work. I am going to ask a trivia question. You have to text in your answer on the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. The number to text your answer in is 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Okay? And the way this will work is I will give you the questions. You have to name the 3 athletes that I am talking about.
Ooh.
Name the 3 athletes. And you know what? At the end of your answer, make sure you include your first and last name so that, we can pick
so you can
winner.
win.
Yes. But you got to get it right, and then we will pick amongst the listeners that get the question right, and we'll name a winner. What time are we naming a winner today, Spring?
Let's go 4:45.
4:45.
All right.
We will announce
4:45 it is. I'm
the
writing
winner.
it down.
Here we go.
I write down all important things.
Okay.
Yes.
You got 3 athletes that you have to name. Athlete number 1, 13-time Gold Glover known as the Wizard of Oz. Athlete number 1, 13-time Gold Glover known as the Wizard of Oz. No yelling out the answers, Jeff.
I'm playing very disciplined right now.
Here we go.
Yes.
Athlete number 2. Only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I'm 2 for 2. I'm so going
You're
to this.
2 for 2.
I'm so going to this show right now.
All right, here we go. Athlete number 3, and again, you got to text in the 3 names along with your first and last name. Number 3, 2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State.
Ooh.
2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State. So you have to send us one text that has those 3 names plus your first and last name, and you are entered. I'll give the clues one more time for a pair of tickets.
Good versatility, Nate.
To see Blink 182 Thursday night at Ball Arena. Here we go. Athlete number 1, 13-time Gold Glover, known as the Wizard of Oz. Athlete number 2, only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Athlete number 3, 2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State. Text that in to 303-504-0925 plus your first and last name, and you are entered. By the way,
boom.
And Spring could not crack the code. Leggy, do you know why I went with those 3 particular athletes?
Let me see.
Do you know? Do you know?
I have to think about that.
Okay. All right. Give it thought.
I got to be honest. I'm uncomfortable crawling around in the mind of Nate Craig.
This is what's fun is there's a puzzle within the puzzle.
Oh, you're a mystery man.
It's all right there. A puzzle within the puzzle. So text in your answers, again, for a pair of tickets to Blink 182 Thursday night at Ball Arena. 13-time Gold Glover, known as the Wizard of Oz, the only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and 2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State. Text in those 3 names plus your first and last name, and you are entered to win. This is a fun one. I'm excited about this.
Yeah, no, I want to see the winners come rolling in.
This is good right here.
That's a good prize.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad. Okay. Leggy,
think about the qualification. You got to be a fan of Blink 182, and then you got to know
your stuff.
3 sports, or at least Google well enough to get going.
Exactly. That's Google is also going to be your friend on this. You have until 4:45. Connor McDavid wins the Conn Smythe last night as the player deemed most valuable.
That's a trivia question
to his team in
down
the
the road.
playoffs. Who is Conn Smythe?
No, how many times from name two others or something from the losing team. It's only been a few.
Yeah, there have not been a ton. Okay, so let me figure this out, okay? So the last was Jean-Sebastien Giguère with the Anaheim Ducks, correct?
I believe so.
2003?
Yeah, and then I think
won it.
Lemieux, I think Lemieux won it, Mario.
Mm-hmm. It's
not an often occurrence.
It does not happen often. No.
Because again, if you're voting, you're torn. It's like, because if you pick the guy who didn't win it, people are going to be like, hey, what's the deal?
Typically, yes.
And they didn't win it.
Didn't win it.
So you're talking valuable. What's your value?
I mean, this guy had a 4-point game in Game 4, a 4-point game in Game 5. He had 42 points in the playoffs.
He should be mad at everybody else in the room, frankly. Like, hey, I broke a Gretzky record.
Right.
What the hell else you want from me?
He broke a Wayne Gretzky record.
And you break a Gretzky scoring record
in the postseason.
You have done something.
You have done it. You have absolutely earned it. And it's like a weird, awkward thing that he loses and still gets the Conn Smythe.
Did not shock me. He did not come out to get it, though.
No.
That's a Canadian guy with a Canadian franchise.
Well, the funny thing, too, is like in our lifetime, we've, almost always exclusively seen it go to dudes that have actually just won the Stanley Cup. Yeah. The funny thing is like they give that award before they give out the cup.
They do.
Nobody ever cares about it.
No.
They're just like, I don't get that thing.
Sometimes
the heck out of here.
they have to like go get the guy to skate over to get it. Like, hey, the commissioner's on the ice.
And they barely want to touch it. Yeah. They just want the damn Stanley Cup. That's the thing that they want.
Yet another. That's the other cool thing about the Cup. The guys won't touch it until they win it.
So last night, they run through the entire. All of the players get it, and then at the very end, finally Paul Maurice, which poor Emily Kaplan. She finally wrangles the coach in for the interview, and right as soon as, but it turned out to be a great TV moment because he then got it, and I think he took a moment to like whisper something to the cup.
I'm sure that, yeah.
Honestly, I think
I've seen it. They treat it like a person.
He was sort of like, I think he was whispering like his dissatisfaction at like his lifetime of chasing the thing and what the cup did to him. We're talking about a guy, the NHL's all-time leader in losses.
Yes.
Finally winning a damn Stanley Cup, which is just incredible. He did the interview with Emily Kaplan. But I want to play the audio of the interview that he did with Sportsnet in Canada. I thought, first off, Paul Maurice seems like an unbelievably relatable and decent person, number one. And then number two, he did the most Canadian thing I've ever heard in an interview. I want to play this audio for you right now. This is last night from Sportsnet. Paul Maurice just won the Cup. This is how he felt about it all.
It's just brilliant, right? It's I've never hugged so many sweaty men in my entire life. I'm not sure I'm going to do it again, but I'm going to do it tonight. So, you know what? It's not what I thought it would be. It's so much better, but it's the hugs, man. I saw Sam Bennett smile today. First time in 2 years. It's brilliant. You know, it's for my mom and dad in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario. My brothers, Mike and Shane, in Sault Ste. Marie and Waterloo. The whole Langlois clan in LaSalle, Ontario. All of the people that suffered through 30 years of me losing, making excuses. Mom and Dad especially. Hey, Dad, your name's going up with your heroes. Belleville, Richard, Howe, Lindsay, Maurice.
Last one for you. After your time in Winnipeg, you were prepared for a career in fishing, but I wonder if there is a better catch than Lord Stanley.
Well, I was just lucky. You know what? It was. So if I could have one thing more, it'd be for the Winnipeg Jets to win the next Stanley Cup.
Wow.
Because in some ways, I'm not making apples to apples comparison here, but in some ways, Winnipeg in the NHL is sort of like the Packers. You know, in Edmonton is that way too, but Edmonton had the pre-free agency dynasty. You know, they won the lottery with Gretzky. But Winnipeg is that gutty Canadian town with the, always having a hard time keeping its team.
I mean, the guy walked away.
Yeah.
I mean, midway through his last season with the Winnipeg Jets,
Yeah.
he was just like, this team needs a different voice.
Yeah, I'm not the guy.
He resigned.
That's a Canadian thing to do.
Very Canadian
Yeah,
thing
I'm like,
to
hey,
do.
I'm
And I mean-
sorry. I'm sorry, you know.
Sorry.
I'm not the guy.
Hockey coaches, I mean, they are fired constantly.
I will tell you that, and it has nothing to do with anything. But
Yeah.
in all my career, I've been lucky to be around all these cool, amazing people.
Mm-hmm.
Barry Trotz was the first coach of the Nashville Predators. I was the only guy in the Nashville, Tennessean staff that ever covered hockey.
Uh-huh.
So they essentially said, yeah, Leggy, you're going to have to cover the Titans like you do all the time, but we need you to do this startup stuff with the Predators. So I spent a lot of time with Barry Trotz. Barry Trotz is one of the finest people in athletics I've ever met in my life. And just hanging out with him was so cool. And there's just a lot of that in hockey coaching because they're so fatalistic. They know.
Yeah.
They just know this is the life they've chosen, and they're okay with it.
And I mean, it is so. Most organizations, and I think to their own detriment, become results oriented rather than process oriented.
We were just talking on the break that they get fired for losing streaks in hockey. That not every head coach in every pro sport gets fired for a losing streak. But
This is a sport where, I mean, a puck just has to pick itself up a quarter of an inch off the ice, and it flutters in the wrong direction off
Or
of
it
a
rolls,
stick.
it flips,
exactly, and it hits a post.
Catch an edge of your skate, you fall
Instead
down.
of going into the goal, like the amount of randomness that happened in that damn sport, what feels to me like more than almost any other, and there's a degree of random in every single sport. Hell, the NFL is a sport with an oblong-shaped ball where the Kansas City Chiefs won a Super Bowl this year, where I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the ball touched the ground like 7 times in that game, and the Chiefs recovered, 6 of the 7 times?
Like
That's just how
vacuum
it
cleaners.
goes.
Yeah.
And in the meantime, it's like people will alter the eventual path of their franchise over those most minute of moments.
And I will say, I think, having been around the NFL for my entire adult life, people grow into the passion of pursuing a Lombardi. You're born wanting a Stanley Cup in Canada. I mean, that's not just a trophy for these guys. Again, it's hard to explain if you haven't sort of. And the places he's talking about, I mean, my brother was stationed in Sault Ste. Marie in the Air Force on the U.S. side. And, I mean, you're talking winter.
Yeah.
There's winter, and then there's winter. And that's winter.
Yeah.
Like Game of Thrones. Winter. Like Ice Fortress.
Very
and,
polite zombies walking around everywhere.
Yeah, no, because even they're cold. They're like, damn, this is cold. We can't even be zombies.
Right.
But, I mean, just, and, his talking about his dad going up with his Gordie Howe. Gordie Howe's like, they start choirs singing when they say his name.
Evan Rodriguez, former AF, by the way, Evan Rodriguez. Also, as I learned last night, the first Evan ever to have his name etched onto the Stanley Cup. Did not know that. But Evan Rodriguez, who had a great postseason, 15 points, said in an interview last night, for all the kids out there playing mini sticks or playing road hockey, keep dreaming about this moment. It's even better than you can imagine. Close quote. Yeah.
And you get to, and they know they're going to get to take it to their hometown.
Yep.
And almost every guy takes it to their hometown in some fashion.
Matthew Tkachuk said last night, it's not a dream anymore, it's reality. This is a guy whose dad played 18 years in the NHL and never won the damn thing.
Right.
Yeah. By the way, I also love that his brother wouldn't touch it last night.
No, I'm telling you.
He wouldn't do it.
I've been around a lot of, I've covered some Cup finals. I've actually stood next to the Cup babysitter.
Oh, the guy with the gloves?
The guy who travels with the Cup, but they even like it's magnetized and they walk, they walk around it. It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
But you go, if I know there's a bunch of people out there who've been to the Hockey Hall of Fame, but just where they put the Cup in the Hockey Hall of Fame is hilarious. It's like a cathedral. Room.
They have like an altar set up to it.
It's in the center of the room. It's big high ceiling. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Nobody dropped it last night, as far as we know. Nobody pulled a Curtis McDermott. And
that thing is dented like crazy when it's done with the rounds.
I do love the way that they all just get wild with that thing.
It becomes the drinking buddy too.
Here was the other thing too: is last night. How about ESPN? So Barkov is the captain. Alexander Barkov gets to skate off with it first, and he's got to do the photo op with Bettman, which they hate. But he grins and bears his way through it. They shoot off the fireworks and everything, and then he grabs the cup and he skates off. And the ESPN camera didn't pan along with him, and he lifted the cup, and it wasn't even on TV.
Nope.
They just missed it.
Sometimes you're not ready.
It's tough out there on the ice.
Who hasn't missed a shot, even with our phones?
Right, exactly. Yeah, poor camera guy didn't even get the cup getting lifted off. Oh, it was fun when the Avalanche won that thing. All right, guys, continue to text in your answers for a pair of tickets to Blink-182 on Thursday night. You got to name the 3 athletes, plus send us your first and last name to 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. The 3 athletes, 13-time Gold Glover known as the Wizard of Oz. Number 2, the only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And number 3, 2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State. Send us those 3 names plus your first and last name, and if you get it right, you're entered to win a pair of tickets for Blink-182. By the way, I don't think anybody has actually solved the puzzle within the puzzle. Johnny Jazz Cabbage said you picked those 3 names because you were keeping it musical. Ozzy Osbourne, Ray Charles, and Leonard Bernstein. Please tell me I'm right. You are wrong. That is not why I picked those 3, but that was a quality to subpar guess. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Legwold's in for Andy Lindahl today. Hey, Jeff Legwold's here, everybody. As am I. I am Nate Crackman. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Whether you like it or not.
Whether you like it or not, it's a lot of Legwold for you this week. Andy on vacation. Hopefully he's resting up.
I've been told I'm a lot. I'm just going to leave it there.
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
I think
it's come up in conversation from time to time.
Pretty accurate right here. You know, we were talking about coaches getting hired and fired a little bit with Paul Maurice right there. I want to ask you about something else. A line that I read in my Denver Post on Sunday. All right, enjoying my morning coffee, a nice bowl of cereal, and reading Patrick Saunders' Rockies Journal. Okay? Denver Post, fine publication, used to employ our pal Jeff Legwold right here. How long were you a poster?
It was brief.
Brief. Compared to your Rocky Mountain News tenure.
Yeah. It was 3 years.
3 years post guy?
Just over 3.
Before moving on to ESPN?
The worldwide leader. This will be my 12th season at the
No kidding.
Yeah, my 21st Broncos season.
Congratulations.
38 overall. That's geezerdom right there.
I mean, 12 years at a publication as like an online football writer. Pretty good, Leggy.
At my age.
You've survived
I am the barnacle.
A few layoffs along the way. So congratulations to you, sir.
Dun, dun.
So I'm reading Patrick Saunders.
Yes.
Sunday morning. And I read a line that just kind of stunned me. Saunders writing, who might Colorado deal at the trade deadline? This being the Rockies. Okay. And the simple answer is they should make more trades than they will, because that's kind of always how it is with this club. Now, they were active last year, but it was mostly for sort of back-end pitching prospects. They traded C.J. Cron, Randall Grichuk, Mike Moustakas, Brad Hand, Pierce Johnson. There's a name for you. They moved some guys. They brought in some warm bodies. They got to do more of that, and they got to move their valuable pieces. One of the names that is suggested here by Patrick Saunders is Ryan McMahon. Okay? Maybe going to make an all-star team this year. And but he's also a guy that is valuable. He's a left-handed power bat. He is a good infielder. He's the kind of guy that could get you a good return at the deadline, the kind of guy that quality contending teams would like to be able to add.
And that you can up your asking price for.
Very much so.
They really want him, so maybe you win the trade.
Hey, can I get a good pitching prospect?
And something else.
That's
what I mean. If they want him bad, you can always get that team looking to.
Patrick Saunders writes this. He says, despite plenty of rumors and speculation, there is nearly zero chance the Rockies will move Ryan McMahon, who has a chance to be a first-time All-Star this summer. Why? The Rockies love the left side of their infield, featuring McMahon and shortstop Ezekiel Tovar. And because owner Dick Monfort loves McMahon.
There you have it.
There you have it. Period and dot. The end.
They love the right side of Tulo and
right.
Arenado, too, at one point.
I mean, and hey, you know what? Tovar and McMahon, it's not a terrible combination. No. Ezekiel Tovar is a promising part of the future of this franchise. But, you know, for a guy like Ryan McMahon, who is on a team-friendly, he's also on a team-friendly contract, which is another thing that should make him more valuable to teams that would be looking to add a player like
There's
that.
There's a lot of boxes there.
Exactly. But when you say, well, Dick Monfort loves Ryan McMahon, that's the end. That means that
that's how they do business.
Over right there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm no Rockies expert. I am just
but it's how they work.
That's how they work.
We know that. And unfortunately, allegiances and loyalties such as that.
And the owner's always the owner, as a coach once told me.
Yep.
Doesn't matter what you think.
And that will supersede sensible baseball decisions. So I ask you this, Leggy.
But that also says, you know, that's almost like an old school back in the day type of decision before free agency, you know.
Well, and it's also the kind of the kind of situation where they
got to decide at some point.
A quality front office and a system that is buffered between ownership and the clubhouse says to the owner, hey, we love him too. But look at XYZ that we can acquire that is going to be more beneficial for the future of our franchise in the coming years.
Do you make decisions like that in your other businesses?
Exactly.
Or do you look at return on investment?
Mm-hmm.
Things like that.
And that's the way the front office has to be operating. Now, for Dick Monfort, he owns the Rockies because he likes baseball, and he likes going to baseball games every single day, and he's a passionate fan and adores the team and wants them to win and all those things. But also, Dick Monfort is guilty of wanting the team to win his particular way. It's one of the funny criticisms of Dick Monfort or this ownership group in general is the idea of, well, he doesn't want to win. No, I believe he wants to win.
It's a very narrow framework, I think, and how they want to do it.
Exactly. And that is where the struggle lies.
Because you need the perfect storm.
The lack of trust in, quite frankly, just let me put it this way. The lack of trust in dissenting opinions and in information.
As a guy, I coached baseball for over 2 decades. I love baseball. I dig baseball on every level. The Arenado thing, I still can't get past it.
They blew it.
I can't get past it.
They blew it.
I go to the ballpark every summer, and this actually may be the first summer I do not go because I've just I can't wrap my head around it anymore.
And he tried to double down on fixing the problem, and he ended up with Chris Bryant, who can't get on the field.
Right.
And a disastrous decision on every single level.
And
to give him the contract.
Some
that they
baseball
gave him.
organizations, because they're guaranteed deals.
Mm-hmm.
Some baseball teams just say, price of doing business, onward.
Yeah.
We go. They seem to want to clear the balance sheet every time before they move on, and you're just not going to. How are you going to compete with the Dodgers in your own division doing it like that?
How?
Unless you're going to be the best drafting team in baseball.
So that said, and knowing, I mean, it's being written by Patrick, who is as trusted a documentarian as there has ever been in the history of the franchise. Between he and Thomas Harding and Troy Renck for many, many years, just great journalists covering this ball club. When you see that right there, and
he didn't just make that up.
I take it as scripture.
I've been a beat writer.
Yeah,
you don't write that sentence,
right?
Unless somebody you trust has given you the information.
How often have you seen organizations that you have covered make substantial decisions based on interpersonal relationships, be they good or bad?
Sometimes the quirky contract bonus, I've seen that.
Okay.
That kind of stuff. Like, it's almost like a extra present on it. I've seen the Broncos in Pat Bolin's time. I saw them keep guys an extra year because Pat liked them or Mike liked them. Either they were injured or they were past their playing productivity time, but they got an extra season,
another paycheck
along the way.
Another salary.
I've seen that. To this degree, I've not.
Right.
I can't remember I've been around owners who said we're not trading the stars no matter what.
Sure.
But to this level, it's because in baseball, the way their trade deadline works, you can take somebody to the cleaners who wants to win the World Series badly enough.
Yeah.
Like you can get an extra player in there or an extra player and a half, sort of, you can ask for anything.
Right.
And they're going to give a lot because they want to win it now. Whoever making deals of that ilk right now, they're in deep.
And that is the part that just it gives me so much frustration with this club is
because if you're not going to be the best drafting team in baseball, it's like all pro sports. There's only 2 ways to acquire players. You either draft them or you can sign them. The trading part of it, I consider like signing them.
But to get your hooks in on a great player, you got to draft him pretty much.
You got to get him from the start.
Pretty much.
Or you got to have a big enough checkbook to get Ohtani.
Yes.
Whatever.
Which also helps. But that's the funny thing about that organization is they also, in addition to the paycheck, They also draft and develop better than everybody else. That's the other thing about those guys.
Well, and right now, locally, we got some bad geography going. I mean, the Broncos are in a bad division to be fighting what they're fighting right now, and the Rockies are in a bad division to keep trying this very narrow framework of how they're going to do it.
Padres are trying.
Because nobody else is playing by their rules.
Arizona was just in the World Series.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers are the Dodgers.
And the Dodgers have just said, we're going to write.
Win at all costs.
We don't care how many commas are in the number. We're going to do it.
Yeah, win at all costs. And that goes into their baseball operations.
When you look at their roster, and they were making trades earlier this year. It's like, okay, you don't have enough. Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
And that's what I mean. It's just bad geography. If they were in the Cubs division.
Right.
You know what I mean? You're thinking, okay, maybe that's a little more of a, Cubs got a lot of money, but they don't spend it.
Nobody's super dominant in that division right now. Yeah.
That's what I mean. And they got other teams that are sort of building in that weird of their own frameworks too. So I don't know. It's just
Dick Monfort loves McMahon.
And again,
that's not reason enough.
That's awesome, but
yeah. That's flat out not reason enough. And
you can love a food you can't eat every day.
That is weird.
You know what I mean? I just
It's like I always say, if you eat your favorites all the time, you look like you eat your favorites all the time.
People say, hey, you're not running the bases.
Exactly. That's the problem right there. Wild.
And I
wild
think,
when you read that.
But there's part of me that thinks, we all read that line, and if you're a baseball fan here, you're not shocked.
No.
You're like, oh, okay, yeah, so they won't do it.
No.
You're immediately like, oh, they're not going to do it.
Flat out, he likes the guy. Flat out, he likes the guy. Charlie Blackmon, who, again, Rockies legend, is playing on a $13 million contract this year.
Right.
There was not another team in baseball that was going to even consider at all even a $10 million deal for Charlie Blackmon at this stage of his baseball life.
And this is a good baseball town. I don't care what anybody says.
Yeah.
This is a great baseball town, and it just is a weird – because there's everything about the experience except the baseball is awesome. You know what I mean? I go to the park. I ride the train. It's got all my things I like.
Sure.
My kids have eaten enough concessions for 10 groups of people. And everybody likes the day out.
Yep.
But it's just they're going to give up 3 in the 8th, and we'll go wait on the train.
Well, here's the good news. On Saturday night, they won on a pitch clock violation.
Yes.
So sometimes the baseball is fun. That's Jeff Legwald in for Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We'll take a break. When we come back, we'll announce the winner of a pair of tickets to see Blink-182 Thursday night at Ball Arena. But the winner will have had to have answered the following 3-part trivia question correctly. Athlete number 1, 13-time Gold Glover known as the Wizard of Oz. Athlete number 2, only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. And athlete number 3, 2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State. 303-504-0925. Get in your last second guess right now. We have got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including Broncos training camp update coming along today. We'll get to that coming up.
That always makes my summer feel short when we're having training camp updates.
I know, right?
Come on.
It's like when you're a kid, you'd walk into the grocery store and they'd be like, back to
First
school
day of
shopping
school.
now.
Yeah, no.
What are you trying to do to me?
You got the back to school shopping vibe going on me now, Nate.
Sorry, man.
We're
Sorry,
spring
man.
it.
There was an update today, though, on training camp, which does signal the end of Jeff Legwold's existence, or at least his summer.
Thank you.
You look forward to it. You get to stand in front of Sean Payton every day, listen to him pontificate. You can hear stories about Bill Parcells.
I'm beloved.
It'll be great.
I'm beloved.
It'll be wonderful.
Don't you worry.
Okay.
Good.
The trivia question, all right?
I've seen both middle fingers, by the way.
I have 2 middle fingers.
Yeah, he does. I'll vouch for that.
So the trivia question for a pair of tickets to Blink-182 Thursday night at Ball Arena. Here we go. It was a 3-parter. Many of you participated, and we appreciate all of you, but only one of you who got the question right can win, and Mark Springer will announce the winner coming up in just a moment. 13-time Gold Glover, known as the Wizard of Oz, Jeff Legwold. That was, of course,
Ozzie Smith.
And Ozzie Smith wore number
1.
Number 1. That's right.
I cracked the code, Nate.
I know you did.
Yeah.
I know you did. I'm excited for you. The puzzle within the puzzle.
Yeah.
Why did I pick
That's a
these
pretty good idea. No,
3 athletes?
I got to hand it to you.
Here we go. Question number 2. Only full-time punter in the Pro Football Hall of Fame, Leggy, was?
Ray Guy.
Ray Guy. Ray Guy of the Raiders wore what number?
From the Raiders, he wore number 8.
Number 8.
As Al Davis would have said it.
That is correct.
Number 8.
And finally, 2-time NBA Finals MVP out of San Diego State. That is
Kawhi Leonard.
Kawhi Leonard as a Spur and a Raptor and a Clipper. Wore what number?
Dose.
Number 2. Everybody get it? 182. That was why.
I told you off air. At first, I started thinking the names and everything, and I was just I was fishing in the dark, and then
Yep.
the Ray Guy put me over the top.
It came to the numbers: a number 1, a number 8, and a number 2. The correct answers: Ozzie Smith, Ray Guy, and Kawhi Leonard. Or as Cliff Clavin would say, 3 guys that have never been in my kitchen. So it is time to announce a winner. We got many, many texts in, but Mark Springer, who is placed in charge of deciding who will be getting 2 tickets to Blink-182 Thursday night, Ball Arena. Spring.
Congratulations to Kelly Quinlan.
Kelly
Quinlan.
Way to go, Kelly. Kelly Quinlan will be going to the Blink-182 show.
That's getting it done.
You can probably see Andy Lindahl coming up here on
Good bet.
Thursday night.
That's a good bet.
He's not opening for Blink-182. He'll just be there. But way to go. Kelly Quinlan is our winner today. Now we look forward to fielding all of your angry texts from those of you that did not win. But yes, Ozzie Smith, Ray Guy, and Kawhi Leonard. So there you go. By the way, Kawhi Leonard, if I'm not mistaken, 2-time NBA Finals MVP. Is he one of 2 players in NBA history to have won Finals MVP for multiple franchises?
Ooh.
And also to have done so in multiple conferences.
Yeah.
Because he won with San Antonio and Toronto.
Yes.
LeBron, I believe LeBron was Finals MVP for 3 different teams.
Yeah, I always assume LeBron on a lot of things.
Miami, Cleveland, and the Lakers. So LeBron has also spanned both conferences as well. But
I like when LeBron talks about all the head coaches he played against. That's when you know you've been around.
All of his own coaches that he's fired over the years.
I played against him.
Best of luck to J.J. Redick now. Next coach that LeBron will probably inevitably get fired. Although it's his podcasting partner.
Yeah.
He's got to walk through the door with at least a solid relationship there, right?
I would think so.
You would think.
I don't, how much of the Bronny thing is
You're probably going to have to do that
Yeah.
too. You gotta make sure you
It probably helps that he's
his kid.
He's sort of considered sort of a second-round pick at this point, or
exactly. You don't have to.
You got a little
overdraft
more
him.
flexibility.
Wouldn't it just be funny if some team just at like 22
Grab
was
you.
just like, yeah, why not?
The bottom of the round,
right?
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
He just randomly ends up like a Sacramento King or
Yeah.
something like that, and nobody
Or a
saw
Cavalier,
it coming.
a Cavalier.
But now that.
Yeah. Thanks for leaving.
That's where
We're taking Bronny's talents to Cleveland. That's what they
Mhm.
should make the announcement.
Finally, someone's going to live in our town. Last night, Camden Yards in Baltimore, Guardians and the Orioles. Okay. Highlight of the game did not happen on the field. Top of the third inning, Josh Naylor is at the bat, yanks a foul ball, travels 415 feet, exit velo 108.5 miles per hour last night at Camden Yards. And we will now go to the broadcast to hear what happened to that foul ball. Roll it, Spring. Barehanded it at 108.5 off the bat.
Well, it probably slowed way down by the time it got to him.
I mean, come on. I'm not doing that. I guarantee you.
I've seen people almost, assassinate other people to get a foul ball.
I've never barehanded a foul ball at a major league game. Okay.
I've done it coaching, like when you're third base coaching.
Uh-huh.
And you always regret it.
Right. It hurts like hell.
You do it every time, and you regret it every time.
And then the next day, your middle finger is like swollen
You're
up.
trying
like,
to throw BP, and you're like got the big
what the heck happened to my
goober
hands?
finger on there.
I mean, here's the thing about major league players, okay? And you hear 108.5 off the bat, but like,
No, he squared that up pretty good.
They crush the ball, okay? As a kid, I was at batting practice one time at a White Sox game, BP. Back when you used to go in early, you'd bring your glove, and the one dog, Lance Johnson, ripped a ball down the line foul, and I jumped up and I caught it, and it went right into the palm of my mitt, and
you screamed.
It didn't stop hurting for weeks.
Yeah,
I mean the way that he crushed that thing. This dude barehanded it. Unbelievable catch, and the announcers were right. He kept the phone and the drink in his other hand. Didn't spill the drink.
I'm guessing he was slightly medicated. I'm going to throw that out there. I don't know, man. I don't want to disparage.
Well, let's listen
I don't want
to
to
it.
Disparage the play.
Let's get
It is a hell of a catch.
Let's get a ranking on it right here. The fan, by the way, his name was Tim Byer from Pasadena, Maryland.
It was a great play.
And sure enough, Orioles broadcast did the right thing. They sent the sideline reporter up to chat with him.
You got to go get that.
Here we go. Roll it, Spring.
They're in the bouncy house.
I thought sober.
It's awesome. No, I'm just kidding.
He had it together.
He's stone cold. He's there with his wife and daughter.
Yeah.
They're in the bouncy house. He's not.
He
just made the play.
He made the play.
He
was also state champs.
You gotta love it. You never forget that.
4 touchdowns in a single game.
You never forget it.
He Al Bundy'd that thing. Hell yeah.
No, it's tremendous.
Unbelievable play.
I have a friend that used to go to Cub games when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm.
And back then, when you got in BP, the bleachers were not sold pre-sale.
Okay.
Back then, you just got in line. And you could get in line in the morning. And we'd play catch with the firemen across the street.
Sure.
Until they opened it up. And you would get in the bleachers for batting practice, and you would almost kill yourself just running up and down, jumping up and down the rows and everything. We went to 1 billion games. I never got a whiff. And my friend, who I grew up with, I've been to 1 million games with, he got hit with a foul ball every single time we went. One time, the bullpens used to be on the foul line.
Yep.
So you could walk down to the wall.
Chat with the players.
You could watch the starting pitcher warm up for that day's game.
Yeah.
And I still have nightmares of watching Nolan Ryan warm up before a Cub game and hearing the ball. But you could go down there and watch before the game. And we were standing there together. I am 2 inches away from my buddy who's been hit with a foul ball every time we go to a game. I never touched one. And the ball comes screaming down the line, hits the tarp, bounces straight up in the air, and lands in his hand.
And you never got one.
I never got a sniff. So fact this guy makes a play at 100 miles an hour, that's beautiful.
Your buddy and Kelly Quinlan, the winners.
Winners.
Some people just get all the luck
They
in
just
life.
win.
Yes,
They're all about
congratulations
the
to
winning.
Kelly. Blink 182 tickets. That's right, 182. Ozzie Smith, Ray Guy, Kawhi Leonard. We got football news. We're doing that next. It is hour number 3. It's the best 5 o'clock hour in the biz. Jeff Legwald is in for Andy Lindahl. I am Nate Kreckman. We have got football news at 5 o'clock. We do it every single day. It's called the High Five. Mark Springer, what do you have for us today?
Well, for the second straight day in the High Five, we start with great news. We got great news. The Broncos will have 16, count them 16, free open practices this summer. The 16 open practices are 4 more than a year ago and are tied for third most among the teams that have announced their training camp schedules.
So, Spring, you brought us this news, and you cut and pasted the article from Pro Football Talk. And I just read a line on here, and I didn't know this. It says, the practices which are held at Broncos Park include free parking. Is that what it's called?
Well, it has a new name with the new corporate sponsor. They didn't put the whole new name in there.
But when did it become Broncos Park? Has it always been Broncos Park?
No.
I was going to say.
No, but it's got like
it was Dove Valley, and then it was...
They sent everybody this notice of how we're supposed to refer to it now.
Okay.
It will be the Broncos facility.
So it's now referred to as Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
Yeah.
I didn't read this press release. Yeah. I'm not known for reading the press releases. It's one of my weaknesses, let's be honest.
Details. Yes. It's all about the detail.
Brought to you by what now, Spring? What was it?
Common Spirit.
Yeah,
Common Spirit. Okay.
I think Centura changed its name. And
Okay.
All that. It's a money thing.
So it was the training center. It was the UC Health Training Center, and then it was the something else training center.
Now
it's Broncos Park, presented by.
And there's like
Common
an exclamation point in there or something.
Powered by.
Powered by.
Come on.
Excuse
me. I don't know why you're powered by that.
Anyway, it's the same field.
My parking space is the same. That's all I know.
It's further away. That's all that I know.
It will be.
16 open practices. That's more than last year, Leggy.
Yes.
4 more exactly. First open practice scheduled for Friday, July 26th.
Check my calendar.
You got a month and a day.
See if I'm available.
Before the team hosts Back Together weekend on Saturday, July 27th.
Rookies report a week before that, so they're going to have a lot going on there.
Joint practice with the Packers Friday, August 16th.
Before that game, yeah.
That's going to be fun. That'll be a good time. Jordan Love in town. Matt LaFleur and his fine hair will be hanging out. And season ticket members can reserve 4 complimentary mobile tickets per practice through their account beginning on Wednesday, while the general public, you peons, can claim your free tickets.
Hey, you have a head start.
At Ticketmaster starting Thursday at 10 a.m. Leggy, I was under the impression they weren't doing this year because they got to start the construction project.
They actually
right?
made the decision to do one more camp.
Okay.
And they will probably start the construction as the last car drives out of the last practice.
And that's when we're breaking ground. And
for a couple years.
Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
It will be a palace when they're done.
It's going to be a hell of a park, let me tell you.
I may not see the media room, but we'll see. We'll see how that goes. I don't know.
Spring.
High five. We talked a little bit about Von Miller in a recent edition of the High Five. Von Miller commented on still trying to get back to 100% from his ACL injury suffered 2 Thanksgivings ago. His head coach, Sean McDermott, went on a podcast with former Bills center Eric Wood, who is now the radio color analyst for the Buffalo Bills. Here is Eric Wood asking Sean McDermott about Von Miller.
35 years of age. Leggy, you covered Vaughn for most of his career. Last year, his impact was almost zero for the Buffalo Bills.
I would have lost a bet that he would ever finish a season
unbelievable
with a zero in the sack column.
Yeah, and yet there it was. At the age of 35, do you agree with Sean McDermott? Can Vaughn get something back?
You know, the pass rusher is one of those positions where guys have had, sort of almost like a closer in baseball type of role, and you can make you can carve out a good role.
The Dwight Freeney's of the world.
Yeah, certain downs and the way it goes. So the position lets that happen where it doesn't happen that way for a lot of positions on the field. And, I know the interesting thing about Vaughn is he never really comes across as this, sort of football lifer.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, that dude, when he was here, he practiced every day.
Yeah.
I mean, he never once, I think twice here all time, they held him out of a practice for like an illness or something when he wasn't injured.
Yeah.
And there are very few players I've ever been around that sort of dove into the process like he does. So he has that mindset. It's just a matter of, he had an ACL early in his career. He's had this ACL. He's had the ankle. I mean, there's a lot of lower body stuff he's had repaired at this point because that's football. So a lot of it is can he just hold up to the conditioning and pushing himself to get ready to play. I think that's a big part of it.
123 and a half career sacks, 8 Pro Bowls, 3-time All-Pro, and obviously a Super Bowl MVP. He's won the Super Bowl twice. He was a critical part of the Rams getting it
Could have
done
been
a few years
MVP
ago
in that second one
as well. Hall of Famer?
I think he is.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think he would be like the unquestioned.
Sure.
Because there's a lot of guys still ahead of him.
Not a first ballot guy.
On the all-time list. Now, I'm not a big first ballot dude.
Yeah.
I don't get the gold jacket's the gold jacket. I
Sure.
don't care when you get it.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think he's a Hall of Famer. Just in the modern free agency era, he's produced for multiple teams at an elite level.
Mm-hmm.
And when he hasn't, it's been an injury issue. And if you play long enough, that people don't really hold the injury issue against you in those conversations.
No, they probably shouldn't either. Pretty damn good career.
Since it's 100% injury rate in
Yeah.
the league, I think you shouldn't. But
I hope Von Miller gets
I'd like to
a
see
little
him have
something
one
back.
good more splash of a season, just because when he's on, I've not seen very many impactful players in big moments like him.
Bigger kind of picture question on the Buffalo Bills. What is that team this year? Is this a transition year for the Buffalo Bills? Stephon Diggs moving on.
Again, they didn't replace what they lost.
Right.
And that's when you're a good team. Like the Chiefs had that year and they won the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
That's why everyone should be really worried about the Chiefs because
Yeah.
Last year was the year to get them. They were in the year when they lost more than they gained,
Mm-hmm.
and that they still won the Super Bowl. So the Bills are, people wonder if McDermott's still getting through.
Right.
I think he will pay the price if they don't look every bit the Super Bowl contender.
I mean, the thing they have going for them is they have a quarterback that can win you a playoff game.
Yeah, and he can do it sort of off schedule when
Right.
things aren't perfect.
Right.
And that's what it takes.
Can do it in tough weather and all those
Yeah,
kind of things.
he doesn't have to be in the vacuum.
Yeah.
He doesn't need the perfect day to be perfect.
I don't know if he's ever going to win 4 of them, but he can definitely win you
Yeah.
a big one.
High five.
The trailer, the first official trailer for the new season of Hard Knocks with the New York Giants dropped today. We're going to play this trailer because it got me hyped. It got me really hyped.
All right.
You're going to hear a lot from Giants GM Joe Schoen. He's on the phone with Saquon Barkley. Apparently cameras were rolling. HBO cameras were rolling on the New York Giants as early as January.
Wow.
So you're going to hear Schoen on the phone with Saquon Barkley before he left for the Eagles. Schoen talking about trading for Brian Burns, the edge rusher from the Panthers. Daboll's voice is in here. Daniel Jones talking about coming back from injury. Let's get hyped.
Ooh. Let's Hard Knocks it up.
Chills.
And didn't we just talk about the roster being
32nd ranked roster?
Dun, 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 dun.
The Brian Burns move is still a little confusing to me with them because that's a win now move to go and pay Brian Burns all that money, and you're not a win now team at the moment. Like, I like taking Malik Neighbors at number 6. Good player, good pick. It's good value right there. But again, you're sort of another year of putting all of your eggs in the Daniel Jones basket, so to speak, right there. I know they like Dable, but also you get hired to get fired with that franchise and in that city. Leggy, where is that franchise at right now?
It is weird. They look like they approach things like they're right there.
Right.
Which maybe that's how they get by and tell themselves they're doing okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That I don't get a sense that they're right there.
Off-season Hard Knocks. There you go, everybody.
This shows you whether the other leagues know it or not. The NFL wants every page on the calendar.
Sure do.
And they're going to do whatever they have to do to get it.
I have to admit, I am interested in this show. Like,
it was much better when they just let them do it. When now they let the coaches review it before. I mean, it's just
and I'm sure like this one in particular because it's not really about football action. It's about roster construction. Like I'm sure it's all heavy-handed, and I'm still going to eat up this content.
It's just anything that sort of pulls the curtain back even an inch.
Yeah,
is cool.
Is
I'm just saying,
to me.
The amount of vetting it gets is. Has taken a lot of the steam out of it over the years.
Were you surprised that they went with the Bears over the Broncos for the in-season, or I guess the training camp Hard Knocks team?
I'll tell you, the Broncos have fought that as long as I've been here covering the team. They have fought tooth and nail not to be on Hard Knocks.
I'm surprised even with the new ownership group and this coach that they wouldn't have embraced it.
I don't think the head coach would have gone for it.
Really?
And he keeps making jokes like, oh, if you'd see me on Hard Knocks, you'd love me.
Sure.
I'm funny.
I'm a personable fellow.
Yeah, I'm a rather funny man. You would see that on Hard. I don't think he has any interest in the cameras in his wheelhouse.
Spring. Actually, you know what, Spring? Skip ahead to the Panthers story because I want to talk about this Chiefs thing coming up on the other side.
Okay, no, that's a really good story. We'll get to that at 5:25. The Carolina Panthers are going to stay in Charlotte for the foreseeable future. The Charlotte City Council voted last night to approve a joint $800 million stadium renovation plan with the Panthers that ties the NFL team to the city for the next 20 years. Under the policy document, the city will pay $650 million toward the renovation of Bank of America Stadium in return for Panthers owner David Tepper keeping the team in Charlotte through 2045. Tepper will pay the remaining $150 million up front.
You bunch of chumps. Unbelievable.
This is how the local battle's going to shape up.
Yeah, very much so.
Tepper's the only ownership group richer than Tepper in the league right now is the
Broncos
one here.
Mm-hmm.
And it ain't close, by the way. He's hitting
No, they like triple his net worth.
He's hitting way back in the number 2 spot.
Yeah, it's
so
wild.
I will be intrigued to see if this ownership group sort of has the panache to ask the municipality for money, because if I'm an elected official, I'm like, huh?
I'm telling you right now, it'd be
what hurts?
It'd be a losing battle.
Yeah, I don't think it would be. I mean, it was a close battle when they were coming off back-to-back Super Bowls.
I mean, David Tepper is the guy who built a new practice facility.
Yeah, and then said never mind.
And then never finished it, and they tore it all down.
I think one of the council members actually brought that up when they were doing when I read another story this morning about it too.
Yeah.
But to me, it frames as what this local battle is going to look like. Like Charlotte actually gave more than I thought any city would anymore. That's not the climate we're in now,
right?
Compared to 1995, when Nashville did it and Baltimore did it, and a lot of other places were getting that squared away. That I don't think that climate exists anymore. But I'm going to be very intrigued because I believe this ownership group has stadium plans of some sort, whether or not they're ever going to admit to it.
Okay, I want to dive into this Chiefs story a little bit when we come back. Okay, because the Kansas City Chiefs,
it's a special moment.
are making their own Hallmark Christmas movie, which I'm so excited about.
And did they get Taylor and Kelsey involved?
They better.
Yeah, that's a moneymaker.
We'll give you the plot breakdown when we come back.
Plot breakdown.
But
Okay.
also I have a question for you related to this because last night I dove in, I finally gave in, and I have started watching a new show. I'm going to tell you about it coming up next. Hanging out with Jeff Legwall this afternoon here on the Crackman and Lindahl show as he fills in for Andy. Leggy will be back with us tomorrow for 3 hours.
I was just walking by.
And we put you to work.
You were like, hey,
there's a chair and a microphone.
Come, talk.
Open mouth, make sound, okay?
Try to make sense.
So we got this really
One time.
ridiculous story here. This is from Pro Football Talk. The Kansas City Chiefs have partnered with the Hallmark Channel on a Christmas movie.
That's a KC company.
The team has announced that it has reached an agreement with Hallmark Channel for a movie titled Holiday Touchdown, A Chiefs Love Story. We are honored to partner with Hallmark on a project as unique as this. As a club, we pride ourselves on exploring new ways to grow our brand, as well as connect with new audiences. This partnership unites two passionate fan bases and gives us an opportunity to show Chiefs Kingdom's energy and tradition on one of the most watched channels during the holiday season.
From a local company.
That's right.
Yeah.
Is it going to be about a guy who dresses up in a wolf costume and robs banks?
Oh, look at you, went right there.
The movie has a typically saccharine Hallmark plot. A woman whose Chiefs superfan family is in line for the team's Fan of the Year contest falls in love with the Chiefs' director of fan engagement.
Oh.
And then something goes wrong.
Conflict of interest.
And then it gets resolved, and everyone lives happily ever after. We're assuming that last part. Hallmark is based in Kansas City. The movie will be filmed in and around KC, including at Arrowhead Stadium.
Of course it will.
Chiefs, Hallmark, Christmas movie.
Way back, they had the owners' meetings.
Mm-hmm.
The spring the fall owners meetings, like in October. At the hotel that's right across from Hallmark one year. That's my memory of the Hallmark area.
They have like a Hallmark factory over there.
Yeah.
Somebody's just in there cranking out greeting cards all day long.
There's just one dude cranking poets, cranking Hallmark poems out all year.
Just nothing but happy 4th birthday and sorry.
They
for
ask
your
him
loss
when he punches out. They're like, "All right, Irv, how many did you get done today? Got a bunch of get wells tomorrow, dude."
Good gig for that guy. Yeah. Okay. So I see this, and first off, I got to fully admit, I watch Hallmark Christmas movies.
Of course you do.
Of course I do.
Yeah,
okay?
Beneath that gruff exterior.
I know. It's a loving, engaging man.
Is the Renaissance man that is Nate Greco.
First off, I have to, like I know for a fact, okay? I'm assuming that the director of fan engagement, he's a widower. His wife is no longer with us.
With the role.
He has an only child, and she's going to fall for the super fan girl.
And he's a former, Marlboro man or something.
Very much. He is a very square-jawed.
Rugged.
Yes, perfect perfect facial hair, all of that. That's going to be a big part of the story, absolutely. Do you think, does Andy Reid make a cameo in the movie somewhere?
It'll be like, all in the 70s, that was a huge thing.
Right.
They'd have sports people make these cameos on all the shows.
Like they would go to a Christmas event.
Yeah, and there'd be
the little girl would go to sit on Santa Claus's lap, and then Santa Claus pulls the beard down. Hey, it's Andy Reid.
Yeah, something like that.
That's what it's going to be. I already knew it. Taylor Swift's not going to be in this movie. I assure you. Hallmark can't afford her. All right, so
that's a different budget.
Last night, I finally acquiesced. Stanley Cup Finals end. We got no basketball. We got no hockey. Okay,
you're a man in a sports desert.
That's right. Okay,
you were searching.
Rockies aren't just doing it for me. So last night I was like, okay,
you're on a quest.
I'm starting it up on Hulu. Clipped. The story of
my 401k thanks you, by the way.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
The story of the LA Clipper scandal, okay? And Donald Sterling being a big, disgusting racist, all right? So I started it up last night. Lawrence Fishburne is Doc Rivers. Already, I love this character. I'm only halfway through the first episode. I'm already Lawrence Fishburne. Get the man an Emmy for this performance.
You're on board.
I'm in.
Nice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Ed O'Neill is Donald Sterling. Ed O'Neill, hell of an actor. Like that's a good get for them to get Al Bundy to play the part of Donald Sterling. The guy playing Blake Griffin looks nothing like Blake Griffin. But I would have to imagine it's probably hard to find a giant redheaded dude to play Blake Griffin.
Who can act.
Exactly. The other problem here, too, is like...
It's always the problem with athletic movies.
It takes you out of it.
You can't.
That's
you
what's
got to
so-
find guys who can act and at least move well enough that you're buying it.
The dude that plays Magic Johnson on Winning Time, the HBO drama about the Lakers and the Showtime Lakers, the dude looks and sounds just like Magic.
Right.
So like you stay in it the
That
whole
was a
time.
long term. I worked Jeff Pearlman, who wrote the book.
Yeah.
And was a consultant on the series.
Mhm.
I worked with Jeff at the Tennessean. And Jeff has said the search for some of these actors, they didn't just hurry it up to get production going. They were very careful about who they.
I felt like on Clip they hurried it up to get production going.
I think sometimes those are your choices. I mean, because it can take forever.
The
you know?
JJ Redick guy does not really look like JJ
Yeah,
Redick,
I don't know.
okay? But again, it's it's not
It's like
easy
that
to-
old party gang. Like, who would play you in a movie? You know,
Exactly.
people always.
And turns out they get who they can afford. But I'm starting to watch this show, and already I'm looking forward to being in on this. But then it got me to
Well,
thinking,
people may have forgotten that was a scandal of scandals, man.
scandal of scandals.
I mean, we're not talking just a routine.
I mean, this
scandal.
This is a guy dropping the N-word to
On
his
tape.
mistress, who's recording all of it. Who you got to remember, like the NBA, and this was right after Adam Silver took over as the
yeah,
commissioner,
this
and
was
it
a
was a
huge-
forced sale. Now again, Donald Sterling, it all worked out for him. Steve Ballmer bought the team for what, $2 billion?
Yeah, he did okay.
Yeah, everything worked out fine for his family, but it was no, you're kicked out of the club, dude.
Yeah.
You don't get to hang
Bye-bye.
around here anymore.
And oh, by the way, it's on tape.
Yeah. It was indistinguishable
Yeah.
what was happening right there. And you could say, he's got First Amendment rights. Yeah, fine.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean he gets to own an NBA team anymore.
Yeah, no, that ain't in the Constitution.
Okay, so here's my question. If the NFL, a la Winning Time, a la Clipped, the story about the Clippers, by the way, I did see somebody on the internet referred to this one as Losing Time, which I think is very funny, but a la those two shows, what NFL franchise scandal, whatever you want to call it, what would make for the best dramatic television show?
Well, I think it's not a scandal, but for pure mayhem,
Mm-hmm.
I would love a real, and just as a football groupie maybe, but the early days of the AFL.
Yeah.
Bud Adams told me stories of that were, I couldn't even believe
Mm-hmm.
the things he was telling me about how that was. And that would make a cool, if you really did it,
Right.
you really did it right, and you could get people to give it up, that would be spectacular.
To do it correctly,
To
not
do
just
it right,
documentary.
just to do it right.
Yeah.
What a Wild West show that was. Sneaking players and cash in drawers. I mean, just all kinds of mayhem to, the gymnastics of getting Joe Namath to New York instead of anywhere else. I mean, just all of it is nuts. But, that's ancient history for a lot of folks. But I think, like we were talking in the break, I think the Patriots are your modern.
I mean,
because there's so much
the
there.
dynamic between Belichick, Brady, and Kraft.
Yeah.
I mean, that.
And the fact that Brady turned out to be
the golden boy of it all.
the linchpin.
Yeah.
Apparently it was the quarterback,
Mhm.
everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone took credit for it, but guess what?
Right. You need that dude.
Only one guy went on to win on his own.
I mean, getting an actor inside the character of Bill Belichick.
Yeah, you would need the right.
And then all of, between Spygate and you would have
All
to
of
do
it.
it over multiple seasons. Deflategate.
The internal friction
Right.
of just working with Bill Belichick and Brady and the divorce and eventually
Brady and his TB12 nonsense
Yeah.
and the Alex Guerrero inside the building.
or just
and,
keeping it together that long.
right.
20 years.
Stuck together while in many ways growing to resent one another as the whole thing went along.
Yeah. And that at the end, it appears, I'm not in the building, but
Mhm.
I talked to people who were, at the end, it appears the winning is all that's holding them together.
Yeah.
Like that's it. The prospect they may win a Super Bowl is all that's keeping them from like backing the car over each other.
813 says Bryan Cranston to play Belichick. That might be perfect casting.
That might be perfect.
That's pretty good.
After watching him in Your Honor.
Right.
That's
pretty good.
I can see that.
Okay. Seth says 90s Cowboys.
Yeah, the White House.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah. But again, you got to get people to really do it.
Right.
Can't just be, oh, hey. And we won.
But the friction between Jimmy and Jerry that existed.
My friend Rick Goslin was in the hotel the night Jerry said at the owners' meetings, we can win with anybody.
Uh-huh. Turns out you can't.
Rick Goslin was there when it ended.
Yeah. What do you, by the way, we were talking about it yesterday. How much longer is this current iteration? And they've got the Dak thing right in front of them. They're going to have to pay CeeDee Lamb. They're going to have to pay Micah Parsons, okay? And those are two absolute star players. And then the Mike McCarthy question, already
we've
whispers of his frustrations.
Nate, I'll tell you, we've never seen an alignment like this in the free agency era of the NFL. Quarterbacks in the last year of his deal, head coaches in the last year of his deal, haven't re-signed the receiver. Micah Parsons, I mean, they've done nothing. It's like he's told all these guys, if you don't win this year, I'm getting rid of everybody.
And what's wild is they won 12 games last year.
But I mean,
they're right there. They just can't win a playoff game.
They are poised to be that I'm cleaning it out.
Yeah.
After, if you guys don't pull it off this time, because he has signed nobody on for the next.
Is his thought
generation?
And I'm not. I seriously, I'm not trying to be crass here, but there was an episode of The Simpsons where it is basically revealed of Mr. Burns, who owns the nuclear power plant, the series of injections that they give him to cheat death every month, and it's like, hey Jerry, like you only got so long here, man. Like the thought of ripping it all down and starting over again.
I don't know that they're going to do that, but we've never seen a team poise themselves like they are. I mean, there isn't one significant part of the organization other than Jerry and Steven who run the team.
That sets itself up beautifully for Dion and Shedeur Sanders to walk through the door, right?
I mean, I'm just saying, we've never seen this. I don't even know how you're going to function during the season. I mean, when doesn't this come up?
946, Dan Snyder in Washington.
Well, there's a lot of depositions to sift through.
That's a lot of criminal activity
to get that done.
Gross.
Not sure you could put that on regular TV.
No, that's got to be. That's HBO.
That's some cable.
That's no good. That's
no
good right there.
That's some screaming on cable.
No, to me, the interpersonal dynamics, and we were talking about your friend Seth Wickersham, who we've had on the show multiple times before, who has written books about Brady and Belichick and the Patriots and everything else. I mean, he has written so many long-form, basically just telling the story of what has happened back there.
Yeah, he and Don Van Natta
are
sort of Patriot experts.
Right.
On the comings and goings.
And the things that they know that have gone on behind the scenes there, like they would have to write the show, basically.
Yeah, well, I will say, as when somebody will come to the Broncos that's played there, coached there, and just the stories they tell me are like, it's almost like a catharsis. They just want to get it off their chest.
Right.
Like, can you believe that? And then they catch themselves like, oh, yeah, no.
What's wild about it, too, is like you'll talk some guys you'll talk to that went through there, and Belichick's got a reputation, and yet you will talk to guys that adored him.
Yeah, I think it's
that loved playing.
There's no middle ground,
right?
And often there isn't in the NFL. I will tell you, that's the relationship many head coaches have with their players.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in, you're in.
Yeah,
and if you're not, you can't bring it.
I mean,
bring yourself to. And a lot of guys always have that residual feeling for the ones who've gotten rid of them.
Yeah,
who've cut them or waived them or sent them on their way or didn't give them the contract they wanted. It's hard to be told. They're all ultra competitive.
Sure.
And at some point, money is going to come up.
I still remember bosses I hated.
Yeah.
You have a hard time getting over some of those
I'm
feelings.
sure that you could form a support group of bosses who've dealt with Legwald and said, you know what?
And in Denver radio, we've got a support group. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Leggy, he is in for Andy Lindahl here this afternoon. Oh, man, that Spygate episode's going to be good. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. Yes, we are with you here on a Tuesday afternoon. Nate Kreckman, Jeff Langwald here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right. So, Leggy, we went over earlier in the show.
Yes.
The Broncos roster by the ESPN analytics crew. They're ranking the Broncos roster 31 of 32 teams in the NFL.
31 of 32.
31 of 32.
And the Hard Knocks Giants
It's quite low.
are the only ones ranked lower.
Okay, so let's engage in a little exercise, all right? I would venture to guess, and I don't have access to the 2023 list, but I would venture to guess last year the Houston Texans probably would have been down somewhere in that area. They were a team that had a total of, I believe, 4.5 wins, according to the fine folks in Las Vegas.
You know where I'm going to go right away.
I know you love C.J. Stroud.
No, they picked what, 1 and 3?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It helps.
Hello.
Or 2 and 3, CJ
Yeah.
and Will Anderson.
That's right, because Bryce Young went 1.
And they were both good right away, but they had a first-time head coach, and they had a roster that was clearly in need of an upgrade.
And they hit it right on the QB.
And they won their division. Okay? What's so funny is, like I was going through, like, the betting odds before.
Again, the most important position on offense, quarterback. Most important position on defense, edge rusher.
Yep. And it worked out quite well.
Ding, 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 ding.
Okay. So I was going through the betting odds in the various divisions.
All right.
And just looking at who's favored to win every single division, all that.
For entertainment purposes only.
Of course. And it's, again, it's just funny when you go through this stuff because it's like all the teams that are favored are the teams that were good last year. That's you can always basically
have quarterbacks.
Count on that.
We'll see a quarterback ranking.
The Falcons are a minus 1,000 to win the NFC South.
As they should be.
For example, right now, yeah, it's a terrible division. Right now the Eagles are favored to win the NFC East. Again, it's basically like you just go through these and they're all exactly what you would anticipate them to be. Baltimore in the NFC or AFC North, etc. But here's the thing. It doesn't always go that way. In fact, it very rarely does in the NFL.
Well, because somebody gets hurt, the injury wild card in the NFL is you can go from.
And then some team that nobody thought much of is going to be good. Some team that the prognostications were down on will be a playoff team this year.
Usually a young team.
Mm-hmm. And that's the way that it goes in the NFL.
Broncos are not a young team. He keeps talking about the youth, but they're not a young team.
So now you have to engage in the exercise. What does it look like, 2024 Denver Bronco playoff team? In what world could that happen? What are the things that would have to go right for this team? You thought you were going to cruise into the end of this show, Leggy, and here
I knew you had. Yeah, I knew you had one waiting.
That's right.
That's how you roll.
That's right.
They would need Bo Nix to be one of the greatest rookie quarterbacks in the history of the league.
Feels unlikely, but
that's what they would need.
That's what it would take. Yep.
In fact, that would be almost a requirement in the.
Yeah, he would have to finish top 2 for Offensive Rookie of the Year.
And Pat Surtain would have to be in the top 1 or 2 for Defensive
Player of the Year.
Because he has 10, like with the year champ had 10 interceptions. It would have to look like that.
Mm-hmm. What else?
Because the schedule is.
What would happen in the rest of the division?
Yeah, I mean, Mahomes gets hurt.
Okay.
That's the start for everybody.
Right.
Now, again.
Having a Brady one year.
My issue with the Chiefs is last year was the year you should have got them, everybody.
Right. And they went and won the damn Super Bowl.
They were like limping around in the dark on offensively. The Broncos held them to 19 and 9 points in 2 games. Beat them once. And yet they were standing there with the Lombardi Trophy at the end of the year.
Yep. They weren't even a good team last year.
No, they were not.
They won the damn thing.
But because they have the alpha.
The guy.
And, we've also not seen too often when the alpha, Brady, goes immediately to the next alpha. Usually there's like a little gap in there where people fight it out.
Yeah, we didn't get that.
No, that didn't happen.
In fact, they played each other in an
Yeah.
all-time great playoff
Hello.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
And an all-time great, well, not an all-time great Super Bowl, but here's the funny thing about that Super Bowl, okay? Mahomes was incredible that day.
Yep.
His numbers don't look good because they were
No.
chasing him around. He was running for his
Yeah.
life, but go back and
That
watch
throw
that game.
before he almost hit the ground is one of the all-time.
He was amazing.
One of the all-time great throws I've ever
Right.
seen.
Right. He was amazing
But
that day.
no, but Mahomes controls. That's why we were talking earlier in the show. Bad geography.
Yeah.
The Broncos have bad football geography.
Okay,
right
so
now.
Jim Harbaugh and Justin Herbert would have to hate each other.
And Herbert's young.
Yeah.
Mahomes, again, I've said it a million times on your show. He's not even to the prime
Right.
yet.
Yeah.
And he's already done more than almost anybody.
He went in his 6 years as a starter. He has won the Super Bowl half the time and been to
No.
the Super Bowl 2/3 of the time.
I mean, and he's not
Yeah.
to his prime
Not
yet.
to his prime yet. Speaking of the Chiefs,
And he doesn't appear to be a guy who gets all comfy
right?
with the good times. And that's another piece of the equation. So, they would need a miracle season.
I heard this suggestion regarding the 49ers and their current standoff with Brandon Ayuk.
No.
Look at the Chiefs. Look what they did with Tyreek Hill. When they hit the impasse and said, we don't want to hit that number, and they moved him for future
They don't have
assets.
the alpha.
So the Niners, given that, okay, they don't have the alpha. I completely agree with you. Brock Purdy ain't that dude. Brock Purdy is a middle-of-the-pack NFL quarterback. But with Christian, with
Can't
Kittle,
pay everybody. It's
with
it's
Debo.
the cruel truth of the NFL.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody gets hard feelings.
Yeah.
Brandon Ayuk's going to be the hard feeling guy.
He's the hard-feeling guy, and yet I think he's a top 10
No,
wide receiver in the
but
NFL.
every
player.
great Tyreek Hill is the hard feeling guy for Kansas City.
So shouldn't the Niners look at that and say, well, if the Chiefs can win 2 Super Bowls with the best receiver in football going away, then our move right now, and you may not get a first for Brandon Ayuk because whoever trades for him has to pay him, but if you got a couple of seconds.
This is the nutty thing about the NFL right now. In the public domain, fantasy football, how people consume football, wide receiver is far more important than the people who actually put teams together.
But they are the second highest paid players in football right now. Isn't that wild?
It's become this,
and I don't think you're wrong, but
it's
they're paying them.
It's become reactionary.
Yeah,
because it's like this public relations thing. But when you talk to GMs about putting teams together, wide receivers way down the list.
Yeah, I
so
mean,
it's an intriguing. It is.
You need a good one,
but it's a far more passionate position to people who consume football on a fantasy football level, or a highlight level, a YouTube level. It's not X's and O's.
The other thing that's funny about that
maybe people are right and the grinders are wrong, but I'm just telling you that if I ask a GM in the league right now, hey, rank the positions in importance, wide receivers coming up 3rd or 4th or 5th on offense.
In the day and age, though, of 6, 7, 8 receivers going in the first round, every year during draft
It's too
season,
deep now.
we talk to you about it, Leggy, and the depth is just amazing.
And they don't feel the need, unless you're, like this year, there were 2 receivers who were clearly, 3 maybe, who were clearly above everybody else.
And yet the Broncos struggle with drafting those guys.
And they've
bad.
tried, they've carpet bombed in a lot of ways.
Other franchises.
Or, they took Mims and didn't play him, so we don't know yet.
Exactly.
If he's good or not. Yeah.
You can take Jerry Jeudy and KJ Hamler.
We love
in
him.
the
He
same
needs
draft.
more snaps. He should be playing. And then, then he never, the Washington game, he has 2 50-yard receptions. We don't see him again.
I'm gonna keep quizzing you on this question tomorrow.
Yes.
This is a fun one.
Quiz me up.
Leggy's going to be here for another 3 hours tomorrow, and he will concoct the scenario by which the Denver Broncos go to the playoffs. I'm not even asking to win the division; just make the playoffs.
Oh, playoffs! All right.
Yeah,
playoffs.
Just 10 wins. All I'm asking is 10 wins. 10 wins and a 6 or 7 seed.
They had a shot this year, and then he benched the quarterback. Never mind. We didn't want 10.
They went 1-1. They
Moving
were
on.
fine.
They were fine.
Didn't make a difference. We're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. The Blitz. Mark Bertinoli, Mark Springer. That is coming up next. Good night.